Mental health still has a stigmatism put alongside it in the 21st century. There are people there that can't ask friends, family or support networks for help, but we're here to make a difference. Welcome along to the Race for Mental Health 4, organised by the man, the myth, the legend himself, Mr. Jimmy Broadbent, and we're here at the circuit Zolder. My name's Alex Goldschmidt, just one of a handful of commentators that have literally gone into action here to help out Jimmy provide a fantastic broadcast over the next twice around the clock. Joining me on the early stint is going to be Mr. Adam Weller. And what's more, Adam, we've got a fantastic circuit, one that you've commentated on and one that I've actually visited, Circuit Zolder.
Yes, Circuit Zolder, 2.5 miles and 4 kilometres, both just about rounded up. A circuit that provides a lot of challenges. I'd say it's pretty fast and flowing in that first sector, but at that point, the first of several chicanes, the circuit's profile, the circuit's character changes somewhat. And I think no matter which of the 4 classes our competitors are in, we're going to see lots of drivers ricocheting across the curbs, challenging their shock absorbers, and hopefully staying clear of the barriers.
Yes, indeed. We've got a whole host of people, and there's the man himself, the man that said the call to arms yesterday. He said, I need help with the broadcast, and you and myself, Adam, we're just a handful of people. On production, we've got Mike Yown, Daniel Costello and Jack Maloney, and alongside myself and Adam, during points through the broadcast, here on Sim Sports Solutions, Chris Buxton, aka King Kodiak, Ash Vanderlei and Rob Lomas will be joining us. But already, Adam, we had a $5,000 target set, mate, and now we are 225%. Like, literally, we're nearly 11.5 grand and growing before we've even gone lights out for the first class, which is the V8 Supercars. I mean, it looks like Jimmy's qualifying the car in the GR86 is one of the 4 classes at the moment.
Yeah, well, we've just crossed over. It's 11,546 as of my refresh about 10 seconds ago, and it's been going up by the hundreds, by the thousands all morning long. It was a statistic I shared with you as we kind of got ready to go here. We had £2,339 in the Just Giving kitty at the start of Jimmy's stream in the 2021 race. We are already over the $5,000 target by some margin. We're, I think, over around £7,000 at the time that Jimmy went live on his stream today. So the total is already looking tantalising. Of course, this event has raised over £150,000 so far in its short 3-year existence. And I know that Jimmy is eager to cross that £200,000 marker in the 4th edition.
Yeah, but we're also racing in the memory of a particular sim racer. Most of you might have known this individual as HyAcey, but also Fabian Van Dooren, who unfortunately took his own life back on October 10th this year. A very valued member of the sim racing community, and we have to say a very, very big sincere condolences to Fabian's family, but also thank them for their blessings for us to dedicate this race in his honour. So we got 4 classes. Qualifying is pretty much going through the third quarter of the hour session. We've already had the V8 Supercars out, the Kia Optimas, a fan favourite over the years. Right, someone's definitely had a bit of a moment through one of the chicanes. I think that might have been possibly, I'm not too sure which one, that might have been the Gilles Villeneuve chicane or the Kleiner chicane, which is at turn 5. But it was quite funny, Adam. We had a bit of a meeting of minds in early October. You were commentating remotely on the Euro NASCAR Wheeling Series, and yes, I just so happened to be at the circuit for the Belcar Sky Limit Sprint Cup because one of my mates was competing in that. Well, a couple of my mates were competing in that. But it's a circuit that has been timeless for nearly 6 decades.
Yeah, the 60-year anniversary comes up in 2023 for this circuit. Opened in 1963, so we get to look at Peter Balasa having a little bit of a moment there, as you said, at the Villeneuve chicane. Little bit of use of the handbrake, I think, by the looks of it, or if not a full boot of throttle, he gets himself back into it. Of course, we've seen these Toyotas kind of bobbling over the curbs already, and people have been joking that the GR in GR86 stands for grip roll. So they have been taking bets as to whether anyone is going to roll the car on lap numero uno within the Toyota class.
Yeah, after this we've got the plucky Mazda MX-5 Cup cars. There's already been plenty of involvement in the chat. Steve Cleaver saying, thank you Sim Sports Solutions for covering this amazing charity event. Well, we got the call to arms yesterday on Twitter, and then all of a sudden I just I got pinged several times by Mike Tyler and Mira Schmidt, who's one of the drivers in one of the two prismatic motorsport cars. And the thing is, Adam, sim racing is irrespective of class, gender, your creed, your religion. Everyone has the same passion for it, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely, and that's one of the great levelers, of course, of sim racing. Yes, it does cost a bit to have the highest end tech to hop on a game like iRacing and have the right hardware to be as quick as humanly possible. But once you're in the game, of course, there's no differentiation when it comes to how you can set the car up, whether you're an absolute ace or a complete rookie. If you nail the setup, you're going to be just as quick and the machinery is going to be just as strong. There's no emphasis given to budgets once you go sim racing. So that is always good to see, and we've got so many different people from different backgrounds within sim racing competing in this one. I know one of the teams, the Trackstars Racing guys in the supercars class, who are one of the last minute entries this afternoon after Jimmy once again put a calls to arm out to say, well, there are 3 teams that have pulled out, let's try and get a full grid. And they'd entered and then realised that most of their iRacing crew actually aren't here to race. So Trackstars Racing, I think, are going to be a duo, but we'll see how they go. There is, of course, a solo team.
Yeah, there is. Going solo, David Whitehouse has decided to muster arms for 23 hours. God, I think someone's going to need more than just a few Red Bulls or Monster Energies. There's already, with anything that Jimmy does, there's plenty of bants. Big Ben 0913 has said only 34k until we see the year of blonde. Jimmy's already done that, but he's then said we're going to need a roll count of the GR86 as well. It was a new release quite recently, along with the BMW M V8 Hybrid that has just been doing the rounds on the VCO Pro Sim Infinity, which I think is still going on as we speak. But we want you here. We want you to help raise money for Mind. Now, Mind is a charity based in England and in Wales. Has done a lot of work with McLaren F1 star Lando Norris, but you know, they're there for, you know, if you're feeling stressed, if you're feeling depressed, or if you're in real dire need. And obviously Fabian, his team Impulse Racing have come to the rescue. And what they've also done is a really nice touch, I think, Adam, is that they provided stickers for everyone to put on their liveries for today and tomorrow's race, because we're going nearly twice around the clock.
Yeah, it really is a great tribute to someone that was so well connected with a huge number of the teams that have entered this weekend, and I know that he'll be on the minds of many of us as we forge on into this race, and I'm sure that Jimmy will be sharing some memories, as I'm sure will some of the people that come in to be interviewed by us as well. I'm sure there'll be some memories shared across the broadcast, and in the immediate, I see that we have some more spinning going on among the GR86s. It's worth noting, of course, that this GR86 is really fresh out of the wrapper within iRacing, isn't it? It's been with us for less than a week, I believe.
Yes, it has. Monday this week. And you know what? We've got the boat equivalent of iRacing, Scuderia Racy McRaceface, the number 28. I mean, that's a Technicolor Dreamcoat style livery right there, if ever you thought it, as it bands its way through turn 5 at the Kleine Chicane, going through into Butter into turn 6. You know, a lot of elevation changes, but also we might see a little bit of madness, I think, on lap 1, as you so rightly pointed out, Adam.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know quite how necessary that roll counter is going to be, of course. I hope for the sake of the teams that's not at all, but I imagine people have been talking about it with just cause. 4 classes on the circuit, of course, and in the case of the GR86s and the MX5s we were seeing in practice before this qualifying session, that they are very, very evenly matched. So I expect that those 2 classes, while they are separate in the classification, I expect that we're going to see some intra-manufacturer battles, a fight perhaps for the honour of small Japanese sports cars.
Yeah, also we have to come to some of the funny things that I've seen courtesy of our race control that's going to be keeping an eye on proceedings. Of course, we are racing money for a good cause, remembering a valued member of the sim racing community, but you have to cross the T's, dot the I's when it comes to sim racing. And I'm going to just talk about some of the penalties which I have seen, and I have absolutely roared my head off at some point, which includes minor incident, minimal damage. You've got to tell a dad joke when going into the pits. Major incident, enter the pits, provide a heartfelt apology whilst explaining how bad your driving was, or a full rendition of a nursery rhyme of your choice, the weirder the better. Breaching the cost cap. Oh god, I thought this... And this is to do with the greatest of dingus moves, or if you yeet somebody into the shadow realm, in other words. It's anthem time. If you really kill someone, we need your national anthem, or other song of your choice, sung from pit lane. But the thing is, what the teams can do is provide voluntary payments to up the amount of money that we're going to raise over the next 24 hours, which... is a choice of denomination, so either euros, pounds, or dollars. But then they've gone in addition to the standard penalties, and this is where it gets crazy, folks. But this is where it's going to be hilarious. Race Control is willing to accept, and then they put these words in italic: voluntary payments for other race control-based actions. These are as follows. Throw legally distinct blue shaded tortoise house at class leader. P1 in your class gets a drive-through. 40 of your choice of denomination. Stop go for another team. 75, whether it's dollars, pounds, or euros. Or reverse Uno, that's stop go, which is basically 100 quid, $100, or 100 euros. You can actually request the pace car to be deployed for 500. And safety car and your team gets a wave around 750 of whatever currency, whether it's pounds, euros, or dollars. I mean, yeah, I mean, the thing is already, before we've even gone green, Adam, the total is just absolutely crazy how high it is climbing. And we've had well over, I think, we've had close to, I'm just going to refresh now. So the running total, nearly 12.5 grand by over 653 people. We're at nearly 250% of the total initially set by Jimmy himself.
Yeah, it really is incredible to see how this is being supported. Before we've even put the green flag out for the race itself, you see the MX-5s out on circuit at the moment. So one of them is doing a reverse entry into that corner and promptly resetting to pit lane, perhaps not surprisingly.
No, not at all. Not at all. I mean, someone was trying to do a J-turn at some point, but of course the MX-5s are stalwart. We see multiple different leagues all over the place, all over the world on iRacing. And Callum McIntyre in the number 62 car, no time set because they've only just started a couple of minutes ago, the 15-minute qualifying session. But it has been a sellout as well, Adam. I mean, like the amount of people that have been wanting to come on board. But it's so funny when you mentioned earlier on, just a few minutes ago, about how they went, yeah, we've got a team, and then realised, oh, I'm Billy No Mates.
Yes. The eagerness slightly outweighed the organisational factor down at Trackstars. I know a lot of people have been burning the midnight oil on Friday night to get a livery together for today, and some of them have been sticker bombed, as you can see there with the 240 machine. I know that there is I think an all Broadbent sticker bomb somewhere out there on the circuit too. From the liveries to the team names to the camaraderie in the organisational Discord, it is first and foremost a lot of fun, and an event that really kind of embodies the Jimmy Broadbent YouTube community, which of course is very much fun first, I think, a lot of the time.
Yeah, I mean, like, we've had a lot of the teams send in their information, including driver names, phonetic pronunciations, which we hopefully will try and get right as best we can, folks. But there was one question that really resounds above all, which is, what did you do in terms of preparation? Trackstars went, throw that cash money when Jimmy tweeted. Slipstream went, drove screaming in the dark in the Belgian countryside. Going solo, David Whitehouse has gone, none at all. Scuderia Racy McRace went, prayed that the GR86 didn't suck. I think one of the best ones was actually by the team that is running with Mitterschmidt, Brevidner, Lelexia and Alicia. Excessive amounts of crying due to chronic understeer.
Which car are they in?
I think, well, I know that Mira's been out for qualifying, so that will possibly might be in the top. Well, I'm not too sure how many cars in total we've got. Probably the best part of over 60, so might be in the supercars. So we'll probably either have
12, top 12 cars are supercars on the timing screen.
Yeah, so she qualified 13th overall, so might have been pole in the class, maybe for the Kia Optima, which was the second car that went out. But that's just all of iRacing as well, isn't it?
It is. I love the kind of, in general, with the 4 classes we've got this year, there's kind of an intercontinental feel to it. Of course, the supercars are Australian in nature. You've got the Mazdas. While, yes, there are Mark IV Mazda MX-5 races all over the shop, I'd say that the IMSA organised series in America is the most infamous, and indeed what the iRacing car is modelled after. The Kia Optima, I believe, was a Pirelli World Challenge car in the early mid-2010s. And then you've got the GR86 as well, which of course is just kind of starting to show up in the racing scene in Japan, and also I think quite popular already in a few instances in the US. In I think TC America there are a few already. So you've got a really interesting batch of cars that of course would never meet in real life, and yet here they are.
Yes, live and in living colour with accompanying sound and vision to boot. Again, the total is literally just skyrocketing. Thank you to everyone so far. £13,133 by 673 people. And I'm going to go, I mean, the thing is, in the link, you should hopefully see, if it's pinned in chat for the SimSport Solutions stream, a great comment from Peter, who's donated €10, saying, "You and Chateau is the reason I stopped bottling everything. Seek professional help and start the healing process." Thank you. And that just shows, I mean, Jimmy's been quite open about his own mental health struggles in his own right, and hopefully we'll get the man himself on the stream as well at some point to have a good old chat. But because he's going to be out first in that GR86, because he's just qualified it, for those wondering about the start phase that we're going to have, the supercars are going to kick-start the show, and then from the back of the grid to the pole sitter in the next class, there's got to be a 10-second gap. So at least we get not as much pandemonium as we would normally see in a World Endurance Championship or an ELMS race, Adam.
No, exactly. If you want to see how wrong a multi-class start can go, I believe the go-to example would be 2012 European Le Mans Series, Paul Ricard. It wasn't helped by the fact the safety car stayed out, but yes, it can go horribly wrong at times. One interesting stat I did want to bring up, actually, incidentally, as I'm sure many of you will know, there is a 24-hour race at Zolder held annually since 1983, with one break year, which was 2020, of course.
Yep.
Runs to Bell Car rules, and in the top class of the Bell Car Endurance Championship, you have things like Porsche Cup cars, Lamborghini Super Trofeo machines, the Australian Mark cars are eligible, and also GT2 machines, the new generation GT2 cars. Pole position in their race this year, a 1:28.797. Thomas Hinz in the 22 supercar is our current pole sitter, and probably will be our pole sitter unless one of these MX-5s is packing an LS quite quietly. A 1:28.86 is the fastest time from Thomas Hinz, so within a tenth of the actual real-life pole time as well, which I think is quite interesting. Maybe that means the outgoing generation of V8 supercars can make a trip over to Europe and to Belgium to race in the 24 hours of Zolder to come, because clearly the parity is there.
Yeah, and also we've got Jimmy's real-life teammate in the Praga Cup. They secured the championship this year. Gordy Much is running with Team Jawline, who was pretty much a tenth and a bit behind. We've also got the legend that is Jardier. God. You know what? I commentated on him and Veloce amongst other teams at the Sim Racing Expo last week, which was 4 days of absolute madness from my side on commentary and also reporting and nerding out through Hall 9 with all the latest stuff from Simicube, Hoisingveld, and one other thing, folks, that we haven't yet mentioned, and that is the amount of prizes that are up for grabs. Now, this is only applicable to anyone that has donated over £5 and without gift aid. Now, I decided I'm going to throw gift aid at it because the more money we can raise, the more it's going to be helpful towards Mind. But we've got 2 sets of Hoisingveld sprint pedals with clutch. We've got a couple of G-Shocks to give away, some limited edition Jimmer gloves from F33L, along with some classics, Sim Magic TB1 handbrake, an R5 wheelbase from Moser, along with an FSR Formula wheel, and one of the nicest things, an HKS Tamiya radio-controlled R32 GTR for all the you Skyline noobs out there. One of which is alongside me in the commentary. I thank you. We've also got some custom Abruzzi Racing boots, 3 sets of them, a custom karting race suit. We've also got some signed caps, 10 of them to give away, courtesy of Mr. Tony Kanaan, 2004 IndyCar champion, and also is a winner of the Indianapolis 500. Had the pleasure of meeting him last week at the Expo. 3 12-packs of Jimmy's Iced Coffee and 5 $50 iRacing gift vouchers, but hopefully there will be a heck of a lot more than that. So, yeah, we're coming to the last 4 3/4 minutes, and Friend Motorsport in the 99 BT are currently P3 at the moment, but I did see a team that has taken a bit of a slant on Kachow as in Lightning McQueen from Cars. They've got Kachow Inc. I mean, the team names have been absolutely brilliant. I mean, like in the supercars, we've got the Holden Helmets Racing, you know, LMP, and also we have to give a shout out to the team LMP Boys for Fabian. That is the team that is running in the memory of HyAcey, aka Fabian Van Dooren, and yeah, we're gonna raise as much money as possible and join us all the way through the 23 hours. But 4 minutes to go. This qualifying has been rather interesting, hasn't it, Adam?
It has been, certainly, yes. In all of the classes, it looks like we've got a competitive little order going. Obviously, the MX-5s at the moment are not split by much time at all on the side of your screen. As I mentioned before, the pace of the MX-5s versus the GR86s, there appears to be a bit of parity there as well. I think we're going to be inundated with on-track battles in the early hours of this race.
Yeah, well, you were called by our current broadcast producer, Mike Yao, this absolute madman on Twitter just earlier on today.
Oh, did I?
Yeah, he said, also this crazy person, and then tagged you. So there's going to be plenty of banter throughout all of this. We're going to have many of the drivers jumping in the chat with us to have a talk about it, and hopefully give a bit more mental health awareness, because it is a topic that is sometimes, I think, Adam, shoved under the carpet and left to pasture, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think. I mean, I'll be completely upfront from a mental health perspective. I've had a rubbish week, and on Friday, seeing the call out from Jimmy to hastily organise a live stream was kind of like, oh, well, if I can get in on that, that'll distract me for a couple of days, and I'm sure it'll be some people I know. And yeah, no, this has given me a little bit of purpose that was much needed for this weekend. So, you know, definitely, I mean, I've been aware of the work that Mind has done for many years. It's one of the best organisations helping battle mental health out there, in my opinion. And yeah, I think this event, year on year, growing as it is, it's one of the greatest things in the sim racing community. Certainly Jimmy said it earlier on in, I believe on Twitter. He said, you know, for me, this is the most important thing of the year. You know, this is the event of the year for me, and with great reason.
Yeah. And the Limburg region of Belgium, not too far from the home of champions, Karting Genk, a circuit I normally frequent. It is an absolute, it's an absolute joy to to have this race again, the 4th edition of the Race for Mental Health here, live streamed all the way through, all 24 opens. Yeah, and yeah, it said Aaron Brozio saying thank you to the moderators and everyone for helping to put this race on. Dark 4 SE saying, will we be able to hear race control? Well, hopefully you might be, because what will happen is our race director will inform the respective classes of when they go green after the supercar's been let loose. And when you have cars that have north of 500 horsepower, Adam, yowzers, the noise is going to be biblical, isn't it?
It definitely will be, and of course, there's also going to be the small matter of keeping them in a straight line. As trivial as that sounds, if we all get to the first corner, we've already done something right. I've seen racers with big V8 cars get halted before they've even begun before, courtesy of people being a little bit too ticklish on the right foot.
Yeah, definitely the case. But I mean, with the amount of turns that we've got here, we've got 11 turns with part of the circuit, you know, a couple of corners, one named after the late Gilles Villeneuve, and also the man that was originally called Mr. Lamar as Friend Motorsport. Was that 4 wheels into the air? Did they hit turbo boost all of a sudden on that lap? I'm not 100% sure, but that car was high, wide and handsome. There we go, first NASCAR reference of the stream. There we go. And also in the vein of the late Mr. Brian Jones from Brands Hatch, one of the stalwarts of the... yeah, we've also... hopefully no one's going to jingle their balls too much here this weekend.
Oh.
I had to go there. You know what, Mike Yao just said to us, don't forget Christmas reference. There's the first one. So I thought, never mind.
I've got one for you.
Go on.
You know the way that we can keep peace among the entire grid today?
Go on.
At the end of the race, we should all just say, Yuletide. Yuletide.
I thought mine was bad.
Yep, it was. Yeah, no, I thought I'd match you or go worse.
Yeah, well, there we go. Yeah, David Whitehouse has gone. Well, he's known as Motorsport Magpie on YouTube. He said, "What the hell am I doing, Alex?" Well, you've signed up for it, mate. You can't back out now. You can't back out now. But with the way things are, I think we had 54 cars in total qualify. So the check-in is out for the 1-hour qualifying session. So each of the classes have had an opportunity for 15 minutes of qualifying, as we got the Rising Panda Racing. And they look to be improving in the 4th out of 5 sectors, and did not improve. It was a bit of a faux pas in the final sector there for Rising Panda Racing, who ran at P10 in the MX5 Cup class.
And of course, it's yours and I's favourite livery within the MX5s, the 95 car that's currently at the very top, courtesy of Casey Kerwin's efforts. The Kachu Inc. car is the first of the MX5's 30th overall, although that doesn't really factor in. But a good performance from this crew, and they look set to have class pole.
Right, okay, with a 1 minute 44.833, getting a little bit sideways going through the entrance into the chicane, but we'll see if Casey can improve, and has actually decided to run with the same race number as Lightning McQueen. But yeah, I mean,
you couldn't run another number. Let's be honest.
No, you couldn't. Because I think other people have tried to do it, and the 951 of ICSRG. Oh, what's this we got for a pace? Oh, hang on, is that a F-150 truck?
It looked more Silverado to me, but it's a hefty truck nonetheless. This is what they did last year as well for the record as a pace car. They always get the pickup out.
Yeah, so folks, not too long before we go for 23 hours, just 1 hour shy of twice around the clock here. So let's have a look at your grid. It's Panda Racing GSR versus Team Jawline on the front row, Pure Sims Esports 116 versus Jardio Community Team, Holden Helmets Racing and Garage 69 on row 3, Sapphire Sims for Alpha, and Big Pig Racing rounding out row 4, with Track Limit Racing V8 and Taylor Mills Racing 41 rounding out the top 10. Obscure Car Club and Track Stars rounding out the top 12 on the grid. Then we go to the next class, which will be the Kia Optimas. We've got Prismatic Motorsports and, well, that's LMP boys for Fabian with Jake Browning starting that car. Old Turtles Motorsport and M Plow Estate sponsors state-sponsored. Colour Shock Racing, Team Rick, No Limit Sim Racing, 25 meme team. Rough and Ready Racing. Oh, here's a good one. Premature Acceleration rounding out the top 10. 80 SMS and Astra Racing rounding at the top 12. And then Bad Ideas Inc. and Had Endurance Racing rounding out the second class. Then we go to Class 3, which will be the GR86 Cup, Team iRacing and LOMP Motorsport on the front row, Scuderia Racing with Race Face, and then NSS Racing, Slipstream Racing, VRE Motorsport 951. Then we got the other Prismatic Motorsports car, Doug Henson Racing, VRE Motorsport 86, Requiem Mace Motorsport, 111 Racing, Team Y2M or Yes to Motorsport rounding out the top 12 in the class. And then Texas Speed Sim Racing and really slow motion racing. Hopefully we'll get some slow-mos of the 55 a little bit later on. But then the MX-5s round out the grid. It's Gachu Inc., ICSRG, Sham Racing Rejects, DRS Uganda. Well, I couldn't really make out what it's got on the rest of it. Friend Motorsport in the 99. Texaco Racing by TK. Obviously TK standing for Tony Kanaan. Pez de Mandem, Crashed Racing, Sham Racing and Riser Panda Racing rounding out the top 10. Singing in the Pit Lane, quite appropriate for the number, for the car in 11th position ahead of Anti-Stall Racing. Hopefully they don't bog down on the grid. But then we've also got Team SGP, ACCS and a whole host of other acronyms behind. Zornhau Racing, Abruzzi Esports, Simulator Racing Alpha and David Whitehouse going solo rounding out the grid.
Yes, indeed. So a huge array of teams across the four classes, and already we're well into the formation lap. Here's the front end of the Kia Optima class, the car you see on the left of the track there was, of course, the LMP Boys entry, so we'll be keeping a close eye on that. All very colourful at the sharp end of the order. They've certainly not shied away from the paint kit, have they, in the supercars class?
No, definitely not. There's some brights, there's some mixed colourings, and also what we're here is to make sure that mental health is recognised and that we can help each other out through difficult times. Here at the race for mental health for 23 hours of Zolder, and we've got, yeah, like you said, quite a lot of colours, quite a lot of stripes and different logos all over the shop.
And would we have it any other way? Somehow think not. And just getting word through as well from our production that since Jimmy exceeded £7,500 in donations already, there's something of a forfeit there. He has to start from the pit lane. So Mr. Broadbent is going to have some work to do in the early going.
Well, we'll see how that transpires over the next 23 hours for him and the team as the supercars are about to get things underway here at the 23 hours of Zolder. The 22 and the 88 on the front row. We see the Kia Optimas now on their warm-up lap here at Zolder as we wait for the lights to go red, and then when they go out we'll be off and racing for 23 hours with this fantastic nearly 2.5 mile long circuit. So then, ladies and gentlemen, race for mental health 4 goes red. Now the lights are out. Good start by the number 22. Leading into Astor Links, which is basically first left, or first corner if you want to call it that way. So Panda Racing GSR leading Team Jawline by about half a second, as we've got quite a few others. But then Prismatic Motorsports Dionysus and LMP Boys for Fabian lead the field away for the Kia Optimas. Adam, bit of bunching, nearly 3 wide going into the first corner.
Yeah, everyone trying to stay out of each other's way in the first turn. Last thing we want is someone digging themselves out of the gravel at lap 1, turn 1. Thankfully, everyone within the Kia Optimas has made it. Now then, a few people said, GR86s, there's bound to be a roll at turn 1. Let's see.
Yeah, they're nearly 4 abreast going into the first corner as Team iRacing lead the way, side by side between Scuderia Racing with Raceface and LOMP Motorsport, heading up into what will be turn 2 at Stellenvacht, and then the Mazda MX-5s, the final rolling start. means that all 4 grids for the 23 hours of Zolder get going. Oh, nice little switchback attempt by Sham Racing Rejects up the inside of Kachu, who keep the outside line through turn 1. But Casey Kerwin qualified in the car, started in the vehicle, and battles up and down the order here, Adam, already.
And I see that we've had people just exit the pit lane there. So I imagine Jimmy is now on the move. There's the GR86s with William Hammersfar. They're scrapping with the iRacing car and looking to make a move on the one team that's probably had access to this car before Monday and not quite able to get through. One of the others getting very, very taily indeed. I believe that was a Slipstream racing car having an off there. But everyone just about keeping it on the straight and narrow, that one car aside.
Yeah, as now we, already, we're only a couple of minutes in and back marker traffic already happening. And there is Jimmy in the number 53 car. Literally just, you said he was going to have a lot of work to do because of the fact that $7,500 was reached and he had to start from the pit lane. But he's just going to have to just watch what happens around him more than anything. We know he's more than capable.
Oh, absolutely, of course, yeah. I think if you navigate a brick-card GT field in a Praga, as he had to do in 2021, that prepares you for most things, because you can't be seen out of most of the rear-view mirrors of a big GT3 in something like the Praga. So when it comes to traffic or wheel-to-wheel, both virtual and real life, Jimmy is far more qualified than you or I.
Yeah, we've got a nice battle here in the supercars. Sapphire Simsport Alpha battling away. Well, that is going to be Big Pig Racing versus Taylor Mills Racing 41. They've just got past one of the MX-5s. So, as we both know, Adam, endurance racing, back markers spell one word: trouble.
And look at them fanning out already. The supercars just starting their third lap of the race. We've already got 3 and 4 wide. We've got the sheer preposterous nature of watching these big Mustangs and Commodores picking their way through the MX-5s already. One of the MX-5s was backwards on the entry to turn 2. Not sure who it was, but drama already occurring. And there's what you can see happen a lot of the time at turn 3. Just trying to get up the inside there was one of the supercars that Lucien Bianchi boxed and didn't quite find the room he'd anticipated.
Yeah, and the Kleiner chicane is going to be too wide at the very, very least. And look, they're just all struggling for track real estate, the MX-5s and the supercars. And I mean, you can see like literally the speeds that the supercars are able to pull through turn 5 at the Kleiner chicane and then through into turn 6 at Butte, which is down that very sort of, was one of the supercars. I think that was Holden Helmets, Raf van der Linden, getting completely sideways right then. And
this was the moment that we saw live, wasn't it? For apparently it was Felix Taz Vinsver in the UK and I team. I thought it was Slipstream Racing. Apologies, guys, if I've misidentified you there, but nonetheless, I guess ultimately well held because it stayed in the right direction just about.
Yeah, and in the Kia Optima class, Mira Schmidt from Prismatic Motorsports Dionysus battling away with Marius Valiokas from LMP Boys for Fabian. This is for the lead in the Kia Optima class, and the gap is less than 3.5 tenths of a second. Mira Schmidt has competed with a number of teams, including Team Fordzilla. Was also at the F1 Pro Sports Exhibition qualifiers at Silverstone earlier on this year. Ian Plash in the 905 with the, that's the Red Bull Ampol tribute band I spotted there on that Holden Commodore. Nicely done, getting it all kinds of crossed up. But yeah, still good to see some good battles. As I said earlier on, with regards to the penalties, that is going to add a little bit more of a humorous dynamic, isn't it?
It absolutely will, yes. And I've already got one of the MX-5s making its way through the pit lane, and I think it might be this car. Jonathan Lund in the number 40. I did say that one of the MX-5s ended up backwards at turn 2. Well, it didn't end up backwards. It's just that by the time I saw it, it already lost its front end, so I couldn't really tell which end I was looking at. But nonetheless, Jonathan Lund there with quite a hefty hit into the barriers. And of course, the iRacing damage model often very unforgiving.
Yes, and especially when it gets updated. I think one of the teams was actually prepared themselves by crashing for about 2 hours just to get prepared. I can't remember which team that was, but there was one team that went, we drove 2 hours in each of the 4 classes to actually prepare for the race, so they could actually get a handle on the speed differentials between the supercars, the Optimas, the GR86s and the MX-5s, but the lead in the Kia Optima class still battling away is the 83 and the number 19 for the race lead.
Yeah, Mira Schmidt doing a good job here, holding off Marius Valiokas there in the battle for 13th overall and the lead within the Kia Optima class. I'm not going to get bored of watching these V8 supercars plough through the traffic on the main straight at any point in this race, I don't think. What a sight that is.
You know what, all we need now to accompany that is when the V8 supercars thread the eye of the needle through between an MX-5 and a GR86. We need the bloke from Kota going, meow, don't we?
Oh, yes. Of course, we did just take a look at the Kirchi Racing number 95 car. That was the pole sitter in the MX-5 class. It is still the leader, so they've survived the trials and tribulations that usually inherently follow a first lap in a single make class, and they are actually 1.7 seconds clear of the DRS Uganda entry. So Kirchu Inc. on good form in the early stages. Of course, that 95 car currently with Casey Kerwin at the wheel, the man who put the car on pole.
Yeah, also, Jimmy's made some steady progress. He's no longer last in the class. He's made up a couple of positions. He's now past David Whitehouse from going solo in the MX-5. So Jimmy's made a little bit of progress. There he is in the number 53 car, running P12 in the class. So, Triple One Racing in the GR86 Cup class has ended up in the pit lane and has been there for quite a time. Oh, Jimmy gets it all kinds of sideways there. At least it's good for drifting practice. We can actually see from his stream, as well as the donations are coming in, you can see the rolling total up on the top left-hand corner. But we're that close to nearly doubling the $7,500 up to 15k. And I don't think that 200 grand over the 4 events so far, including this one, Adam, is standing much of a chance at all with the way donations are flooding in.
No, please do keep flooding in the donations to the event. You can see the link in the chat, and certainly we're looking to smash that £200,000 marker. Remember, if you want to enter the raffle, as it were, win one of the many prizes that are listed in the Just Giving, you have to select no on the UK gift aid for, well, I'll just say briefly, are legal reasons, basically, as to how charity fundraisers work. If you give gift aid, you can't be in the raffle. So if you are looking to win one of the many amazing prizes that Jimmy has spent all of his Friday drumming up, then please do make sure you have gift aid off when you donate a minimum of £5.
And that prize draw will close 5 minutes before the end of the 23 hours of Zolder, and then at the end of the race, the winners will be picked probably by some kind of random generator or something like that. But you can see now we've got the number 51 car getting squeezed by one of the GR86s, and there's a tangle between the two up in front. One MX-5. It's like the unstoppable first force versus the immovable object, Adam. No one's going to give quarter, but race control are going to be watching what's been happening so far.
Big shout out to Steve Cleaver, who's given us the exact amount. £46,466 will put us over the target to exceed the £200,000 total across the 4 events that have been run so far in the history of the 24 hours of Zolder. So that's excellent stuff.
Yeah, there is a live timing link for the race itself, which is via SDK timing. Hopefully we can get that put in on the chat there for you. But there is the charity link on the pinned notes, so a big thank you there. So there we go. Even Mr. Weller obliges as well, because we have got admin rights. So please just keep it all night. Well, bring the bants is all we're going to say.
Yes, bring the bants, but keep it PG-13. Jimmy's a growing boy. I think he's outgrown PG now, but PG-13. The GR86s then, Team iRacing, have been demoted by Scuderia Racy McRaceface. First time I've been able to say that in this stream so far today. Excellent. So that is a change of lead. The iRacing crew, of course, had the pole position and were fighting in the early stages to retain that lead. They're now having to settle for second place for the time being, but I'm sure that battle will continue on well into the afternoon, the evening, and possibly the morning to come.
Yeah, Mr. King Kodiak, Chris Buxton has just jumped in the chat saying, good after morning. You know what, because some of our commentary team, well, Ash Vanderlei, she'll be joining us later on, I think probably after my first stint here, before I'm back at about 10 o'clock. And some of us are going to be going into the witching hours, yourself and my good self included there, Adam.
Yes.
But yeah, it should be a heck of a lot of fun, shouldn't it?
It really should. I think, as I mentioned earlier on, the community behind this event, the community that makes sure we raise such incredible amounts of money for Mind every year. Oh, I'll interrupt myself there because the MX-5s have just gone on a bit of an adventure there. Is that the 99 car that's had a moment? Yes, Michael Day sent into a spin. I think he was up towards the sharp end of the MX-5 class at the time of that contact. He's now fallen well down the order. A few of his open-top brethren have gotten by, and that car looks like it's crabbing a little bit to me.
Oh dear. They can initiate, I think it's 5 fast repairs over the course of the race itself, so Michael Day will crab that car. I mean, you can see it's trying to go straight. It's a bit of right hand down there in the number 99. Yeah. But that just goes to show how significant the damage model has been updated by iRacing. Mira Schmidt now extending a lead, and it is over 2 seconds. So the Prismatic Motorsports Dionysus 83 Kia Optima, making its way through MX-5 traffic, is now extending a lead, and that is getting a bit more comfortable for Mira Schmidt. They're going to have a look at a replay here. Now, this is Pat Trappett in the number 52 Holden Supercar. Oh, Knight Rider one side, and then the back axle not complying with the Holden Commodore VB car there.
There you go. That is the Trackstars entry, one of the last minuters. And funny enough, he was just coming up behind Jimmy Broadbent when that happened. I wonder if maybe he was aware that he was appearing in the rearview mirror on Jimmy's stream.
I'm sorry, 252, the 25 mean team has said, I can only apologise for this awful livery is on the side of this car. Well, I'm not going to repeat. And yes, we've got the first car that I've spotted, and I think you spotted, that has the infamous Please Open Torino on the back end.
Yes. Would it be a Zolder 23-hour without several acknowledgements of that? The 77 car, Pascal Ebner for PCS, Swiss racer, having a little bit of a moment there, but thankfully wasn't collected by anyone behind him. I'm in your walls, says the front of this car. The Kia Optima has been crossed out on the bonnet as well. Apparently it's called the Grizzly Guzzler, according to the 252 team.
I hate to think what kind of tyres that thing's running on. It's probably like General Grabber or something like that, instead of maybe say Hankook. I mean, General Grabber is actually a name of a tyre company, and I don't know who on earth decided to bring up that particular, put that on a tyre wall, but someone's got some stones doing that, haven't they?
Well, it's one of my favourite facts in all of motoring is that Sangyong means double dragons.
That sounds like an old school 1990s computer game.
Right? Yeah, exactly right. It sounds like a 90s Mortal Kombat ripoff. It's great.
Oh, here we go. Dan Terry from SGP has a... Whoa! That was definitely Dukes of Hazzard right there, going through into the Clash Chicane at turn 5, and he gets a little touch as well for afters.
That wasn't little.
Yeah, it definitely was not little. And then hang on. At least he's reversed out of harm's way.
Yeah.
And held on the brakes. Well done, Dan. Yeah, it's so good that so many people of the community have joined in, and yeah, it's just really good to see how these drivers are getting on. The 420 now, Marcus Soholm, DRS Uganda Shripsport. I mean, these names are going to be an absolute tongue twister. And Dan Terry having more dramas. Oh dear. He just literally got pushed off, and that's one of the V8 supercars. That might have been the car, probably Gordy Much, that might have just given him a little bit of a friendly assist into the left wall.
Yeah,
and King Kodiak's just said, give Dan Terry his pilot's license. Oh, absolutely brilliant.
From MX-5 to Cessna in the space of one day.
Yeah, it's going to sprout wings in a minute, and Dan will be requesting permission from probably Zandvontem Airport. Ollie Postrup getting two wheels up into the air, a little bit of a touch, and that's close, and he touches, and that was probably from earlier on with the number 99 Friend Motorsport car got literally assisted unwantingly.
Very much so. At the sharp end of the order then, it's 3.5 seconds Thomas Hinds has over Gordy Much, the 22 car in the lead, the 88 3.5 back in second place. In the supercars category, at least at the sharp end, it's about 2.5 to 3 seconds between most of the pack. It's spreading out nicely at the moment for the Henry James Racing Sim Racing Channel car. The moment, and just putting a first lap of the race on our leading Kia Optima there.
Yeah, good. I have to give a shout out to Judith Cooper, one of the many people from Prismatic Motorsports. They are running two cars in two respective classes. There's Tomasz Ullman from Poland, the number 73 Old Turtles Motorsport Kia Optima, looking to try and get past one of the many GR86s that are frequenting the grid. And again, this multi-class racing is going to provide dramas over the best part of nearly the next 22 and 3/4 hours. We've had 17.5 minutes completed, and that's the 149 of Valentin Barrier for the Jardier Community Ford Mustang, just steadily making his way through traffic. Jardier was the one that was put the car out for qualifying. Christian Preger for Rising Panda Racing has a bit of an outbreak moment and nearly comes into the path of the Grizzly Guzzler in the Kia Optima class, but manages to keep out of trouble. And there's the second place car, Scuderia Racing Raceface. I'm trying to say that with a straight face, and it is not quite working because I'm nearly having to put my hand over my mouth every time I see it.
I see that some of the teams talking away in the Discord, and some of them saying, well, we've already been punted, at least we got further than last year, things like that. That was Zach Niven from Crashed Racing saying that, so I guess that's as optimistic as you can get after being turned around in the first 20 minutes. But of course there is a long way to go. As you said, there are a few options for them to do quick repairs, but you really don't want to spam them early, do you? Probably want to save them, use them sparingly.
Well, unless Crashed Racing will have already used one of their 5 lives. We're not talking 9 lives, because there are... Oh, that was a bit sideways from Hammersfar Jr. and the number 28. These GR86s have been shown on multiple iRacing streams. I think Actual Vision, Jimmy, they were completely sideways and through into... This is the Villeneuve chicane. And Michael Day again. Oh dear. It's the 99's bat... Oh, it gets collected. Gets collected by one of the supercars. That might have been... That's the 69 of Tobias Cantert that came across the number 99. That was the Garage 69 Mustang.
Messy times there, I'd say.
And Aaron Brosio has just shouted out to... said on the chat, Jimmy has just yelled for Emily to bring him cooking mitts to wear.
Okay,
and if you do want to watch both streams from both Jimmy and from us here at Sim Sport Solutions, if you've got multiple screens, use a split screen, and there we go, 300% of the. So there we go. There's another forfeit. Jimmy's got to wear oven gloves. You know what? He's a glutton for punishment as Jimmer. We have to give him credit for doing that, and just. The donations are absolutely flooding in. The process are also flooding in as well in the Discord chat. So it's quite funny that everyone is taking the racing seriously, but I'm sure there's a lot of banter between respective Discord chats, because all the teams have team channels where they can all have a lot of banter, a lot of fun. And I think, in the words of Jimmy, and I'm going to use this, is the first time I've probably used an expletive, chat shit.
There you go. So just to note, earlier on about a lap ago, we were watching those 86s battling at turn 1. That was the lead in the 86 class with Team iRacing up against a few of the others. We saw one of them getting extremely sideways, did we not? And here is that battle. Lomp Motorsport, or LOMP Motorsport, have just lost the lead once again to Team iRacing, but as these supercars and indeed these Kia Optimas pick their way through, we're seeing that battle's complexion change pretty much corner on corner. So it is Team iRacing with a whole heap of Korean metal blocking them from taking the apex at the first of many chicanes. Just about holding on is Challoner there in the iRacing machine, but I think he might have got a slowdown penalty there by the looks of it.
Yeah, it looks to be the case. I mean, the gap between the top three at one point was just under 2.5 tenths of a second, and you can see at the top three there, LOMP Motorsport is sitting, well, I mean, yeah, it looks like, Team iRacing might have just gotten a slowdown as well. Might have been a couple of seconds worth there, but LOMP Motorsport now ahead of Scuderia Raceface with Team iRacing now up to full speed. And that gap is 5.5 tenths of a second or so. So, good thing is, at least we're having some good battles in the lower classes. We were at one point seeing Thomas Hinz versus Gordy Much, and they were about 6 tenths of a second apart. That gap in the lead class in the supercars has now extended to 1.5 seconds after the opening 22 minutes.
Yeah, and just to say, Steve Cleaver, who's very much contributing to the conversation here. Thank you so much, Steve. He's trying to remember how many times Tony Kanaan donated £1,000 last year. He reckons it was somewhere between 2 and 4 times. And an amazing sport he is. Steve says, as we see David Whitehouse, well, he can't blame it on anyone else when it comes to the 49 car. He has a bit of a spin, but collected it up admirably.
Yeah, and added a donut in the kitty litter for good measure, just to get himself pointing the right way. So we've now got the M-Power state-sponsored conditioning car, the 557, running at the top three. They're followed by No Limit Sim Racing and Old Turtles Motorsport. This battle covered by about 1.2 and a bit seconds. As we're on to lap number 15. Well, make that 16, as the leader has now crossed the line to complete lap number 15. But still, it's great to see that everyone's in the same boat with regards to the machinery, Adam. It's just about how the drivers make the best of it.
No, absolutely the case. Unlike another sim racer adjacent event, or sim streamer adjacent event that happened today, the Max Bants event that Reese Gardner, Southpaw Racer, put on. This one, there is the cars are at least drivable.
Well,
which, I know Reese makes an effort to ensure that doesn't happen in Max Bants.
Tom Whitfield has said Jimmy has just set his fastest lap of the race wearing the oven gloves. That's brilliant. King Kodiak has just gone. So the classes can be summarised as Aussie Growler, Korean Prowler, Japanese Slide Car, and Go-Kart, in that order.
I like it. I like it a lot. Jimmy is going to be lobbying to anyone who'll listen to get some FIA certified oven gloves for next season in whatever he's racing then, because it seems they do the trick.
Maybe a Britzy can hook him up on that front.
Possibly so. William Hamsfar then, just battling here among this great scrap in that 28 car, currently leading for Scuderia Racing at Raceface in the GR86 category, but they've still got iRacing and LOMP just behind. But Hamsfar Jr. doing a really good job at the moment, isn't he? He's scrapping every inch of the way with the other two in this fight, and they are going to have to start worrying about some of the laps traffic as well, because look, there's the MX-5, the Texaco Tony Kanaan entry just ahead of them.
Yeah, and also Postcode Tom says, love the reason for this being a 23-hour race. The first time they ran this, Jimmy set the race up wrong, and they only realised an hour in when nobody could change drivers. So how's about them? Someone had to do a full 23 hours on their Todd. Ozattax RS saying Jimmy Broadbent branded oven gloves is an investment I would partake in. Absolutely.
There you go.
Oh, Outrageous Octopus has just said Jimmy's got he's just got another second. I hate to think what those on that previous lap. And Steve Cleaver is absolutely bossing the chat at the moment. He said, LMAO, you just got to laugh, haven't you, Tom Whitfield? There he is moaning that driving in oven gloves is so hard and takes his fastest lap of the race, and you've just had a sharp intake of breath.
Yes, well, that was because one of the MX-5s deviated course directly in front of one of the supercars there. That almost ended up with a very big smash, and it could have taken out Jimmy because he was just about ahead of them in the all-black GR86. He's now the latest to fall victim to that particular Mustang. Not quite sure which one that was, but there is Jimmy Broadbent. Oven gloves at the ready. And, well, there you go. The market for Jimmy Broadbent oven gloves is apparently numerous. There are lots of people interested.
Yeah, there's one of the GR86s going a little bit slowly. I think it was the 149 car, the Jardier community car with Valentin Barrier behind the wheel that was actually trying to circumnavigate just shortly when we saw the Mustang a moment ago. But Mira Schmidt making her way through back marker traffic. But again, LMP boys for Fabian, because of the back marker traffic, again, it's going to be this ebb and flow, isn't it, Adam, over the course of the 23 hours?
Yes, exactly. It's going to be, I think, as much as anything, a game of luck, really. Whether you're the lapper or the lappee, you just got to hope you get caught at the right place. You know, if you're in an MX-5 and you get caught here on the main straight by a supercar, it's not going to be too much of a problem. But if you're being hunted down by one of the Aussie growlers, thank you, Mr. Kodiak, then, you know, at a chicane, that's going to be a lot harder.
Yeah, and also in the Discord chat, we've actually got a lot of people sharing their respective streams as well over the course of the 23 hours. Quite a few, if memory serves me correctly. So, like, literally everyone's been putting their links in. We're going to see a replay here. Simufur Racing. Oh, Joshua Springett hits the wall. That's through the Kleiner Chicane at turn 5. And that front end is a bit mangled.
Amazing. Apparently on the Broadbent POV stream, Jimmy's just confirmed that when donations hit 20k, his girlfriend Emily is going to be doing a lap behind the wheel. And you can see Jimmy smiling away at this at the moment. I think the chat reaction in Jimmy's stream is quite spectacular right now. But that's going to make for compelling viewing, isn't it? I'm not sure what Emily's sim racing credentials are, but this could be interesting.
Well, with 3,700, we're about £4,700 away from that target at the moment.
Give it 10 minutes.
Give it 5 maybe. Peter Balassa for the number 55. And the GR86 is going to go, oh, 2 wheels and, back end steps out. Oh, it gets a tag.
I thought that was our first roll. Oh dear, that caught Jimmy. Oh, Peter Balassa there, in trying to get himself back in the right direction, took out Mr. Jimmy Broadbent, and, well, from the high of announcing his unexpected co-driver to the lows of being taken out.
Yeah. I've got no words, really. got no words, but hey. I think I was just having a look, Blackbird SR71, oof, says it all, and now he's taking a trip into the pit lane. So keep those.
That car is not A1.
No, that's D2, probably a category D write-off at the moment. Before the fast repair.
Here's the Kia Optima class lead battle ongoing on screen at the moment. We've still got the LMP boys for Fabian entry all over the back of the Prismatic team. They have been a little bit more ebby and flowy with their gap. I think there have been times where Prismatic have had a little bit of respite, a little bit of reprieve, but Marius Valiokis has just made his way back up to the rear end of the class leader, and I think this battle is getting very entertaining, aided, as always, by traffic.
Yeah, Judith Cooper saying the Kia racing is wild. Jarman Dowlett says, I really should be sleeping, but this is way too amusing to go to sleep. So let us know where you're watching from in the world.
I can tell you that Jarman's an Aussie. I know Jarman.
Yeah, he's saying 2:40 a.m. is probably a bad time to be awake. Haha. So let us know where you're watching from currently, folks, and just get involved with the chat. Donate if you can, or share the stream, which has got the link in the description below, as this is definitely getting a bit feisty for the Kia Optima class lead. Mira Schmidt and Marius Valiokis.
It wasn't even the Kia battle, really. It was more the fact that one of the Mustangs found itself in a Mazda MX-5 cul-de-sac there, was going full throttle, and then simply had to pull out because you had the Kias fighting on one side of the track, Mazdas fighting on the other side. There was absolutely nowhere to go. Dead-end circuit, unfortunately, for that supercar.
That's the first time I've ever heard cul-de-sac used in a commentary I've been a part of. Absolutely brilliant there, Adam. Yeah, again, we just need the guy from Circuit of the Americas just going meow. Daniel Newman's thrown a shot at you, mate. Early morning from down under, and nice to hear Adam doing some proper comms work, unlike Max Pence earlier. Laugh out loud. Oh, yes, no, and Jimmy's just... Tom Whitfield's just said that Jimmy's just been hit again coming out of the pit lane. Oh,
dear. So it's going from bad to worse there for Jimmy. And, of course, having started in the pit lane, was already some way off his GR86 brethren. And I dare suggest that, courtesy of one of his own degenerates, no less, it's...
it's the number 37. Yeah, it was the number 37, Damon Briley behind the wheel. That was the Track Limit Racing car that swiped. Well, Jimmy was going, making sure he observed the white line procedure. Yep. And then and Damon Briley, unfortunately, was coming in at a big old rate of knots, and Jimmy was just caught up in the crossfire when the 37 turned in.
Yeah, Damon currently at the back of the Supercars class, then in 12th overall. Shout out to Pat Trappett, my good friend, who's I think bought the car for today and is now not last as the lead for the Kia battle continues on.
Yeah, so again, the gap between the top two in the Kia Optima class, it's about less than a tenth and a half, and that gap is closing rather rapidly as they're making their way through the far part of the circuit. Michael Day from Friend Racing coming out of Boldberg, going through into what will be the Jochen Rindt bocht at turn 10, and then through into Jackie X, the chicane that brings them back onto... Well, no, it's not. It's actually the Kleine Chicane. They were coming through Lucien Bianchi bocht. But again, multi-class racing is so entertaining, mate, isn't it?
It really is, yeah. And I think, we've seen so much of this over the years in this event. Of course, last year, the top class, rather hairily, was the HPD LMP2 car, which made for some very entertaining stuff. At least this time, we're all production saloons, so there's not...
Jimmy's had
Jimmy
another problem.
Again!
They say lightning does strike twice, but third time is definitely not a charm for Jimmy at all in this race. We're going to go to a replay now. So this is going to be coming down into, I think, the Villeneuve chicane.
No, that's the Jochen Rindt box.
Okay.
Spin there. And, did he get collected by anybody?
Nearly got collected by the MX-5 that was just going through the shot.
Yes.
But, oh, dearie me.
We've had one of the first driver changes of the day. The 41 car, the Taylor Mills Racing entry, has just been taken over. So Neil DeBacker has taken over the 41 machine in the supercars class. So we're already starting to see some pit stops. Yeah,
just under the 35-minute mark. Alex Cowie for the 321, rounding out the top 7, who's made up actually 4 places over the course of the first 34 minutes. Side by side here between Anti-Stall and Sham Racing. Anti-Stall have just had a Holden Commodore supercar right up the inside of them.
That's Raf van der Linden in the 666 car, who absolutely launched it. That made me jump out of my chair and made my cat look at me funny.
Yes, we had to say a big big hello to Neil.
Yes.
But side by side again for the battle for P6. This is going to be going round one of the fastest corners. Well, if you want to call it a corner, it's more like a left-hand kink. And that would have been going through... I think that would have been going through into turn 6 there, wouldn't it, Adam? Going through into the Gilles Villeneuve chicane, because they're at the top of the circuit going through Terlamen.
Yeah, they're just heading towards the Jochen Rindt box now, down through towards T10. So they're on their way into the final sector of the lap now. And you see one of those Optimas has had... facial deconstructive surgery, unfortunately. No, that's not the Optima. Apologies, that's one of the Mustangs. The 25 car of Thomas Rowntree, has been rearranged significantly.
The Big Pig Racing has lost its snout, I'm afraid, folks.
Oh, very good.
Jimmy, well, was it Blackbird SR71 has quoted what Jimmy has just said in his own stream, saying, "What is wrong with this car?" I'm sure there's quite a few choice words from Jimmy as well, a few expletives to boot. We know what he's like. Radicals Online JRT battling away with Slipstream Racing for second position in the GR86 Cup class with LOMP Motorsport. Bit of a send here from Slipstream up the inside. Team iRacing keep it pinned round the outside, still keep it within track limits, and a nice little switch back there.
Yeah, and interesting to see that Scuderia Racing at Raceface have fallen out the top three. They're just there in the back of shot in their Technicolor Dreamcoat machine in fourth place. And then you've got this battle for second place. As you said, Team iRacing just holding on ahead of Slipstream Racing for now. And LOMP Motorsport, once again, out there at the sharp end. They seem resolute in holding the overall lead in that, or the lead in that class in the early going.
Yep, so at the moment, just with 36.5 minutes of the 23 hours of Zolder completed, Panda Racing GSR lead overall from Team Jawline in the supercars class by nearly 1.8, well, about 1.5 seconds. Looks like that Mustang that's just coming through into shot has had its rear end rearranged. I see no rear bumper on the car, so the exhaust will be very, very much a little bit noisier, maybe. No more noise, vibration and harshness dampening on the back of that Mustang. Holden Helmets Racing rounding out the top three in the supercars class, as there is. And there is Raf van der Linden's stream on the right-hand side as we ride with him trackside, and that car is currently P3. Puresome Esports 116 V8 Supercar and Jardio Community Team ran out the top 5 of the Supercars class. And now there has been a change for the lead because, of course, Mira Schmidt has dropped down the order in the Prismatic, well, has dropped to second position and is about a second off of LMP boys for Fabian that lead that car. M-Plower State sponsored conditioning is in third, with Old Turtles Motorsport running at the top 4 in the Optimas. GR86 still a great battle for the lead of the class, with LOMP Motorsport followed by Slipstream Racing, who have now managed to get through on Team iRacing, with Scuderia Racing at Raceface and NSS Racing rounding at the top 5. Kachu Incorporated lead still in the Mazda MX-5 Cup class by nearly 10 seconds ahead of DRS Uganda Shrip Sports, with Sham Racing Rejects and Pepesda Mandem rounding at the top 4 so far.
Just wanted to note as well just how well Kachu are doing. They've made up 12 positions overall. They're 29th overall right now. They're only behind the top 5 in the GR86 category. So they've overtaken all but the top 5 in GR86. They've gained 12 places thus far. Casey Kerwin putting up a hell of a shift in the 95 car.
Steve Cleaver, regarding Jimmer asking what's wrong with car, to paraphrase the old computer support saying, PEK PEX was, which is problem between steering wheel and seat. The acronyms are coming out thick and fast. Very soon. We will have in not too long, about 10 or so minutes time, we're going to have me dip away. We're going to have another new voice join Adam Weller in the commentary box for the 23 hours of Zolder. But great to see just how committed everyone's just here to have a lot of fun, raise money for a great cause, to raise money for Mind, and to also honour the late Fabian Van Dooren, aka HyAcey here, wouldn't you say, mate?
Yeah, it really is fabulous. This event is always great fun, yes, but there is a very prominent cause front and centre, and that is Mind each and every year. But of course, with the very recent loss of Fabian Van Dooren, there's a lot more meaning to this year, and indeed to the LMP boys entry, who I think, while we don't like to pick favourites in a commentary box, I think everyone is quietly rooting in the Kia class for this number 19 machine, the LMP boys, for Fabian entry.
Yeah, we are just over. Oh, now who was that going? That was LOMP Motorsport, who'd just gone 2 wheels up into the air. I think they've just had a slowdown penalty, so Slipstream Racing now take the lead in GR86. Folks, we are just over £4,000 away from Jimmy's other half, Emily, getting behind the wheel of the number 53 GR86 and going for a lap. So
hopefully they're kinder to Emily than they have been to Jimmy in the last quarter of an hour or so.
I'm sure that Jimmy will be keeping his eyes peeled on the chat, on Chatmo very, very significantly. But again, just having this equality with regards to the race cars, and you can now see that Scuderia Racing McRaceface might start to gain a little bit. There's a few supercars trying to make their way through in the meantime, but some very good spatial awareness from a lot of the drivers, considering some of them have trained in all 4 classes, as I said earlier, as the 905 has just jumped into the pit lane for their first pit stop, and that is the Team Rick car, currently sitting 21st overall. But yeah, once...
It's bouncy, isn't it?
That GR86 has definitely got a very, very soft and very, very uncompliant suspension springs and dampers right there.
Yes, no, I was watching. You see again the iRacing boys clipping the curbs and being launched into the air as a result. We check in with James Babcock in the 24 car. So that is, of course, one of the Kia Optimas. I believe 8th in class right now. Yep, Bad Ideas Inc. They're in the 24 machine. It seems as though they're running steady at the moment. It's only just behind Rough and Ready Racing. So a battle for 7th within the Kia category ongoing right now.
Yeah, John Batcho saying in chat, Casey Kuan, a weapon in any car going left and right. And there you can see the current atmospherics, a 7 km/h wind, which equates to 4 miles an hour, 18 degrees Celsius, 56% humidity, track temperature at 19 degrees Celsius, and we have a little bit of cloud cover overhead. But also seeing the sun sort of... Oh, that's one of the Kia Optimas that has just gone straight on at the Jackie X-Bocht, and I hope they haven't collected... that was probably just going straight into the pit lane. I forgot where the pit entry is on that one, but they were carrying quite a lot of speed, so hopefully no stop and go for a pit lane infraction as the number 240 spins around.
Oh dear.
Oh dearie me.
There's a certain brigade of cars that seem to be seen spinning more than anything else, and I'm not saying that Dan Terry's 240 car is one of them, but he has already been given a pilot's license.
Does he need training from the Swift family, Russ Swift maybe, just to make sure he gets those J turns right a little bit better? That was definitely... I'm not too sure if he got an assist because we just saw the tail end of that, but there's a lot of activity. The Kia Optima's now flooding into pit lane on what is effectively lap number 26 for them, as Dan Terry manages to recover the 240. So James Babcock for the Bad Ideas Inc. Car now sits in 3rd position. £16,120, and there are donations coming in. You can see the amount of work rate. Now Jimmy's looks like Jimmy's ditched the oven mitts, hasn't he?
Maybe they're not optimal for a feel on a twitchy car. Maybe.
Yeah, there will be plenty of chat on the iRacing server as well, but the donations are coming in thick and fast. We're over 320% of the target, and folks, not... And Stephen Platek saying the game chat with Oscar is hilarious. Crickster says on YouTube, welcome to iRacing Winter Special. Zandvoort on ice, well actually Zolder on ice. Fun for the whole family.
Oscar is a surefire bet for the F1 stewarding role eventually. He rules with an iron fist and speaks with a less diplomatic and slightly more... dictator-tinged tone to the teams.
You mean a bit like Jean-Marie Balestre? The best decision is my decision. You know, that kind of thing.
Well, that's retro.
There we go, and I'm showing my age there. And you've been called out on the chat as well by SimSport Solutions, haven't you?
Yes, no, they've said that I'm doing the whole race.
Oh my goodness me! You're going to have
That'll
more.
put people off.
Oh dearie me! Well, at least you'll have a few accompanying voices along the way, including myself and a few others to help out with that. We might have a few more than just maybe 2 commentators, but that might be too many cooks spoil the broth on that particular thought. Wouldn't you say?
Jimmy wanted 3. He said it in the chat yesterday, so
He did.
we have to abide by Jimmer.
Yes, of course we do. Of course we do. But 45 minutes are completed. Oh, good to see Max Gunter along with us as well. Currently in P5 in the NSS racing. Quite a few polka dots on that car as well, for good measure.
Yes, that is a good livery for the Dietsch, I guess you could say. It's obviously a German, Austrian and Swiss outfit, hence that name. And that Holden's not running regulation aero, I must say, as it makes its way past what is an amazing slipstream battle for second place in the 86 class right now. Team iRacing have distanced themselves as they go over the crest by about 5 seconds, and Slipstream Racing, rather appropriately, are leading a Slipstream train.
Oh dearie me, that's actually quite a good use of the word slipstream multiple times in the same sentence there, Adam, and it's quite token as well, because the gap between second, third and fourth stretching to about 9/10 of a second. We're on board with the VRE Motorsport 951 Toyota GR86 with Matthias Bergmann behind the wheel. You're also getting an idea of the telemetry from the gear inputs and also the speed that the cars will top out at. And this looks like they're coming down. I'm just trying to think of where we are on the circuit. Probably coming up to Jackie Ixbach, just one of the
Final
Mustangs.
chicane,
Yeah. One of the Mustangs decides, there we go, right, through we go. And just the amount of closing speed between these cars is absolutely ridiculous. Well, have a good sleep, Daniel Yeaman. He said, I better get my beauty rest for tonight and check in about 6 hours or so. It's nearly 3 o'clock in the morning where he is. So, yep, see you in a few hours, where it will be probably more than likely when I'm back on comms with your good self, Adam, depending on what happens. But yeah, it's been absolutely fantastic so far with all this racing, as we're on to lap number we're about to complete 31 laps so far.
Steve Cleaver giving us some more updates from Jimmy's stream. I'm thinking Jimmy needs to go to the loo, he says. He's just realised how much fuel he still has and has begged the chat to get to £20,000 so he can let Emily get in and drive. So first pit stop of the day for the car is a way off. First pit stop for Jimmy, seemingly as soon as possible.
Yeah, because there's just over $3,500 to get to that mark, so Jimmy might be in for a little bit longer still behind the wheel than he might anticipate. So
can you heel and toe with crossed legs?
Oh dearie me, that'll be. I wouldn't want to ask that question. I would probably want to see it answered. But Raf van der Linden in the 666 car has just jumped into the pits, which promotes the 149 Jardio community car. And Valentin Barrier behind the wheel up to P4 in the 149. So, but yeah, I mean, it's really good to see the cars, you know, especially getting an onboard here on the 951 VRE Motorsport car, and still sitting in 10th position in the GR86 class. And that sun is going to really hamper people's visions over the next few moments, isn't it, mate?
Oh yeah, I think that's going to be a factor for a good hour or two yet here at Zolder. It's certainly infamous in the real-life iteration of the 24-hour race as well. Here is the Kia Optima race once again. Colour Shot Racing Team leading the moment. However, we got a good scrap on for second place there as one of the cars goes sailing past the breaking point. One of the Ford Mustangs that has clearly been through it a couple of times over, almost met the gravel on the exit of turn 1, but lives to fight another day. This is the battle for second, third and fourth in the Kia Optima class that we watch at the moment. They're covered by less than a second.
Well, we're coming to... Oh, that was very, very sideways there from No Limits. But let's introduce another member of our commentary team, and a very warm welcome. Hello, Ash Vanderlei. How are you?
I'm doing great. Good morning from the States. How's everyone doing?
All good, all good. It's been quite mad for the first 50 minutes with multi-class racing, Ash. But yeah, we're not getting that far away from about 20 grand, £20,000 UK for Jimmy to let his other half, Emily, to get behind the wheel. But I'm going to sign off for now, guys. Adam and Ash, the floor is yours. Have a good time.
Thank you so much, Alex.
We'll do what we can. Thank you, Alex, for taking us through that first hour as we continue to see the Kia Optima battle go on there. Oh, the 24 car goes straight on down there at the Joch and Rindt box, but thankfully no harm, no foul. Ash, great to have you along with us. Of course, you have quite a following yourself across social media, particularly on Twitch, both in the real life and increasingly in the sim sphere. I do want to ask, what's your experience with iRacing so far, if any?
Well, I've actually got into iRacing, I think about exactly a year ago, and it's been an incredible community ever since. We do a lot of open lobbies on the stream, especially around special events where some people need a few practices and, you know, get practice being punted by an LMP2 from time to time, because you can never be too out of practice with that one. So a huge community around that and doing a lot of big event races, and I'm so excited for the Daytona 24 coming up.
Daytona 24 is always good fun. We've got a supercar pit cycle seemingly at the moment because Jordan Johnson and Valentin Barrier have both come in the Pure Sims and Jardier community teams respectively. We've also had our former leader, the 88 team Jawline car. I always want to say Team Redline. It's Team Jawline. The 88 Gordon Mutch has pitted, so we are in the midst of our first pit window. These big V8 muscle cars sure do guzzle some gas, don't they?
Absolutely, but you know, with the combination of the brute force and their sophistication, the Mustangs and the Commodores, they're really capable of these great speeds, and they're kind of challenging for the drivers, skill-wise and nerve-wise, I would like to say. So it's been great to watch how they handle, especially around the traffic, around the track. That's been great to see everyone kind of come together during certain corners and see how it plays out.
Yeah, these machines, of course, were the current gen V8 supercars until last week, the Adelaide 500, marking the end of an era for the V8 supercars. They'll now move into the Camaro versus Mustang era, the Gen 3 cars for 2023. But such a valuable addition to iRacing are these supercars, of course. The Australian motorsport scene is one of the most fun things on the planet, really, for a petrol head. The GM versus Ford rivalry is one for the ages.
It's exciting for people, especially here in the United States, as we've learned about Formula One through Drive to Survive. A lot of folks are finding if they go to their local tracks, they can see some incredible other racing disciplines go out and actually see the cars right there in the pits. So it's really cool for folks to go out to their local tracks. Something I definitely encourage on my stream. Seeing some drag racing happening, NASCAR races. It's been really cool, and they're so open for folks to come in and check out the cars, talk to the staff on the grid. So I love when folks are finding new racing disciplines. Like you mentioned, the supercars in Australia. I know a lot of folks are tuning in to a recent race.
And so how much, what's the most powerful car you've got to drive yourself on a circuit? Have you had many opportunities?
Ooh, not many. I did a hot lap in Sebring, as in I was sitting in the passenger seat, not completing the hot lap. As we won't go there just quite yet, but that was incredibly cool. And maybe one day they'll put a sidecar in a dragster, and I'll be able to do that after signing a bunch of insurance papers.
I'm not sure I'd want to see that stack of paperwork. That would be ridiculous in such a litigious country as well. There's the BMW M Plower state-sponsored conditioning entry. 6th place currently in the Kia Optima class. And where does that leave them within the overall standings? 18th overall, currently just behind Old Turtles Racing. So this is Jack Kulikovsky just behind Thomas Ullman at the moment in this scrap among the Kias. And as I'm sure you've seen already in the opening salvo of this race, Ash, the multi-class element, it doesn't get boring, does it? At any point, you've got these 4 very different shapes all trying to find some real estate.
Absolutely, especially, you know, of course, how the cars handle, different speeds around different corners. I think you mentioned about the supercars in Turn 5, how they're incredible there. So it's been interesting to see right now. We're having a little Mazda traffic, but that's just going to happen in a 23-hour race.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no avoiding the traffic problems, especially at a circuit like Zolder, and that's one of the hallmarks of the real-life 24-hour of Zolder. They have everything from, say, a 200 horsepower Renault Clio Cup car right up to Lamborghini Super Trofeo machinery. So it's very much a traffic-heavy race in real life. And we've shaved 1 hour off for iRacing, courtesy of a Jimmy faux pas 4 years ago. And it really is an incredible variety of cars. I think a few teams lower down the order will be quite happy there's no HPDs in the top class this year.
And absolutely, we're seeing a ton of changes there as well throughout the classes as folks are pitting in. I think we're settling in a little bit and swapping some drivers. So it's going to be a great 23 hours. Oh, I guess now 22, I can say, because 55 minutes have passed. So
yeah, we're almost there. And obviously, we spoke not too long ago of Jimmy Broadbent's quest for the toilet. He wants to hit £20,000 so he can hand over to Emily for a lap. The total is currently £16,762, so there's still some £3,250 before Jimmy can vacate seat for a little while to have his first pit stop of the race. But that's what he's campaigning for, we understand, in the chat at the moment. The opportunity to dart and run, as we have some Kia Optima and MX-5 chaos there. Two of the Kia Optimas and one of the Mazdas getting into it. Now, was that the old Turtles? It did look like a green car. I think it was, yes. So that was the battle for 6th place that we were watching earlier on. They've ended up entangled in the traffic. Surprise, surprise.
Did not see that coming.
The plot twists come thick and fast, I'm assure you of that. There's Simon Ball for Track Limit Racing, and just heading into the pits there. Now, this is a replay, which leads me to believe something may have happened, but no, just coming into the pits. I think that was fairly standard procedure for them. I think just about everyone has now made one pit stop, incidentally. I'm scrolling through at the moment. That was nearly a roll for Hebeli Telemac there in the Texas Speed Sim Racing number 50. This GR86, I understand, has a bit of a reputation for a barrel roll or two.
Ooh, should we place bets on how many we'll see today?
I think that's very much ongoing down in the chat. I haven't seen one happen yet. I reckon we'll probably get a spate of them in the midnight hours as we see one of the Mustangs going off circuit there. That was the 25 car of Thomas Roundtree, which we've seen significantly damaged already in this race. I'll throw a number out there for the GR86s. I'm going to say 15 rolls. Wow.
I feel like we should do Price is Right rules. Oh, we see another.
You can do that. You can say 3 and win by default.
14.99.99.
I think we've already seen a couple of .99s, to be honest. Nearly, but not quite. So the Kia battle now for 4th place in class after the pit stop cycle. The old Turtles and the M-Plower state-sponsored car still running here for 4th and 5th place right now. One of the supercars looming large and closing in. Not quite sure whom that is, but I'm sure we'll get a look at the number as it tries to circumnavigate the Kias as they continue their scrap. Oh, the 45 car, Mark Colburn, into the barriers. That's not the first time we've seen the Simufa car in the wall. Zolder's a circuit without much forgiveness built in. There's a lot of barriers and they're not very far away.
Not at all, especially when you get at least just 2 wheels on the grass so close to the wall right there. Oh, here we go. See that replay right now. Number 45. Mazdas are durable. As we've all raced in the rookie classes in iRacing, we know what they can handle. So, absolutely, a quick bounce back there.
Yeah, no, that was a fairly heavy hit, but seemingly the car has withstood it nicely. There's one of the V8s working its way through. That's Robbie McAfee making his way through. 7th place overall right now. I believe still on the lead lap as well, so that's good to see for them. Team Jawline still our overall race leaders. I must say that Holden Helmets racing car Certainly one of the more interesting liveries in class. I really enjoy the livery. I'm actually not sure which team it is, but there is somebody out there running the factory Holden colours from the mid-2000s, and as a 25-year-old who spent most of his 2000s watching race cars, anything that even tangentially reminds me of 2005 works for me.
In most of these liveries, we should do like a online livery museum so folks can admire them.
Oh no, not NFTs.
Oh no, oh no. Did we just invent NFTs on this stream again? Wow, that's probably how the idea started. But these are so creative and so fun. A lot of folks have really gone out for this stream as they usually do every single year. Great charity. We've already raised about, let me just refresh the pace, £16,862.
Oh, still a ways away from Jimmy's relief break then, unfortunately. 3,000 and change left to go there. That was the understanding. We've got some good eyes keeping us in check. One of whom is Stephen in the live chat, who's been keeping us abreast. Steve Cleaver keeping us abreast of the various comings and goings of Jimmy on his stream. And of course, Jimmy, such a prominent figure in sim racing. He's made that transition out to the real world, and there is my livery. There it is, the red and white machine. It is the 116 car of Jordan Johnson. That's my pick for livery of the race by the looks of it. But
seems
to say,
a little biased there. I'm going to be honest.
just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Maybe. I've also got some mates in the supercar class as well, so we'll see. But regarding Jimmy, of course, he's made this transition from, a sim racer into, one of the quickest guys in a sports car anywhere in the UK in 2022, of course, winning that Praga Championship along with Gordy. It's so inspiring to see, isn't it, how far he's come.
It's incredible, and this seems to be a trend of folks sim racing then jumping into IRL racing, essentially, where, for example, Raja Karuth for NASCAR currently, now NASCAR trucks for the next year, started in sim racing. Did such an incredible job, they picked him up. So if you would like to be a race car driver, you should start sim racing and join iRacing. This is not a corporate shill moment. I'm just saying. It could happen.
And Karuth, I know him. He's so he's doing is it a full season in trucks, is it?
That is correct.
Oh, that's excellent. That's a really good step for him. That's great to hear. We've got this battle for second place going on at the moment. And the Holden Helmets racing team are being hunted down by a car in the factory Holden livery. That's the Pure Sims esports machine. So this is a battle for second place at the moment. Raf van der Linden under pressure from Jordan Johnson as they approach the final two corners of the lap, both on the brakes in their big V8 muscle cars. Neither driver giving an inch at the moment as they head out of the last corner and down the main straight. Some traffic forthcoming. I believe one of those might be Jimmy in the Subaru. No, not quite, the Toyota. And lots... Oh, no, that isn't Jimmy. My apologies. But lots of traffic up ahead for these Holden V8s. And it is an art into itself, isn't it? Just keeping your speed up while having to deviate off the racing line lap after lap after lap to avoid these slower cars.
You had Jonathan Lund there from Crashed Racing, right behind them when they were battling. Right in front of them when they were battling. Luckily, clean pass, but I can imagine being a Mazda, seeing these cars battle for placement, and you're like, oh no, oh my gosh, please, whatever you need to do, just pass me.
Yes, absolutely right. Jordan Johnson there would have been hoping, if anything, that Raf van der Linden got slightly tripped up, but it wasn't to be the case as this battle for second and third place continues on. They're both 24 seconds off of Gordy Much at the moment at the sharp end. Van der Linden finds his way past one of the Kias here. Jordan Johnson with a good run, though. They approach the Jochen Rindt now. Up the inside, potentially for second place, goes Jordan Johnson. He's got a nose ahead. He's got a car ahead, has he? Yes. Raf van der Linden struggling for traction there out of the Jochen Rindt. A position has been made, but I have the feeling Raf van der Linden is not done moving up the order or trying to move back into second place.
And it's official. We have 3,000 more pounds to go before we reach that 20K mark.
Wow. Amazing. So already just over the £17,000 marker and the 116 car just ahead there of the 666. And of course, I know that you on your Twitch streams, Ash, you often cover, or you have covered a few of the Formula One races. It's such a different beast, isn't it, with multi-class, just because there is really no let-up. It doesn't matter if everyone's got 3 laps between each other 18 hours in. There's always something going on, isn't there?
Absolutely constant action. So, right, covering IndyCar, NASCAR, Formula One, right? Pretty different comparing, IMSA races, 6 hours, 12 hours, 24-hour races. But there's always something to talk about, which is great.
IMSA definitely also very much in that multi-class syndicate, if you will, and some great circuits that the IMSA category visits. Certainly Zolder, one of 2 crown jewel circuits in Belgium. I'm sure if you've got your sim racer card present and correct, I don't need to tell you that the other one is Spa. Of course, there used to be the Nivelles circuit as well in Belgium, which was a host of Grand Prix in the 1970s and was shut down because it really wasn't that popular. And the reason given for many drivers was it was too safe, which is a unique argument.
Very unique. I know it's played, Zolder's played second fiddle to Spa for so long, but it's such an exciting and historic racetrack. And I think you've mentioned it's hosted the Belgian Grand Prix a couple times in the 70s and the 80s. So it is a great track in its own right.
Yes, hosted the Belgian Grand Prix a grand total of 10 times. Most recent was 1984, and has continued to be a mainstay of the international motorsport calendar ever since, as we continue to see some of these Kias picking their way through the pack. Here is the number 50 Toyota GR86. That is a very Texan car, isn't it? Look at that livery.
We love the Stars and Stripes. I'm a little biased, but we love the Stars and Stripes, absolutely.
Is that your state? Is Texas your state?
No. I'm originally from New York City, actually, but currently in Washington, D.C.
Oh, okay, so you're not in a state, technically.
That is correct. I'm technically not in a state at all.
District of Columbia. There's that battle for second place then, as the Holden Helmets Racing. We've just briefly got a look at the Holden Helmets Racing and Pure Sims Esports in the second for supercars class honours. We saw that Pure Sims managed to get through. We saw that Jordan Johnson managed to get through. I foresaw that Raf van der Linden wasn't going to make this easy and wasn't going to simply accept that he was now down in third place. And it does certainly seem as if the driver of the green ETC Commodore, it's a mixed livery, but that green Commodore Raf van der Linden not giving Jordan Johnson an inch right now.
And we can see the sun is setting, which looks gorgeous in game, but of course, things might get a little bit different as we descend into the night.
Yes, it's going to be interesting when we do get into the darkness. I'm just getting some information through the YouTube chat at the moment. Apparently Jimmy is racing in fluffy slippers as well. So at one point he was running fluffy slippers and oven mitts at the wheel of his Toyota GR86. He's nothing if not unique in some of his sim racing attire, is Jimmy. And we just got to look at the fluffy slippers there as this battle for second continues on.
How do we combine the oven mitts and fluffy slippers to get him the ultimate fastest lap? As he's proven he's done the fastest lap in his oven mitts. So I think
maybe some sort of race suit onesie with both built in.
All fluffy. Kind of like a Christmas
giant
story.
Marshmallow.
With the bunny ears. Yeah, it's perfect.
And here we see once again this scrap for second heading towards the final chicane now, making their way through the lap traffic. Pure Sims doing a good job. Johnson doing a good job for the 116 crew at the moment. Of course, everyone has made at least one pit stop at the sharp end of the order now. And so I think it's going to be a little while before we see a scheduled pit stop. Anything can happen. I think this battle for second place is all going well, due to go long into the stint. Oh, nearly a roll for the 86 car. A spin for VRE Motorsports entry there, at least the car backed by VRE Motorsports, the 86. Paul Jordan at the wheel. Just confirming it is indeed a VRE Motorsport entry.
They know they have 22 hours, right? To get a...
That's always the operative question, yes. I'm not sure they do. Oh, they don't, of course. Unless you're our one solo driver, David Whitehouse, you don't have 23 hours. You have until the end of your stint, and who cares what condition the car is when you hand it to someone else, I guess.
We had Paul Jordan there with a little bit of a slide, but recovered beautifully.
Yeah, we got a good replay of that one, but Van der Linden continuing to hunt down the 116 machine. I'm loving this battle for second place, and if you look to the horizon as they approach the final chicane, I see about a half dozen slower cars ahead of them, so I think this lap could be compelling viewing.
And it's interesting to use the word hunt, because that's the best way to describe that feeling when someone's right on your tail, and you can just feel their car breathing on your neck. That is the best way to describe it.
Yeah, definitely the case. We've got a few of these cars, these Holden Commodores of the previous VF generation. This is a ZB Commodore that we see on the game, but the previous generation VF, I've actually got to see a few of these up close and personal, courtesy of Alex Sidwell, who collects them here in the UK. He's got 7 of them, would you believe? Slightly big garage as well. And those Aussie V8s, second to nothing, just for trackside noise.
Passing a few of the Mazdas here on the straight, and it seems to be going pretty well for the battle for second still. Beautifully handling the traffic. I could never. I'm always in awe of how they do it, especially with the speeds they're going comparatively to the Mazdas, of course.
Yeah, of course, there is a huge speed differential here, and we're just keeping up with William Hamersfahr at the moment. That car running 5th in the Toyota GR86 category. So Scuderia Racing McRaceface are dropping just a little bit right now. Which is a shame to see. They were right up there at the sharp end early on, but they are just struggling a little bit to keep up with the pace, particularly of the yellow MP Motorsport car, which at some point during the night I'm going to default to calling Lomp. They are really in charge of the pace right now in the GR86 class.
But with endurance races, it's really just a race of attrition. Anything can happen, right? You just get collected, you get that one meatball, hit that grass just a little bit too hard, and there goes your race. You could be in first place for 22 hours and 59 minutes, and anything can happen.
Exactly right, yes. I note that Team Jawline have dropped down to 3rd there. Now, I didn't fully see what happened, but they're now... Yeah, they're in 3rd place, so Pure Sims now leading the way in the factory Holden colours. There's the Team Jawline 88 car in 2nd place. The Holden helmets then in 3rd place, and for the first time, Gordy Much, first time in a while anyway, Gordy Much isn't leading.
Plus 2 seconds away from Pure Sims. That is, especially here in Zolder, is a crazy pace to be away. Casey Kerwin leading Kirchu for a long bit, now currently down to P3 in the Mazdas. Casey driving with Daniel Morad, recent Indy 8-hour winner. I'm not biased there, not that I know him personally, but Kirchu doing a great job with the Mazdas.
The Indy 8-hour was very interesting this year. Of course, it was one of few events this season that didn't go Raffaele Marciello's way, didn't it? There was so many events all across the world that Raffaele Marciello dominated in GT3s, but that one didn't quite go to plan. I think it was an inopportune safety car, wasn't it, that ultimately cost him.
And it was all the way down to the last lap. So
yep.
That means everyone in chat has to watch the race for the full 23 hours to see all the action.
Well observed. Very, very good. Very good forward sell. I like it. I
figured I could plug that pretty well.
The streaming game is a harder one than the motorsport commentary game, in my opinion. So yeah, well, I couldn't handle that level of audience interaction. I think I'd get scared. Team Jawline 1.5 seconds back from Pure Sims now, so that gap has shrunk a little bit. The pink Mustang is being closed in on. I've just noticed they've got the screenshot of a tweet on the side of that car on the right door. I haven't quite seen what the tweet says yet, but another example of these liveries being a little bit off the wall.
But again, so creative, and I think that's why we love doing a little bit of sim racing, some of our personalities. I think I saw a glimpse of the tweet. Something about, can I stop talking for 5 races, it said. I think a Jimmy tweet that he posted a while ago.
Sounds about right.
And we have about 17,326 pounds at the 20,000 pound mark. Emily, Jimmy's other half, will go behind the wheel. So also, if you do donate and you, I believe, deselect help with donation. Oh, sorry,
yeah, gift aid.
Oh, gift aid. Thank you so much. Yeah. If you want to be selected for the raffle of any of these great prizes that we have on the Just Giving page, make sure you unselect gift aid and at least $5, dollars, my American was showing, £5 or more to be entered this raffle to win some incredible prizes.
And so that includes 2 Huskenveld Sprint pedals, complete with a clutch, some fabulous Casio G-Shock watches, there's a couple of them on offer, limited edition Jimmy Broadbent F33L gloves, 3 sets of his Classics gloves as well. Can keep going down the list, a Simagic TB1 handbrake, a Moser R5 wheelbase, as well as a Formula wheel from Moser, the FSR Formula wheel as well. The one that I personally would be very excited about is the HKS Tamiya remote-controlled machine. That, of course, is the R32 GTR Group A car, which is a wonderful and very rare Tamiya model. Abruzzi racing boots, a custom Abruzzi karting suit, 10 caps signed by Tony Kanaan, a 12-pack of Jimmy's Iced Coffee, or 3 sets of 12 packs from Jimmy's Iced Coffee. I don't think he officially runs that business. And an iRacing $50 gift voucher. Oh, actually, make it 5 iRacing $50 gift vouchers, all up for grabs. Just donate, as you rightly said, a minimum of £5 into the Just Giving page, which you can see in the chat for this stream, and make sure you turn gift aid off so you're eligible to be a part of the raffle at the end of the race. We will be continuing to collect entries for the raffle until 5 minutes before the end of this race.
And Jimmy's just announced that the first GR86 to roll will be allowed to give someone else a penalty.
Amazing.
So hopefully you'll see some purposeful and tactful rolls to see that those penalties distributed.
Yes, I could see that happening for certain. Yes, the GR86, we've seen a few half rolls. We've seen a few 0.99s already. We're just waiting for that first full roll. And yeah, Jimmy's definitely just hastened it. It's going to happen very quickly.
Here, I wish we were in Bathurst. We can see some incredible jumps and some cars grabbing incredible air.
Sebring, I think, would be interesting with how soft these cars are sprung.
I don't know. I would be scared to see some of these cars pile up in Sunset.
Very true, very true. And what time does it start getting dark in the game, asks OS Attack RS. I think it's probably going to be a couple of hours yet, maybe an hour or so before we properly see the sun descend beneath the trees to leave us alone for quite a while. I am cognizant of the fact that it's already dark here in the UK, and we've still got a long, long way to go. There's the 95 car on screen. That is no longer our race-leading machine in the MX-5 Cup class. Kerchu Inc. now fighting for second place with DRS Uganda. Shrip Sport, as the full team name is. And up into second place goes the DRS Uganda entry. So who is at the wheel of that car now? I need to refresh my timing screen, which is having a little bit of a moment at the moment. It is still Casey per my screen. So Casey Kerwin losing a place there to the 420 car of Theo Schroeder.
Casey Curran, of course, being the recent eNASCAR champion here in 2022. So he might have something to say about that spot being lost. Oh, grabbing it back actually. Wow, that's
very
gonna be a
quickly.
battle.
Yeah, very quickly.
Very quickly.
2 corners, I think he gave it, and then he's like, no, I've already lost the lead. Second place stays with me, Tar.
It'll be interesting to see when these drivers do switch around. Casey Curran being in the car so far for an hour and 19 minutes.
Yes, no, he's been in from the very beginning, as have quite a few of our drivers. I think a lot of them will be doing double stints before handing over. The 41 V8 supercar has already been handed over once. That, of course, is Neil de Backer at the wheel of the Taylor Mills Racing entry. But yes, by and large, I think a lot of them doing a multitude of stints. And of course, as the race goes on, as we get into the darkness and people try and sneak off into a corner for 3 hours or so of questionable sleep, you will see the stints extend. They will start to do more and more time individually at the wheel of the cars.
Steve making a great point. Jimmy now just 3 seconds behind ninth in class. Paul Mika Wychik. When Jimmy did start from the pits, by the way, received those little donos and penalties. So he did start from the pits, and now he's currently 3 seconds behind ninth in class.
Interesting. So there is the 53 car, the Doug Henson Racing Red Line entry, and that gap is being shrunk considerably. It's down to 1.1 seconds. It's down under 1 second now as Jimmy exits the Jochen Rindt box. So I think Jimmy could be on for a change up to ninth in the GR86 class in very short order here.
Will he be the first one to do a roll?
Well, if he wants to give someone else a penalty, I suppose. I could see him doing it to Gordy, to be honest with you. The GR Cup North America banners on that car, of course. I know that there's a series for these new GR86s in New Zealand as well. Really wish we had more of a Toyota single make presence here in the UK, and Jimmy would want for some more front end grip, I think, on the Mind 53 car. Had a bit of a skatey moment there, to say the least of it.
And these new Toyotas coming in with the newest update in iRacing, so a lot of folks have been trying them out and having such great fun with them. It's great to see them in this multi-class race.
Yeah, so as Jimmy's already said in this over the course of this race, what's wrong with this car? So clearly Jimmy struggling a little bit.
Only a week of practice with the new update, even maybe less before this 23 hours of Zolder stuff.
I think he drove it for the first time in last night's stream at Watkins Glen, actually.
Last night, okay. Oh, he's crushing it.
Yeah, I think it was his first run in the car. Anyway, he seemed utterly shocked by all of its various characteristics as he drove it around it wasn't Watkins Glen, what am I talking about? It's Lime Rock Park that he was racing around there. He drove the W13 at Watkins Glen. The BMW M-Plower car, Jack Kulikovsky at the wheel. Was this just a spin? Thankfully, yes. He didn't collect anyone. No one collected him in the 557.
I feel like it's one of the first times we've seen no collection in something like this with a full 360 spin. So hats off.
Usually when you fall, someone else comes with you when the grid is this full. Yeah, it's very true.
They call that teamwork where I'm from, but you just don't want to go down alone.
Is that NASCAR teamwork, is it?
Yeah, exactly.
That's true. I've seen some Hendrick Motorsport shenanigans over the years. Other teams also applicable.
As long as no one pulls a Ross Chastain here, riding any walls, we should be absolutely okay.
I was actually scouting whether anyone could do that at any part around this circuit a couple of nights ago. I don't think it's possible, thankfully, although that would be highly entertaining. The MX-5s and the Kias, and the Toyotas, all trying to make happy families and stay out of the way as they go through the first chicane of this circuit. Lots of chicanes in that middle sector, that third sector. And I was covering Euro-NASCAR here as the 27 car goes straight on at the first chicane. I was covering Euro-NASCAR here in October, and we had a lot of rain in the morning, which then led to a power outage in the afternoon, which meant that over half the circuit wasn't covered by cameras, and it was the half of the circuit with all of the chicanes in it. So you can imagine how that went for everybody, because we'd say, well, that's the top 5. They'd reappear 45 seconds later, and most of it's all changed. Not ideal.
Just keeping you guessing. That's the best part of the whole of doing what we do.
Absolutely right. But thankfully, the great live stream that we've got here from SimSport Solutions is doing a great job picking up everything out on circuit. The Jardiere community team back up into the top 5 in the supercars class right now. So that's a good effort. Who's at the wheel of that car at the moment? I'm looking in the 30s, not the 5s. That's not a good idea. It is Jardiere himself, actually. It's Jaroslav Honzik at the wheel. So Jardiere doing a good job.
By the way, Jimmy was able to pass Paul Mikołajczyk from Team Yes to Motorsports successfully and still gaining places.
Excellent. So Jimmy on a mission right now through the GR86 field. He's also, of course, having to make his way through some of the MX-5s. And one of the MX-5s, they're getting tagged, I believe, by our 4th place car in the supercar category. That was less than ideal for the Holden Helmets Racing crew to find an MX-5 there. Not quite sure whose fault that would be. But there's Jimmy Broadbent. We just got to look at him, 9th in class right now. As you rightly said, he got past Yes to Motorsports. And he's going to have to work quite hard to get to the summit of the Toyota 86 class. Still quite some way clear.
I don't know if this has been mentioned. Is there an incident limit here during the 23 hours of Zolder?
I believe there is somewhere in the fine print, but off the top of my head, I must admit I can't remember.
Hopefully production lets us know, because what we should make the limit 20 incidents, and then from then on it'd be complete chaos. But I'm sure at normal iRacing it's about 75, and then for charity, exactly.
I found the section of the rulebook. You get a warning at 250 incidents, and then every 50 incidents subsequent from that.
That's great. I'm going to write that down. 250.
In other words, you've got some leeway. There is the Jardiere community team machine. And I believe we are getting a look at Jardiere's stream there as well on the right of picture. Jardiere pressing on into the top 5. How far back is he from Raf van der Linden in 4th? The answer is 38.9 seconds. So he's some way off the top 4 right now. But knowing Jardiere, he will be having a flat-out stint, or pair of stints, or however long he wishes to go on. I reckon he might be challenging for podium positions by the end, depending on how the double-edged sword that is the lap traffic treats him.
Looking at his stream, he makes it look so easy. He's on a Sunday drive right now. He is not pulling any sweats. He's enjoying himself, and that's kind of what this race is about.
Meanwhile, just over £17,500 on the donation drive now at justgiving.com. And great to see that we are rapidly closing in on the £20,000 marker. We're all hoping to cross over a £46,000 earning this year. If we get £46,000 for Mind in this race, or 46,446, I believe it was, we will smash the £200,000 total across the 4 editions of the 23 Hours of Zolder. And wouldn't that be special?
And I believe Jimmy said that if we reach that 46k mark, he will go blonde for the entire year.
I've heard this, yes. He's done it before. We know it. We know he suits it.
I secretly hope he didn't say that, and we're all just bullying him to do so. So he'll have to do it now, regardless if it's true or not. Sorry, Jimmy.
Yes, hold him to his words, even if his words aren't actually his. So Panda Racing GSR, I haven't mentioned them terribly much in this race, but they're 3rd place right now with Thomas Hinz at the wheel. Of course, they're at the very sharp end early on. They're now back up to 3rd place, courtesy of getting past the Holden Helmets. So that is really good to see. The battle for 11th place, actually make that 10th place in the MX5 Cup, is the one we're focusing on right now. Brodie Maynard trying to close in right now and make a move on the Sham Racing entry, just trying to verify whom is at the wheel of that car. It's Manny Tolentino at the wheel of the car ahead, so Tolentino under pressure from Brodie Maynard right now.
And we have a few folks coming to the pits as well, which always shakes things up a bit.
Yeah, the order inevitably in a state of flux, I think, particularly between the GR86s and the MX5s, because they are very, very even, aren't they?
I would love to talk about the Mind charity that we are raising money for. We are an hour and a half into this race. And if you may know Mind from McLaren Lando Norris charity, but if you don't, Mind is an amazing charity which provides help and support to those experiencing mental health. We actively try to raise awareness and kind of destigmatize the conversation around mental health. Personally, for me, I have anxiety and depression. I've been very open with my story about how I started streaming. My therapist recommending that I actually start streaming to help with my anxiety, my social anxiety, which is pretty bad. So this charity, and I know this race means so much to so many folks. So raising this money means a lot to so many people watching, so many people in the race. I know Jimmy's been very open with his story. So it's incredible to watch everyone come together for this.
Yeah, I also explained myself. I'm also very much indebted to Mind and other organisations like that too, and it is fabulous that we are once again raising huge portions of money for such a worthy cause. You see there, you've got the Mind logo across most of, if not all of the cars out there on the circuit. And it really is an honour and a pleasure to be just a tiny little part of helping Jimmy again crusade and raise money for Mind and the race for mental health. We're just over £17,602 right now. The next donation goal at £20,000 is Jimmy's partner Emily taking over for a lap of the circuit in the GR86. And Emily, I'm sure, primed and ready to have a go. I wonder if she gets the proper gloves from Jimmy, since he's apparently using his oven mitts. I know he's taken the oven mitts off, but I hope he does put them back on at some point. That should be a secondary donation goal at some point, because the idea of watching Jimmy ferociously seesawing at the wheel with the oven mitts on does bring a smile to my face.
Again, he pulled out his fastest lap with the oven mitts on, so I don't think they're a detriment as much as we think they are. Or he's just hustling us. It's one or the other.
I reckon the Toyota 86 is such a slippery car that if you've got a slightly slippery grasp on the wheel, maybe it all translates.
I don't know about everyone else, but I definitely have multiple fans on me when I sim race. The temperature's low in the house, have fans on, so maybe the oven mitts help with the grip of the sweaty hands. You never know.
Quite possibly, yes. Thank you to everyone tuning in right now. I know we've got a huge portion of people watching both of the streams, the Jimmy Broadbent stream and this Sim Sports Solutions stream, which will be going on all through the night and into tomorrow here in the UK to continue to raise money for Mind and bring you this racing action. At the moment, action on track among the GR86s, rudely interrupted by one of the supercars and lots of other traffics, some faster, some slower, but it's Team Yes2 Motorsport who have actually just lost out to really slow motion racing. So Team Yes2 17 seconds back from them, and VRE Motorsport are trying to get through into 11th place. So Yes2, who got overtaken by Jimmy a little earlier on, are falling through the order a little bit in the 86 class.
Gosh, sometimes when the traffic just gets all together after a couple of laps, they all meet in the same corners. It is so fun to watch, and I'm so glad this is being broadcasted.
Yeah, no, it is an absolutely great watch. And oh, that's a big incident there. Oh, no. The 119
commentator's
car.
Curse. I'm so sorry.
The Team Slipstream Racing car sending one of its fellow 86s into a spin there. I think that might have actually been VRE Motorsport who were talking up as being in a battle. So let's get another look at that. I believe that's what we're going to do. In fact, no, this is a replay of something else there we briefly looked at, but I think we are looking to get another look at the moment there for the Slipstream car. Let's check in with who is driving the Slipstream racing machine at the moment. Not naming and shaming or anything, but it's just nice to know who's responsible, isn't it? As we saw another car being whipped off the circuit.
Oh, wow. Again, this is those moments, right, where you're meeting multiple cars trying to hit the same apex, racing lines, etc. So,
yeah, no, absolutely right.
Charity. There's no beef on this track.
No. Lee Walter Huber in the 119 Slipstream car there that we saw having that collision a moment ago at the chicane. The first of 3 chicanes on the lap, the Klein chicane, and thankfully all parties seem to have at least moved on from that incident as the traffic continues to build. That is a pinch point on this circuit, isn't it? Down to turn 5, the Klein chicane, the first of the chicanes on the lap. It narrows, you've got to take the curb in order to carry any significant speed through the corner. Very easy for different classes of cars to get into each other there.
I can imagine everyone's crew chief going a little bit crazy as they encounter tons of traffic with cars on the left and right going maybe 3 or 4 wide on certain corners. Currently some Mazda traffic, but easily handled by these pros. Currently in the car with Lee Walter Huber. Let's see the incident here. Oh, a little bit of a collection here with the VRE car.
That's the moment that we saw live on stream. We've had Mike expertly crawl through to find the replay, and well, yeah, well, it tells a tale, doesn't it? I don't actually think it was Huber's fault necessarily. I think VRE Motorsport was rather ungenerous with the room there and ended up getting speared off into the wall as a result. But I'm not a steward for many good reasons.
Maybe try to pull the Fernando Alonso, take up most of the track as you can, but currently not in Formula 1 cars, so a little bit different. Ooh, going 3 wide here.
Of course, I think Fernando Alonso was a big part of the reason that we had to get black and white rulings in place in motorsport to, as we get someone grass tracking there. Is that yes to motorsport? Yes, it is. They're desperately trying to get back onto the circuit. And for now, they survive, but 2 wheels on the grass is always scary.
Of course, no grass drama here in this race, by the way. We know that was a big thing a couple months ago.
Oh.
Nothing going on here in Zolder, we promise.
I'd suppress that memory.
It's such an interesting, such a nice bit of drama in the iRacing, sim racing community.
Yes, a couple of my friends were taking part in that, and I got a message about an hour into the race, and it was just an onboard video of them watching like half the field, dragging the wheels up the Kemmel Straight at Spa. That was certainly an interesting time, as you say, in the community, but thankfully I think that's all been patched up.
You should try explaining that to your non-sim racing friends. I was not popular at the bar that night, but I was very into it. We currently have a battle for first in class. Team Jawline, Pure Sims Esports, only 0.9 seconds away in the supercar category. Panda right behind with +2.
I think that's Jawline through into the lead again then. So Team Jawline were down in second place. Jordan Johnson has fallen back behind Gordy Much. You'll note that that car doesn't have a bonnet on it anymore, or a hood on it any longer. So, yes, clearly that car has been through the odd ringer over the course of the last 20 or 30 minutes and is now out of the race lead once again. Gordy Much doing what Gordy Much does, and that's being one of the fastest drivers on the circuit. He's back to the overall lead.
I believe that's an advanced cooling add-on or removal here. So, right, I think that's pretty Ingenious.
It is peak summer in Australia, and definitely not peak summer in Belgium. So maybe the Holden boys have mixed up their hemispheres or something.
They're like, this usually works. Why is it not working now?
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, it is bitterly cold in Europe at the moment. My laptop tells me it's a crisp 0 degrees Celsius outside right now. I can't convert that into Fahrenheit, I'm afraid. But
it's 32 degrees Fahrenheit for those using
wow, there you go. I can do kilometers an hour to miles an hour, but I can't do Celsius and Fahrenheit as much as I've tried.
And that's why we have me here. It's perfect. Best of both worlds.
Excellent stuff. There's the 25 car, which I don't think I've seen, as we're just taking a look at the 119, but the 25, the Mustang that was just ahead of it, I don't think I've seen that car with its front fascia in place at any point. The front bumper was dislodged somewhere in the first couple of laps, and they're just chilling. They're fine with it. As you said, extra cooling, who cares? Bit of weight saving. What's a splitter worth anyway?
It's interesting seeing the cosmetic damage, build up throughout the race. Looking at the front bumpers, seeing where folks have a little bit of an incident. But still looking good. Everyone's still driving, handling pretty well. Commentators curse. I feel so bad saying that, and then something happens. I could never.
It's going to take about 15 seconds before something happens here. Someone just trying to lap Roundtree in the 25. Not quite sure whom that is, but a lap down potentially very soon for the 25 car. Two of the MX-5s having a duel. This is for 4th place. 9th place in the MX-5 Cup category. Abruzzi Esports, just behind Singing in the Pit Lane, which is up there for me for favourite team names. I think that's very good.
Ben making a great point in the chat. Might be a bit problematic without headlights here in a couple hours, or in a couple minutes as the sun's setting quickly.
Yeah, no, it's getting dark very fast indeed. We're on lap 65 of the race, and already I'd say we're probably a good 15 or 20 minutes maybe away from the very, very last of the sunlight. I'd already say we're a little bit beyond dusk right now. Here at the 23 hours of Zolder. We've got 1 hour, 41 minutes and 30 seconds in the book so far. These first 2 hours have absolutely flown by. Jimmy still, of course, at the wheel for his opening stint within the 86 category. He currently runs 30th overall. He's made up 4 places on where the car qualified, though of course he started in the pit lane. Is that the VRE Motorsport car having a spin? That was one of the 86s certainly having a spin. I know VRE Motorsport is a red and white car, but I think it was them. I'm not too certain. It might have been the 951 VRE car, in fact, the 3rd place car in class that had the spin. They've got 2 entries, and I think it was our 3rd place car in the 86 class that had a bit of a loop there. So even the top end of the order isn't infallible. 2nd, 3rd and 4th in the supercars class, all in the pit lane at the moment.
Do you want to mention currently we have raised £18,229. Of course, at the 20k pound mark, Emily will be behind the wheel, Jimmy's other half. So that'd be great.
You see the donations flying in real time on Jimmy's stream. And it looks like he's gently amused by something. I'm not sure quite what's happened out on circuit to Jimmy, but he's
spinning right now.
Sorry?
Jimmy spun a little bit as Chad is letting us know.
Ah, okay, right. So a bit of a spin for Jim, but he gets back to the speed. And yeah, it's always funny to watch Jimmy grinning after something happens to him out there on circuit. You can see him glancing down and smiling away, knowing that chat is fully committing to telling him off.
And I think that's one of the main reasons we love Jimmy's stream, and something I definitely try to emulate, as he's shown me that something can happen and you can still have a good time in iRacing. You know, you don't have to be P1, you don't have to be podium. As long as you're enjoying it, learning something, racing clean, sim racing's all for us. So just go out there and enjoy it the best you can.
Just getting a look here at the Kia Optima class, and they are almost 3 wide, courtesy of one of the GR86s. This is Team Rick cutting across the front of the M-Plower car, the M-Plower state-sponsored conditioning machine, dropping a position to Team Rick then. And that is for 5th in the Kia Optima category. Just picking up on some information in the chat as well. Alex Jensen lost it in the chicane, and that moved Jimmy up to 5th place in GR86. But the spin moved him down to 6th place. We're 70. Oh, big moment there for the Mazdas and the Kias. Oh dear, Francisco Scaramuzza in one of the Kias there ended up being one part of a pinball for that poor little Mazda MX-5. I'm not sure which Mazda that was, but that was a violent assault on the sensors for the driver, I'm sure.
I hope his direct drive is not on too strongly.
Yes.
But that was a sight to see. And at least, you know, you're involved in the incident. You get talked about. So there's always a silver lining when it comes to these.
Do you have a direct drive yourself?
I do.
Oh, goodness. I'm not sure I could handle it. I've broken my wrist 3 times in my life. I don't want to make it 4.
Times. Adam, 3
It's
times?
Dan Terry again, who has found himself, I'd say this time, not through much... Not much thought of his own, but Dan gets the car back underway, but he's limping, isn't he? And just getting some info about Dan. Of course, he's part of the organising body here. He's part of SGP. So he is actively involved in making this event happen. But
we have the first rollover though from Mazda.
So does that count? I don't think so, because it's not a Toyota. But it was hilarious.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
First roll. I mean, someone should tell Jimmy. Maybe he can give a bit of a penalty. That was a beautiful.
It was a gorgeous
couple
roll.
of 360s there.
That was the living definition of majesty there as we ride on board with Broadbent briefly, continuing on his travails through the order in the 86 class. And Slipstream Racing in 4th place. We've seen them have a few incidents already. What's the gap between Jimmy and his next competition? I'm just trying to discern that on the timing screen. I don't think it's terribly much, and is he lapping quicker? Well, not on the last lap, but I fear the last lap might have been disrupted, as I think we might have had somebody drop out there, because suddenly the 951 car, the VRE Motorsport 951, has suddenly catapulted down the order. Just in the pit lane, but so many cars were close together that it's whiplashed down about 10 positions in one fell swoop. So Matthias Bergman in the 951 has had some dramas there. Oh, okay. Oh, another Mazda's rolling.
Maybe we should have bought Mazda a bit.
So the Mazdas are the rollers, it seems, after all of this. The Kia's getting involved in that as well. There were 5 or 6 different cars pitched into the air there in one fell swoop. That was vaguely terrifying. And Matthias Bergman into the pits.
But some great dodging by the other cars coming into that corner, kind of coming in blind, seeing that quick reaction times, only collecting a few cars at the start of the incident. Everything seems rolling currently, but wow.
Well, that, of course, that is a blind crest as well at that section of the circuit, just coming up to the Buta section of the circuit after the first chicane, the Klein chicane. That really is not a place where you want to see cars literally bouncing up in the air in front of you. So yes, to your point, everyone did very well to avoid that. There's Francisco Scaramuzza there in the 905 car. Team Rick still there in 5th place. I think they've been on site for a good couple of the incidents we've seen in the last few minutes, but the 905 car continues on no matter what we throw at it.
Do you think we'll reach the 250 incident mark, Adam? At this rate?
Yeah. Yeah, before midnight, I'd say. Yeah, we're 5 o'clock right now. I think somebody's going to get the 250 before midnight. If I'm being completely honest, there's been some harem scarum driving out there so far, so I'm being pessimistic. But yes, definitely, and sooner than we think.
Apparently, Jimmy's now up to third.
Ah, yes, the Doug Henson racing car is up into third place. The red line entry. So good job there. From Jimmy to keep his nose clean recently, but I do wonder how long it'll be before he's due a pit stop. They get a hearty handshake and a well done, old champ, says Big Ben in reference to what we should do about the Mazdas. And, well, yes, I suppose we did say the Toyotas would be the grip roll 86s, and the Mazdas so far have been the ones knocked into the ether so far.
Leo, where'd you go?
I do want to give a shout to the broadcasting team, by the way. Maybe tooting a little bit of our own horns, but really huge shout out to SimSport Solutions. Adam, yourself covering the majority of the race. So tons of talking, fun facts that we're going to expect from you. And you've been doing it for 2 hours straight so far. Alex Goldschmidt, who was here earlier. We're going to have Chris Buxton coming on in, Rob Lomas. So we know we came together a little bit last minute yesterday, as Jimmy mentioned in a tweet. But a big shout out to everyone for jumping on in for a great cause.
Yeah, it really is wonderful to be a part of this event. We've got a great team together. Great battle for third place at the moment as Panda Racing GSR scrapping for third overall here in the supercars class, of course. And at the moment, it is Jake Ozzy Davis being pressured by Raf van der Linden. Van der Linden with a nose to the inside. I thought for a minute there was going to be contact, but just about staying clear between the two of them.
I don't know, Robin is racing, or that's so I've been told.
Yes, I do suspect that would have been not the approach from Jake Ozzy Davis had there been contact there. But yes, great battle this is at the moment. They've got lots of MX-5s in and around them at the moment, which they've navigated expertly. I'm never going to tire of seeing these supercars alongside the MX-5s. What a visual.
And currently doing a great job surviving on the track. Knock on wood.
Yeah, the little cars, be it the 86s, be it the MX-5s, they really do have to kind of pick their battles. Ultimately, there's a reason that UFC has weight classes, and that's because the bigger guy usually wins, and that also applies to car racing. So I think some very wise driving going on among the Mazdas. And also, Dan Terry is here.
Speaking of Team Jawline, plus 6 seconds almost ahead of Pure Sims Esports, kind of pulling away right now.
Yeah, Gordy Much.
7, excuse me. Beautiful driving.
Well, Gordy is, of course, the teammate to Jimmy in Praga this year. We saw there the Mazdas going either side of the Toyota. That made my heart flip just a little bit. One of those Mazdas, Felipe Spetriniv in the Texaco Racing by TK. That's Tony Kanaan team. Running 7th, but challenging for 6th right now. Challenging for 6th right now in class. And that Texaco Racing car, I love the livery for one. It reminds me of Juan Pablo Montoya some 15 years ago in NASCAR Cup. But for two, how amazing is it to have someone of the caliber of Tony Kanaan competing in this race?
And Tony Kanaan is so great. He does stream on Twitch, and he's been so supportive of the sim racing community. He always pops into other folks' streams, talks to them, offers advice. He's such a great addition to the community. Really a core member of it, and making it so welcoming. That is exceptionally cool to have a Indy 500 winner kind of just pop into a chat and very casually offer some sim racing advice.
He's done some raids on your channel before, hasn't he?
He has, and then I've had to brush up on my Portuguese a bit.
I was going to say no habla español, but also no habla Portuguese or the equivalent, I'm afraid.
We'll get you some lessons, Adam. No problem.
Thank you. Desperately needed. I spent a lot of time working in Spain this year, and there was a lot of cluelessly looking at my colleagues going, am I being insulted? Because they are laughing at me quite a lot. Here is the battle for third place in class right now. Panda Racing GSR and the Holden helmets side by side. And, surely Jake is not going to be able to maintain position. No, but I reckon there's going to be a slowdown penalty in the future for the 666 car, because Raf van der Linden there surely went across the chicane there in a less than legal manner, but it looks as though he's still got speed, so I don't know whether there was a slowdown penalty. He was rather run out of room. I don't know what you'd call that. Again, I don't want to be a steward, so I'm not going to weigh in. But Panda Racing, GSR and Holden helmets there at very close quarters.
Gosh, the side-by-sides. Oh, currently, thank you so much for the reminder, Aaron. We're currently at 18,414 pounds. Oh, 18,414 pounds for the donation. Close to the next 20K mark, where Emily will be behind the wheel, Jimmy Broadbent's other half.
Gordy Much has just lost a lot of time there in a collision with the 43, I believe that was. 43 Toyota, potentially. Yes, Max Haynes in the 111 racing car, down in 35th overall right now. And, that was a collision that has cost the supercars and overall leader quite severely. Just 1.5 seconds now from first to second place.
And as we're coming into the night, we might see a little bit more rolling than we probably expected. But some close racing happening, and we're an hour and 55 minutes in. If you're just joining, the 23 hours of Zolder here.
Oh, rapidly approaching that 2-hour mark already, as the Panda Racing GSR crew are making hay while the sun shines, trying to get back past Holden Helmets Racing with the traffic in their favour.
Wow.
They do a Hackett and Schumacher split there at the other Belgian circuit as they make their way towards the Jochen Rindt box and trying to find any which way they can around the traffic, as we are, I would say now, firmly into the darkness. I'm going to be very sad that the cat on the side of the Panda Racing GSR car will soon no longer be visible. But it's great to see these cars going into the night, seeing those brake discs glow. I don't know if they simulate the flames coming out of the side exhaust. They do. I just saw one. These cars are fabulous in the nighttime.
Currently in the Mazda MX-5 Cup category, Kirchu with Casey Kerwin and team. Oh, is Casey currently driving? My apologies. They're currently P1, 41 seconds ahead of P2 in their class.
Okay, I'll look for the 95. It is still Casey listed in the car at the moment, so Casey has been pulling quite the shift, if that is accurate, so far.
And the Lightning McQueen car livery, of course. Only apt.
Has to be. Of course, there was the twin Miatas in the film itself, wasn't there? I can't remember their names now. Apologies, Disney heads. But,
Jimmy Kerwin having 2 laps left of fuel.
Oh, okay. So that's not much to summarise. And does that mean that soon we're going to have to see Jimmy make a driver change and we'll have to wait for Emily to get her stint in later?
Maybe we'll bump in a little. Maybe we'll bump in a little early. We're 18,440 pounds currently raised.
Yeah, just
so
2 laps. Yeah, just 2 laps of fuel left, as the chat's rightly saying. So thank you again to Steve Cleaver. And yeah, interesting then that these cars have gone almost 2 hours to a tank, the GRs. That's good to know. In fact, no, they did make a pit stop already. I will put my foot back in my mouth there. Casey Kerwin, we pick him up. The starting driver, the driver that put the 95 car on pole. As you said, such a decorated driver, and he is one of those guys that will drive anything quickly at a moment's notice.
And a great addition, great core member of the sim racing community on Twitch. Again, very kind, offering tons of advice, great smiles, friendly face. I'm always there when we need him. I
think one of the key questions while you're in the box, Ash, is when are you going to find a team?
Ooh, I'm definitely more of the personality hire caboose kind of driver currently. I do not practice as much as I should. But I always love doing special events with my teams. I'm really good at Daytona because I've done thousands of laps on that track, as I'm sure many people have for the special event. But I think it takes a special skill set to drive different cars, different tracks at a moment's notice. Just like you mentioned with Casey, just jumping on in here, and Jimmy just jumping in the 86, maybe 24 hours ago.
Yeah. Jimmy, incidentally, is in the pit, so let's see if someone else is jumping in the 53. Yes, we are going to have a driver change by the looks of it. Povulus Misiunas at the wheel now of the 53 car, so we are going to have a driver change there. Jimmy is going to relieve himself of driving duties for just a little while, and after 2 hours of racing, I'd say that's a fairly solid stint. Of course, we know that he'll probably do a fair chunk of the night shift as well.
Absolutely, and we're currently at 18,500 pounds raised. So thank you everyone who's been donating. It's been incredible to see, including the first, I think Jimmy had a $5,000 target put in, so we're 368% above the initial target that he put. I think is a little bit of a tease to us because he knows the community is super supportive. So thank you everyone so much.
Yeah, we'd hit that target before we even flew the green flag on qualifying today. It is, with 2 hours of the race in the books, Team Jawline and Gordy Much leading the way ahead of Jordan Johnson for Pure Sims. The Holden Helmets Racing Team, Ralph van der Linden in third place, just ahead of Jake Ozzy Davis in the 22 car. Tobias Cantert in the 69 machine. He sits fifth right now. George Boothby in the Jardier entry. So Jardier's gotten out of the car and it now sits in sixth place. Jacob Money in seventh ahead of Taylor Mills Racing's number 41 car. Sam Moyle at the wheel of that car. Track Limit Racing with Sam Moyle at the wheel in ninth place. And Team Trackstars Racing in 10th place. Pat Trappett still at the wheel. I believe he's going to be at the wheel of that car for quite a few hours because, of course, they are an Australian team. I believe his co-driver is currently fast asleep until a little later on in the day. So Pat Trappett has quite some time left behind the wheel. Alex R. Cowie in 11th place ahead of Daniel James Parker. That, I believe, the top 12 is the entirety of the supercars order. Top four in the Kia Optimas. It is the Prismatic entry in the lead by 11.1 seconds over No Limit Sim Racing. Old Turtles, another 16 seconds back from them. And Team Rick, who we saw fighting for fifth place, are now up to P4 among the Kia Optimas. In the Toyota GR86s, it is Team iRacing that lead the way from NSS Racing. There's a 58-second gap there. According to the timing screen, Scuderia Racy McRaceface in third, and LOMP or LOMP Motorsport rounding up the top four in that class. Kerchu Inc. still with their starting driver Casey Kerwin at the wheel, ahead of Pepesda Mandem in second, DRS Uganda in third, and ISRG in fourth. But I note that there is less than a second between the third and fourth place teams in the Mazda class, so that's looking very close at the moment.
Insane how far Casey has taken the Mazda MX-5. Currently, I saw the timing screen was a lap ahead, but now plus 42.9 seconds for us here, trying to be exact. Doing an incredible job with things that we've seen on the track happening. A couple barrel rolls, only from the MX-5 Cups, nothing from the GR86s just yet. As we are waiting for those bets to come to life. Of course, 2 hours, 3 minutes into the race, anything can happen in the 23 hours of Zolder. Pure Sims doing an incredible job. As per usual, we expect nothing less. And hopefully soon we'll see some interesting driver shifts, some changes, some pits, and that will definitely shake up the order of things as we descend into the night. And I believe a few cars might have lost their headlights, so we'll see if they decide to pit for repairs and what time that has taken. Is there a way to see a list of the drivers? Yes, I will throw the live timing into the chat as well so you can follow along. Again, racing for mental health, raising money for the charity Mind. We're currently at 18,597 pounds. Throw that donor link into the chat as well. You'll be entered into a raffle. If you Make sure when you donate, you do not select gift aid. And any donations over £5, you'll be entered into a raffle to win one of the many incredible prizes that we have for you this evening. They'll be picked, I believe, 5 minutes before the race end.
Yeah, the donation or the raffle entries will close 5 minutes before. I imagine Jimmy will probably do the draw just after the checkered flag. But yes, donate £5 and decline gift aid to be a part of the raffle to win a litany of fabulous prizes that Jimmy has spent many hours cultivating and negotiating to receive, be it Huskenveld Sprint pedals, 2 sets of them available, Casio G-Shock watches, F33L limited edition Jimmy Broadbent gloves, much more besides. As well, if you want to see the full list, go to the Just Giving page, where not only can you donate, but you can see plenty of useful information about this race, as well as of course, an acknowledgement to the fact that this year's race is dedicated to Fabian Van Dooren, aka HyAcey, who sadly we lost just a couple of months ago, and was a fixture in the sim racing community, someone that raced Jimmy quite often as well, so certainly someone that Jimmy wanted to pay tribute to, and as well as fundraising for Mind, we are dedicating this race to him, and Fabian remaining in everyone's thoughts as we continue on through this race, not least at the LMP Boys pit. Of course, that his former team, the LMP Boys, for Fabian entry, that is in the Kia Optima class.
Sim racing is a very tight-knit community, I've learned over the past year and a half and so it's incredible to see all of us come together to race for him and race for the Mind charity here today.
So the Pure Sims esports car leading the way by 7 seconds over the Holden helmets right now. The Pure Sims car rocking the factory Holden colours. Raf van der Linden, the Holden helmets, you'll see them in their green colour scheme. That is certainly very distinctive. It's going to be interesting to see just how much visibility we've got as this stream goes on. Of course, there are certain sections of the circuit where there are lights to be had, but I do fear we are going to be in amongst a blur of headlights at various points during the race.
I'm surprised you didn't say rocking around the Christmas tree with the holiday puns you were attempting to do.
There's celebrations going on in production truck right now about that. I have a controversial opinion. I will get back to that actually, because the 25 meme team and one of the other cars scrapping for 4th place. Who is that? Ah, yes, the premature acceleration team. Very good. Scrapping for 4th and 5th place right now. Premature acceleration through. Where does that put them? That's the 557 car, is it? No, it's the 48 car. So premature acceleration. Alex Jeringa at the wheel. Up 16th overall, but currently just about 4th in the Kia Optima class. So moving up past the 25 meme team. That controversial Christmas opinion. Christmas songs. There's only one good one.
Did you want me to say Last Christmas by Wham so folks can lose Whamageddon?
No. The only good Christmas song is Christmas Rapping by The Waitresses, which is a song that not many people know by name, but definitely know by ear, and it's the only good Christmas song.
Is that the song you listened to on repeat the day November hits?
No, absolutely not. But it's so acceptable that I'll even cope with it in July.
Christmas in July, one of my favorites.
Well, they do a little Christmas celebration around that time of year in Australia, because that's when it's coolest. So it works. Just change your VPN.
Some fun facts about the M Plower Me team that they put in their little things for us production folks. Jimmy called us degenerates as we passed him in the 2020 Zolder race. Broadcasters confused us for actual BMW in the 2020 Zolder race. Hey, take the compliments while you can, guys. Maybe we should do it again a little bit later. And we've been told our meme team wouldn't last 6 months, and now here we are approaching 2 years.
Nice. Excellent stuff. Judith Cooper. Deck the halls with lots of Kias. She says in the YouTube chat, which, I think that's been an accurate rendition of the race for a lot of the Mazda and Toyota contingent so far.
Deck the halls with lots of Kias. We'll see how many we can get in. I think so far we've gotten in 4 holiday puns. So I may or may not be keeping count for the broadcast team.
That's the best spreadsheet to have, isn't it? The Christmas countdown, or the Christmas count up, I suppose. We're laughing, by the way, at the fact that we have Mike in the box, so in our ears, from production, just geeing us on here to do all of the Christmas content we possibly can, and I'm trying not to.
Here I thought chat could hear Mike. Little did they know we were just laughing at nothing. And
yes, no, we are sounding clinically insane on the stream.
By the way, thank you, Mike, for your support today. We really appreciate your help. We couldn't
He's
be here
thanking
without
her
you guys.
back. You can't hear it, but he is.
He's only saying the best things about me.
Great to be here in this virtual commentary box then for the 23 hours of Zolder. It's myself, Adam Weller, currently joined by Ash Vanderlei here in the box. The 23 hours of Zolder taking place for the 4th time. We're looking to break that £200,000 total across the race's history. We've got to hit £46,466 to get there. We're currently on the 18,722, so keep on donating, everybody. We can see the donations coming in on Jimmy's stream. Of course, Jimmy is now in the unenviable position of watching someone else drive his car, and that's often a difficult thing, isn't it? Just watching the fate of your race ebb and flow well out of your hands.
Yeah, but if anything happens, it's not your fault. So it's always great to be the watching and supporting, being the team morale booster. So singing in the pit, I believe it was singing in the pit box team name.
Yeah.
Which you mentioned earlier, as they like to do little sing-alongs during the in the team chat.
And I believe that singing in the pit lane team name is a reference to the fact that you can get another team to sing in the pit lane, or if you've been egregious enough out there on circuit, you yourself could end up having to sing a Christmas carol or something of that nature in the pit lane. Also an anthem. It can be a national anthem. It can be your personal national anthem. Mine is Mika's Grace Kelly, for the record. But you have plenty of different little fun twists that I'll explain to you again in just a minute. But we've got an interesting pit entry here from Sammy Hervenden, who cut across the racing line there masterfully to get himself into the pits. I'm sure gave someone a slight skip of
Brown
heartbeat.
flag, we call that. For sure.
Yes, very true. But for €500, you can trigger a safety car. Or £500 or $500. We're not fussy as to which of the 3 currencies. Safety car, and your team gets away the round for $750. You can stop and go for another team for $75, and you can also trigger a legally distinct blue shaded tortoise house, otherwise known as a shell, for £40, euros or dollars, and that gets thrown at the class leader. They'll get a drive-through penalty if a team donates $40, euros or pounds, and they have to put proof of that into one of the Discord chats, the contribution corner for the event Discord. But there's lots of very interesting added elements to this race. It's a very good blend of competitive factors and, of course, just a bit of fun as well. It's got a very good balance.
And the thing I love about iRacing in these events, especially, for example, like the Daytona 24, You have folks who race in real life. You have influencers, sim streamers. You have, like you mentioned, all walks of life. Everyone coming together for a good cause and for a little bit of fun. It's really incredible to see the camaraderie across the sim racing community in times like these.
Yes, absolutely. Of course, Ryan Ware racing the 46 car there. We just got a little look at him. How is he doing within the MX5 class? It's quite difficult. 5th in class at the moment. So 5th in class and started 10th. So making progress very nicely indeed is the 46 car at the moment. Good to see that everyone pressing on well. And we mentioned singing in the pit lane. They are still being pursued by the Abruzzi esports team. So there's 6/10 in it right now in the battle for 6th place among the Mazda MX-5s.
Gosh, it's getting a little bit harder to see the liveries, which makes sense, as it is dark.
Yes.
But it is getting a little bit harder to see the incredible liveries these teams have been working on. Again, if anyone would like to start a livery museum, I'll be down to help contribute.
There's the 53 car, the Doug Henson Racing entry, the car now driven by Pavilis Misionis and previously driven by Jimmy Broadbent. So the 53 car running nicely right now. 5th in the Toyota GR86 class. You've got one of the Mazda MX-5s just behind him. That's not an issue within class, at least. Although I believe, actually, that is an overall battle, because I think that was Ryan Ware just behind him there in the 46 car. So once again, I did mention that I thought the Toyotas and Mazdas would be scrapping, and Ryan Ware in the MX-5 is actually all over Pavilis Misionis for 32nd overall.
Again, we see some of the same names top in their class as we were going in at least 2 hours and 15 minutes into the race. Currently, Pure Sims taking first.
Yeah, we see there the top 9 cars within the overall classification there on screen. The supercars at the sharp end, as one would expect. The Kia Optimas take up most of the teens and into the early 20s, but then it is a real mix of the 86s and the Miatas, the MX-5s. Of course, these cars are most people's first experience of iRacing, aren't they? Especially at a competitive level. This is where the journey tends to begin.
Yep, we've all been through that rookie season in iRacing, trying to build our I rating, save our safety rating, depending what kind of track we're on for that week. All of us are definitely familiar with the MX-5 Cup, kind of throwing around the corners and seeing what it can do. As long as you don't blast the suspension rods while you're shifting, you should be okay. Keyword should.
And of the circuits you've driven competitively in the official events, which one's your least favourite?
Ooh, I still haven't tackled Bathurst. I'm a little bit nervous every time we do a open lobby for it or do a fun special event for it. As I think it takes a skill set for Bathurst. Happy to watch there.
It's a very specific circuit. I a lot of my competitive sim racing has been limited to Gran Turismo, just based on the hardware I do and don't have. And I know that the Aussies are suddenly a second a lap faster whenever Bathurst comes into the equation. So home field advantage.
Alex showing us that we're just over a little 1,000 pounds until we hit the 20,000 mark for tonight. Thank you to everyone who's been donating for this incredible charity and cause. The goal again today is for 46,000 total. Jimmy stated he will go blonde for the year if that happens, and then we'll be raising over the 200K over all the events, which will break some records for us. And supposedly at the 20K mark, we'll have Jimmy's other half come in for his next stint for a little bit and do a couple laps, which would be great to see and get some more folks in here.
Yes, I imagine that she will end up doing the first lap of his next stint, I would imagine. Lennart Rath there in the Tri-Nation car, the DEATCH German, Austrian, Swiss entry. And Lennart Rath there in the 77 car, having a bit of an off-track moment at turn 1, but he kept his foot in it, and thankfully the car stayed in the right direction for him. Not always a given.
Happy to see there's no lawn mowing simulators happening this evening so far. Some grass incidents, but nothing too crazy.
No, nothing too hair-raising just yet. I mentioned that Ryan Ware in the 46 car, the MX-5, was closing in on Pavilas Misiunas. There is the 46 on screen right now. He's got past Pavilas, so a move has been made there for 31st place. An interesting scrap here between the two little Japanese sports cars. And Ryan Ware. Go on.
Ryan Werstein mentioning their preparation from when we asked them what did you do in terms of prep, they said it was a little bit shaky as they're coming from ACC. iRacing, especially during enduros, are completely kind of new to them. But enough racing experience to manage 23 hours today.
Great to see Ryan Ware in the race as well. Just over £1,000 before we hit the £20,000 marker. We are eagerly awaiting that benchmark, and we want to keep on pressing on until we get to £46,466, which will bring us to a £200,000 total across the history of the 23 Hours of Zolder event, which is in its 4th running so far. And of course, as Jimmy has grown in stature in the sim racing and the wider motorsport community, so has the event too. So we're hoping to smash all records this year. Please do donate on the Just Giving page, which you can see pinned at the top of our comments section. It is such a worthy cause, the Mind charity, the mental health charity that does so much fabulous work, and we continue to see that money pot grow, and it really is great to see. I know how much this event means to Jimmy, and it means a lot to everybody, the cause in question as well. So we're spinning out of 5th place among the Kia Optimas. So the M Plower car says thank you very much, moves up into 5th in class, and also down to 7th now has gone Old Turtles Motorsport. So that is a costly error there for the 73 crew. Sammy Hervinen there losing 2 positions in one fell swoop.
I have to say, though, losing 2 positions, that save, which is a little light bump on that wall on the left-hand side, and driving away from it. No towing, no meatball. That was a great save by Sammy, and absolutely they've been crushing it for this race, and I think they can make up those 2 spots so easily.
Perhaps shades of his namesake Mikko Hervinen from the World Rally Championship days gone by. As we check in with Jimmy Broadbent, who continues to stream away as he will for the full race. I know we get to ride on board with that car all throughout the event, of course, even once he goes off for a nap or something like that. And here's Jardier, who gets a great view of one of the leading cars there, having a moment. That's the Holden Helmets car just ahead. Jake Ozzy Davies there. Jake Ozzy Davies is who we're riding on board with, the Holden Helmets car. 2nd overall, under huge pressure now from Jardier's teammate. So good scrap for 2nd and 3rd place there.
Adam, I need to ask your opinion. I'm not sure how many iRacing official events have you done. How do you feel about the headlight flashing? And this is also a question for Chad as well.
I am not familiar enough with iRacing to really weigh in, I'm afraid. I do know that earlier on today at the Max Bants Open event, the Aussie guys had their headlights matched to the throttle pedal. That is a very different case, a very different can of worms indeed. But yeah, so what's changed? Illustrate it for me.
I would want to present this to you as an unbiased, just a fact in the best of my abilities. The idea of flashing lights behind a car is to indicate that, for example, let's say you're in LMP2 GT3 race, and LMP2 will flash behind you if you're in a GT3 car, letting you know that they're right behind you. They're obviously a little bit substantially faster than you, and they're about to pass or make a move, just giving you a heads up supposedly, that they are more, possibly about to make a move to get around you. I have some beef with it, but I will let chat decide how they feel of it. Garrett's saying, I don't bother with it, but watch any real enduro and they spam the flash like it's mapped to their throttle, which you mentioned they did that a little bit earlier. Yes,
so okay, interesting. So I thought they might have changed something in the settings or something of that nature in iRacing. I mean, I don't necessarily agree with it. I will say, commentating on HyAcey GT Masters this year, I think, was it the Lausitzring? It was either Nürburgring or the Lausitzring round in August. The entire field got warned for flashing the headlights excessively during one of the races. So, yes, it very much is a problem that transfers over to the real world. I think it's valid maybe if you're in a much quicker car and you're just letting them know you're coming by, but if it's a battle for position, if you're in identical machinery, I'm sure they're very much aware that you're present. You don't need to be telling them, and that's not why you're flashing the lights. You're flashing the lights to try and distract, so I don't agree with that.
Ooh, Alex quickly mentioning that we're about 250 pounds away from that 20,000 mark.
Wow, okay. I think we just had a little bit of contact among a couple of the GR86s there. I'm not sure whom the parties were. It was one of the black 86s. I don't think it was Jimmy's 53 car, but yes, we are rapidly closing up on the marker. According to my screen, we're a little bit away from the 20k mark just now. And we're at 19,182, so yeah, 800 pounds away. And it is very quickly going up, isn't it?
Ooh, I see on Jimmy's broadcast they had a yellow flag, potentially for a slower class car up ahead, as we're encountering some traffic again, as everyone meets. Ooh, flashing lights galore, like a little rave on Zolder on the track.
I'm pretty sure they would host a music festival here at Zolder. They do all sorts of different stuff here at the facility. In fact, they have hosted several World Championship level cycling events. Here's a very interesting fact. At the 2016 Cyclocross World Championships here at Zolder, we had the first ever proven case of quote-unquote mechanical doping. A rider by the name of Femke van den Drijs was found to have an electric motor in her bike. Which is audacious, to say the least.
What? How did they discover that?
I understand she had an issue with the bike, and they had to take it apart, and someone spied some electric wires.
Yeah, if we're gonna, I believe it's don't half-ass anything. Don't half-ass two things, whole-ass one thing. So maybe.
Particularly if that one thing is cheating.
Absolutely.
Smokey Eunuch can tell you a little bit about whole-assing his cheating. I've never used that phrase before. I think I might adopt it. I like it a lot.
We have Guzzy here on the chat. Flashing lights should be for safety only, in my opinion. So only when a faster car is closing in on the slower car or a group of slower cars to warn them.
So the Pure Sims Esports 116 car continues to lead the way by 15 seconds at the sharp end of the order. And of course, in the supercars class, it is still Jordan Johnson at the wheel of that car. I believe he has been in from the beginning, unless I'm very much mistaken. Jake Ozzy Davis in second. Chris Lull in third for Holden Helmets Racing. So we've had a swap there because that car is in the pits as we speak. So Holden Helmets Racing in, one of our lead contenders, dropping through the order as a result of that.
I'm looking at Pure Sims and how they decided to prepare for this race. They wrote practiced ... but not much. Which doesn't seem to impede them in any way, as you mentioned, they were plus 15 seconds ahead of Panda Racing GSR currently.
Yeah, no, very impressive. Could have fooled me on that front, I must say. um, yeah, no, it's amazing how, as we said earlier on, some of these guys like Casey Kerwin, who is still at the wheel of the 95 MX-5, incidentally, and still leading the class for good measure, having only made one pit stop so far as well. Good advert for the Mazda motor. But Casey and people like that can just jump into absolutely anything. There are a lot of people who can do that in real life as well, especially in historic racing. You see guys, contact there for the 905, one of the Mazdas, I think the 240 car, in the gravel as well. And Francisco Scaramuzza facing the wrong way there. He just tried to turn in a bit too early, didn't he? And kind of collected himself on the front nose of the Mazda.
And back on the track. All good. Couple places possible. We'll gain those back. We're only 2 hours and 30 minutes in. Wow. We were expecting a peaceful night race, and here we are.
There's no such thing, especially when you've got how many cars on circuit? 56 cars on circuit. Absolutely no chance of a smooth evening. Team Rick down to 7th place. So they've dropped out of the top 5. They were as high as 4th place at one point. Maybe that is just the pit cycle. In fact, I think it might well just be the pit cycle, because they've made 4 stops where a lot of the cars around them in the Kia class have made 3. But nonetheless, not ideal to risk any damage with contact and accident and incident.
And I believe we have Alex Goldschmidt back here in the booth with us. Alex?
Hey guys. Yeah, I was going to say that Scaramuzza sounds a bit too close to a James Bond villain, if anyone might remember the man with the golden gun. Speaking of Christmas puns, I was thinking of one actually you know the original, what was it, Diamonds Are Forever?
Yes.
You might say just that tinsel's just for Christmas. As an alternative.
Makes pun number 5 for the stream. Just write that down.
I'm not overwhelmed by that one. I'm not underwhelmed either. I'm perfectly whelmed by that, Alex.
Okay, well, at least it was an effort, nevertheless, guys.
More of an effort than I make on the Christmas end of things, yes.
Oh, dear.
Counting towards our tally, so.
Yeah.
We said... Sorry, we said that Kachu Inc. had only made 1 pit stop so far. Casey Kerwin is in. So the 95 car is into the pit lane. Casey Kerwin, let's see whether he hands the car over. He's still listed on the timing screen. Is he going out for another stint?
Oh, possibly.
Let me check into his stream. He was looking very comfortable. And he has a bunch of viewers currently in his chat, but he's having a great time talking, interacting with his chat while driving the Mazda MX-5. No sweat off the eNASCAR champions back here for the 23 Hours of Zolder.
Yeah, Michael Gonzalez has just been confirmed behind the wheel, so Casey is going to get his respite at long last.
Yeah, we've got a call out to Tobias Brockman in the chat saying about pizza and pineapple. No. It's already been...
Tobias, that is 3 a.m. conversation, my friend.
Yeah,
it's too early in the night for that.
Oh, dearie. Yeah. Well, I personally, I don't like it, but to each their own.
I've never had it. I can tell you I wouldn't like it.
And we've already had Raymond Sansa saying, is Die Hard a Christmas movie?
Oh, no.
Go figure on that one.
It happens during a holiday party, and I absolutely believe so.
Do you want to know something? This will annoy a lot of people.
Oh dear.
I have only watched one Die Hard film. It was the 5th one.
The 5th one?
Oh dearie me! I've had this conversation about Star Trek and Star Wars on this Sim Racing Expo Professional Trophy, where Adam D, and I'm going to call him out, did not know about Star Wars, did not know about Star Trek, and Dan Terry, who's one of our competitors, just basically in caps locks just went, "Get out" in the Discord chat.
Leave.
And Lucky PSD says, it's not Christmas until I've seen Hans Gruber fall out of the tower.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Zolder looks nice under the lights, doesn't it, guys?
It does, definitely. It's been beautiful seeing it descend into nighttime here. We've firmly gone into darkness now. Not a peep of light on screen. There won't be a peep of light, well, what, for another 10, maybe more hours? It's going to be a long slog from here on out. In fact, I think it'll be more like 12 hours in the darkness. A lot of time for these teams to get caught out by the dark conditions.
Oh, I've just noticed on Contribution Corner, Scuderia Racing McRaceface have said, please stop Team iRacing with the fast blue item. And they've just made a contribution of $40.
Okay.
We've also had... Jim has just put something against his teammate, Gordy, saying, Gordy to prison, please. And he's just put in 75 pounds with the voluntary contribution. So £86.25 meant that Gordy Much has had to do another pit stop.
And so that explains why the Team Jawline car has just come in. So has the Pure Sims Esports 116 entry. So that car is in the pits right now, as is Team Jawline. How long is Jawline going to get held for then? That's the question.
Depends. Could be depending on the value of money. Folks, we have now just over 1,100 supporters on the justgiving.com page that Jimmy set up. We're at £19,311, 386% of the target that was set initially, which was £5,000. And when I put my donation in last night, we were literally at 50% of the 5k.
This is definitely the most wonderful time of the year, if I don't say so myself, as we are raising money for Mind, a mental health charity, as we try to break the stigma still, and make sure folks feel comfortable talking about it, getting the help they need, and understand that this is important to all of us, and it's something that should definitely be talked about.
Yeah, I think really... I think from my side, it's time for me to open up about my mental health issues, which actually, funnily enough, happened March 2020, when everything got shut down. 6 months later, I lost my full-time job, didn't know what was going on, had anxiety, insomnia, the full 9 yards. I mean, Ash, you've also been quite open about your struggles as well, haven't you?
Yes, I think around the same time, my anxiety has gone really bad during lockdown and such. And learning about depression and how it affected me, my therapist recommended that I start a motorsports channel for folks who are also into motorsports and kind of, not get over, because I'll always have anxiety, but learn to cope with my anxiety, talking to internet strangers, which is an interesting way of putting it. But I owe her a lot, because here we are today.
Yeah, and also, I think one of the funniest... Now, if anyone hasn't seen Ash's YouTube channel, because she does have a Twitch channel, I was looking at some of the shorts when you were talking about the NASCAR point system being basically a load of hot garbage, and saying if you need to enter Harvard, you need to look at the NASCAR point system.
I'd say it's hot garbage. It's just more like when you're trying to rifle through garbage and you don't understand what's happening, and it's also on fire, and it's interesting to explain to folks who've never been to NASCAR. And one of the things I try to pride myself on is education in motorsports and helping new people get into any kind of... I think there's a motorsport for everyone. So trying to explain the NASCAR point system is one of my favorite things to do.
Yep, so we're currently with the Garage 69 that looks to be a bit more intact than it was earlier on, Adam, when I think we saw that the front end on that car was very, very mangled. But I'm going to bring in my 2 cents about the headlight debacle of flashing. And I am completely of the opinion that if you are signalling to slower traffic in front of you, you have the right to do that. If you are excessively flashing your headlights, no, definitely not.
Because I, of course, track and correct me, you folks may correct me, that if I am the slower car, it is not my job to let you through. It is your job to pass me. I can't do anything if you're flashing your headlights. I'm going to do my racing line. I will be doing the best that I can. But you flashing your headlights as me does not help me in any way. I will keep driving the way I am driving. So.
Yeah, it's always the responsibility of the faster car to safely negotiate their way through for a pass, whether it's on the inside or the outside. We have seen it in the early part of this race where people have just, I think the biggest example was Jimmy coming out the pit lane earlier on. where he was staying within the white line, and then the number 37 just cut across him, turned in, probably carrying too much speed, and then Jimmy just gets a bit of a tag and, stops his progress, so to speak.
However, I feel we see some folks just having a little fun with their flashing headlights as we're watching the race, and folks just back markers flashing their lights. Everyone just having a good time here as we enter the nighttime hours of Zolder.
Yeah,
Firmly.
Yep. Brake
Into the
discs
night.
glowing. Yep.
Yeah,
Brake
into the
discs
night.
glowing.
Oh, yeah, they are glowing indeed. Brake discs are glowing, but thankfully not snowing, etc.
Oh. You're gonna have to put another mark on your notepad there, Ash.
Currently, we're at 7. I think we're crushing it with this trio right now.
Yeah.
Christmas. Ugh. There's I host a quiz fairly often here in my little hometown, and I have a hard and fast no Christmas before the 20th rule in the music round.
The 20th of November or December?
December.
Oh, Adam.
Unless the last quiz falls before the 20th, and then I'll make an allowance, but...
Wow, you're a mean one, Mr. Weller.
I know.
Mr. Grinch.
Yeah,
exactly.
big Grinch energy, definitely. So, let's read you through the top 4 in all 4 classes right now. The Pure Sims Esports 116 car leads the way by 18.4 seconds in the overall order. And, of course, in the Supercars class, 18.2 seconds was the listed gap there. Panda Racing GSR in 3rd place, 13 seconds back from Holden Helmets Racing. Team Jawline in 4th place, 50 seconds off the podium now after Jimmy Broadbent's helpful contribution to Gordy Much's progress that sent him into the pits just a few moments ago. Jardier Community Team in 5th place there. Moving into the Kia Optima class then, and the top 5 overall, it is Prismatic Motorsports in the lead right now. According to that graphic, No Limit Sim Racing 9 laps back. I somehow doubt that's fully accurate unless I've missed a lot of Kia trauma in the last few moments. LMP Boys for Fabian are there in 3rd place, ahead of the Premature Acceleration car, 4th in the class, and Old Turtles Motorsport in 5th place. All of those cars, I think, are within about a minute in actuality, so it's very close in the Kia category still at this stage. Onto the 86ers, of course. And Team iRacing currently with a commanding 1 minute and 31 second lead as they two-wheel their way through turn 5. NSS Racing in 2nd place, listed as a minute and 32 back, so just under a lap behind. Scuderia Racy McRaceface in 3rd, Prismatic in 4th, and the 111 Racing Crew in 5th place, as one of the 86ers there was pointing the wrong way down. Well, there was one pointing the wrong way down at turn 5. There's also one at the Villeneuve chicane. So Mike Dolling having an issue, and that's the car 2nd in class. So that's a significant one.
Oh, right. So another... The thing is, with the contribution corner that we're actually seeing on the Discord here for everything that's going on, people are actually making donations. And folks, we are around about 500 quid away from hitting the magic £20,000.
Yes.
So, and
rapidly approaching.
Yes, rapidly approaching. And there's Jimmy himself just watching on, engaging with his stream, as always. And one of the things I like about streaming, guys, is that whether it be on Facebook, YouTube or Twitch, you can just sort of be yourself, can't you?
I call it finding your weird. Everyone has different personalities, likes, and interests. There's so many different personalities on these streaming platforms. If you find your weird, find your community. It's really something special.
My weird is Asperger's, minor end of the autistic spectrum, and as such I do have to just quickly get to the top 5 in the Mazdas to make sure I don't do a job half done. the Mazda MX-5 Cup top 5. It's still Kachewink at the sharp end as Abruzzi Esports have a moment out of the final turn. 77 car dropping through the order like a stone attached to some iron. Dropping to 8th place, maybe even down to 9th place if they're not careful, because here comes, well, that's Kachu to put a lap on them. But I think the 9th place car won't be far behind either. It is Kachewink that lead the way. Michael Gonzalez at the wheel of the 95 machine. Pepesda Mandem in 2nd place ahead of Sham Racing Rejects, the secondary Sham team. DRS Uganda Shripsport in 4th place. And then, to round out the top 5, a lap down, incidentally, already, such is the Kerchu progress right now. It is Rising Panda Racing in 5th.
Yeah, oh, sorry, go ahead, Ash.
I just wanted to mention about Prismatic Motorsports. They had a very great description for us, and I'm not sure if a lot of people are familiar with them. But Prismatic, the sim racing team by and for transgender peoples, established in March of 2021. The team aims to provide the space and opportunity for trans talent to showcase itself, elevate that talent to roles within sim racing, be it the team administration, broadcasting, the racing itself, and advocate for trans people within sim racing and real-life motorsport worlds. So I just wanted to shout them out a bit.
Yeah, definitely. When you've got such ambassadors as Cami Sturch and Charlie Martin, who are very, very well known within both communities, especially the former. I mean, Charlie now is a development test driver for MB Motorsport, who run Jake Hill in the British Touring Car Championship, and she's a friend of the M-Power brand, not to be confused with M-Plower, folks. Just had to get the one in there.
I knew you had to. Yeah, of course, Cami is the person responsible for the fabulous artwork that is the signature of this event. The Anna picture that you have on the Just Giving page is one of the many brilliant pieces of art by Cami and her Go for the Gap brand. Great to see her as a part of this event, and there you see what I'm talking about there. Cami, definitely one of the best people in the motorsport community, and she's also, I believe. Oh, go on.
I got some breaking news. Kachu's going to have a particular blue shell thrown their way right now because someone's just donated $40.
You know what? Whoever did that, quite right. I think they're getting a bit full of themselves at the top there. 1 minute and 15 clear. We can't be having that.
For one to be thrown at Team iRacing in the GR86.
I was going to say exactly right. Yes, Team iRacing, beware. You know what? If you don't like the new GR86, if you feel like it is a grip roll 86, if you donate to mine, you can also take it out on Team iRacing.
But we're not condoning that because as broadcasters, we are. Maybe professional. Yeah, sure, that's us. Yeah.
Well, I've already sworn on the broadcast when I quoted Jimmy. So,
you did.
but it was in context. So, you know, you got broadcaster libel there. You know, you gotta sort of go with the flow a little bit.
Just to say quickly, £19,814 now. We're within 200 of the 20 grand marker. Emily will be readying up for her little one lap cameo in the GR86 in the not too distant future, I'd imagine.
Yep, so keep that money coming in, folks. Kachu Inc. is going to get a little bit of a surprise very, very shortly, and that car has definitely been through the walls like a lot of the cars have already been through in the first nearly 2 hours and 50 minutes.
Steve mentioning that Jimmy has been plotting. From what I caught, it sounds like he's going to pay for a safety car drive round.
Ooh. And I also have to say, a lot of people have been telling their stories in the YouTube chat as well. Raymond Sampson, one, being in the military, my mental health is a different conversation. So it's a bit hard to get mental health help. So sim racing and video games are my outlets. And that's really good to hear from all of you out there that have had your own fair share of dramas. And it's always good to talk about these things. You don't want it to be a burden on your shoulders because we're all here. We're all part of the same community. We're all here to help. So, you know, at any time, as Hang on, was that Michael Gonzalez getting a little bit of a slowdown there as well? Did he exceed track limits, possibly?
Apologies for interrupting. We have reached the $20,600. 615, excuse me, just updated. So
Wow.
Emily will be put into the driver's seat. Emily being Jimmy Broadbent's significant other.
Yeah,
There you go.
so
I have to follow on for that lap for sure when that comes around. That could be entertaining.
well, the reason being is that Jimmy has just made a massive donation himself in the contribution corner. Let's just say 3 figures and north of £750, folks. It just goes to show that we're all in this together.
Safety car plus wave around for car number 53 is the pledge from Jimmy Broadbent in the Just Giving, and it is indeed £750 that he has put forth. So a great effort from Jimmy there. Again, we've said it a lot already. We will continue to say it because it's so true that this event means so much to Jimmy. He said this is his event for the year. It's his favourite thing to do each and every season. And it's a real honour to be a part of it. We're rapidly approaching that 3-hour marker then. And it sounds like we're going to have our first safety car before we get there.
Yeah, and just keeping an eye on what's happening in contribution corner as well. So I will endeavour to keep you all updated, folks, on that. So I think Michael Day... Oh, there we go. Emily's behind the wheel.
She's not yet controlling the car.
With the driver change, yeah.
But she will have to do a driver change shortly. I met Emily and indeed Jimmy at Silverstone in June. I wonder if we can get her in the Praga next. Let's wait and see how this lap goes
You need
first.
his and her sim rigs in the office.
Yeah, in the shed.
In the shed.
I miss the shed. The shed was a fabulous era.
Well, considering the fact that the Dutch called him that he was from Somalia and thought he wasn't actually who he said he was. If anyone might remember that old chestnut.
Oh yeah, the pride of Somalia, I'll have you know. As he ended up being labelled for some time afterwards. Do love the ever-flowing jokes and memes around Jimmy. 95 car continues on with Michael Gonzalez at the wheel. Kerchu still with a significant lead right now. Team iRacing, I think, did they just visit the pits? Did I see that right? I think they might have been in the pit lane a few moments ago. I will verify as best I can. Looks like another lap at least for Jimmy and the 53 car, because Emily still awaiting her opportunity to hop behind the wheel at this stage. They continue on for another lap into turn 1 now.
Emily currently supposedly not happy that the car will be manual and not the automatic gears.
Oh no.
No, she's got it.
It's got to be done.
She'll be
I
fine.
think she's talking a game and we're about to be hustled and she's going to put in the fastest lap. Just watch.
What, you mean faster than Jimmy's one with the oven mitts on?
Exactly.
Oh, right. We've had another donation in contribution corner. Joe Champa has just donated £375 for half of the a safety car waiver round. So that is over £1,000 between Joe and Jimmy.
Wow, amazing donation from Joe Champa then. Safety car with around 4 car 53. Jim is going to be back in it then, in the GR86 class. Excited to see exactly where it puts him. Team iRacing hadn't been into the pits yet by the looks of it, but they are now. Just into the pits goes the GR86 Team iRacing entry. Do we have a driver change ongoing for that car? I'll endeavour to find that out. I believe we do. Michael Hinkle now listed at the wheel. I don't believe he was in previously, so that should be a driver change there.
Yeah, I've just been having a look through the what did you do in terms of preparation? I mean, Ash, you've been talking about a few of this. LOMP Motorsports put frantically practiced since Tuesday with the Toyota. And then VRE Motorsports with the likes of Sebastian Kunze, Olivier Verhagen, Paul Jordan, Stefan Holzkamp, Joseph Skidmore and Hugo Valentin. They went Practice since 2023 Season 1 patch and a fancy stint sheet. More fancy than the 951 car itself. And here comes the number 53 into the pit lane. So, folks, here we go. Emily's about to take the wheel.
Exciting times then, as we will see Emily take on a lap of Zolder. Now, question is, are they doing qualifying rules? Does she have to do an in and an out lap as well?
It depends on what advice Jimmy's given her. I'm sure he probably has said, yeah, do it. Yeah, do an out lap, get the tyres up to temp, and then give it the berries and see what happens.
Unfair. She's driving at night, by the way. I have to say, we did not set her up for success here.
There's only several thousand people watching across the various streams at the moment. To all of you who are watching this stream as well as Jimmy's feed, thank you so much for doing so. We await the appearance of Emily, Jimmy Broadbent's partner, who now heads out onto the circuit. A magical mystery tour of Zolder by night. Jimmy can say, well, look, I did try to get the £20,000 before nightfall, but this is how it's ended up pairing up. And we see Emily now. She's having to get some live coaching as to the gear change situation. There are some headlights in the rear view mirrors, but she's got through turn 2 without too much drama, hugging the inside line, trying to stay out of the way as best she can. We've got
a smile on her face. She's having a great time.
I'm going to listen to the actual audio, if there is any, on Jimmy's stream right now.
Perfect drift.
Amazing slide through turn 5. That was excellent. She did
that.
She did an amazing catch of that slide.
I love this so much. Being able to share a hobby of yours, essentially, and this is Jimmy's whole life. This is incredible.
And she's cut the course for the first time in the lap. I see we do have full course yellow, don't we? So safety car is out as well, right?
So that'll be a lap and a half of a wave around for the 53, just to allow Emily to complete her lap and get back into the pit lane, I think.
Yeah, that was a magnificent drift for sure.
How fast is she currently going? Because
she's going about 60 miles an hour and increasing the speed.
Perfect. I remember when I first started iRacing, I wouldn't leave second gear because I was too scared.
It took me several months to figure out what a brake was when I first started sim racing. I was 4, but still. Just to say as well that Steve Cleaver says Jimmy's been reassuring Emily that if she writes off the car, they do have a fast repair. So she is being supported by Jimmy in his own unique way. And is he now guiding her to pit entry? Yes, so just the outlap for Emily. Emily has done her due diligence and performed the £20,000 lap at the wheel before. I don't know if Jimmy will take over or whether they'll get the car back in the hands of one of his teammates. Jimmy hasn't been out of the car for too long. Ooh, a little bit of contact with the barriers on the way in. But otherwise, I would say that's a solid performance.
Yeah?
Yeah. She did great. And I love that she got a lap in. Maybe she'll get addicted like all of us do and join the cult. I mean, community.
The cult.
I didn't say anything about a cult.
Sorry, what?
What?
How many years is it before you get the robes again? I forget.
Oh, don't you start.
It's after you
It's like a
sacrifice an
plush
LMP2 in Daytona.
It's a plush purple velvet, man. It's amazing.
Oh, brilliant. Casey,
Sim racing prints.
Casey has just donated £5 for the incident.
The incident.
If anyone might remember a certain Mr. Charles Leclerc when he was battling Mr. Verstappen in karting.
Yes.
Chocolate Cluck.
Yep.
Very familiar.
Yep. He said, yeah, what happened, Charles? Oh, it was just an incident. Mr. Charles Banana at one point when we were all locked down, and he was. If anyone might remember that, when Charles Leclerc decided to dress up as Charles Banana, and well, that was the name I gave him, and it sort of stuck a little bit from my side. I don't know about everybody else, but
I'm upset we're not on camera because I do have my own banana suit because of that.
Oh,
I'm not at all upset that I'm not on camera.
I don't think my camera would be of a high enough resolution anyway.
No, I'm in a
Probably
very dark corner of my studio right now. I don't think it would make for particularly compelling viewing.
That sounds like a horror movie waiting to happen right there, Mr. Well. In the
Right. Of course, studio is a relative term. It's a studio on a budget. 2 hours and 59 minutes and a few seconds gone. We're hitting that 3-hour marker then. And of course, with the safety car out, all of these battles at the sharp end are going to condense and get very exciting. Pure Sims Esports are currently our leaders, with Panda Racing GSR just behind in second place. Team Jawline in third place right now, having just exited pit lane. The Holden Helmets are also in the pits right now in fourth. The Jardier Community Team rounding out the top 5 in the Supercars class. We'll run through the overall top 10, because in 6th place... Oh, I sprung that on Mike a little bit. My apologies, Mike. Garage 69 in 6th place right now. They're just exiting the pit lane ahead of Sapphire Simsport Alpha. Taylor Mills Racing, car number 41 in 8th place. The Trackstars team in 9th position right now. An Obscure Car Club rounding out the top 10. Before I get on to the Kias, I'm just going to very quickly check whether or not we've got a second driver yet in the Trackstars machine. No, it's still Pat Trappett. So Pat Trappett has been driving from the very beginning of this race, and will get respite whenever his teammate Luke Hayden wakes up over in Australia. Over to the Kia Optimas then, and it is the LMP boys for Fabian Van Dooren currently in the lead. Great to see them out at the sharp end. Now, they are still listed as 9 laps clear. Is that not a typo then? Is that a genuine gap that we've got there? Can anyone confirm or deny?
I am going to have a little check on the
yes, I'm just wondering whether anyone has severely boosted. But,
they're a lap. It looks like they're just a lap ahead at the moment.
Okay, so the LMP boys nonetheless leading the Kia Optima class right now. The Premature Acceleration crew, the charity edition, in second place, ahead of M Plower state-sponsored conditioning in third place. No Limit Sim Racing in fourth place, ahead of Prismatic Motorsports, rounding out our top 5, just ahead of the Old Turtles, who have been all over the shop so far in this race. They currently sit in 6th. In the GR86s, meanwhile, we have a interesting shuffle going on at the moment, what with the 53 car being put a lap clear. It is still Team iRacing, or rather being put a lap on where they were, I should say. Team iRacing running 21 seconds ahead, but ever shrinking because of the safety car queue. It is Team iRacing that lead the way, currently with Michael Hinkle at the wheel. NSS Racing in second, ahead of Scuderia Racy McRaceface. The other Prismatic car, the 86, in fourth place. And Slipstream Racing rounding out our top 5. They have had some trials and tribulations in this one. The Doug Henson Racing 53 car, the Jimmobile, currently listed 6th. Pepesda Mandem, for the first time in this race, as far as I know, are leading the way in the MX5 class. So Rainier Arts in first place right now, in the 44 machine, ahead of the Kerchu Inc. 95. Rising Panda Racing up to third in class right now. DRS Uganda in fourth, and the Sham Racing Rejects rounding out our top 5 in the MX5 class. We are just over 3 hours into the 23 hours of Zolder event for the Mind charity. We're currently seeing one of the more unique eccentricities of the circuit here at Zolder as they approach the Jochen Rindt Bocht. Everyone slows down, and often it can cause a traffic jam, and I can vouch for the realism of that because it happened in Euro NASCAR this year too.
Yeah, and we're still under full safety car conditions, so full course yellow, whilst the number 53 car, with Jimmy behind the wheel, now up to 30th position overall in the number 53 GR86. And we're on, what is it now, lap 115 so far.
I do want to shout out the broadcasting crew, maybe tooting our own horns a little. SimSport Solutions, thank you so much for putting this together, organizing all us cats here in the broadcasting team, making sure we knew what was going on at all times. Alex Goldschmidt, thank you so much. providing excellent commentary, carrying this team on your back. Chris Buxton going to join us soon. Rob Lomas, Adam Weller doing most of the broadcasting for this whole day, and myself, Ash Vandelay.
Yeah, well, you've been hot on the heels of trying to secure a driver, and it looks like we've got our first one in. A very good evening to Callum McIntyre. How are you?
Hey, Callum.
Hey, how's it going, guys? All right?
Yep, enjoying the race so far?
Yes, it's an entertaining one, always, this race. We've done it a couple of years in a row. Always pick the slowest class, so it's always staying out of trouble. But the Mazda's been entertaining this year. Very, very loose on cold tyres. Very tricky to bring in the tyres in, and then it's just staring in your rearview mirror. But it's been a lot of fun. Yeah.
Yeah. Coming back to obviously the information that you guys gave us about the team singing in the pit lane. No Frank Sinatra puns here, please, folks. But it was so funny when we got the. What did you do to prepare for this race? We did some testing of that. This Mazda is super sketchy on cold tyres, so we mostly crashed over and over. How many times did the Mazda get rolled, Callum?
Many. We've had a few very spectacular ones that got clipped and put in the Discord. But if you clip some of these sausage curbs, they will send you to the moon.
And maybe the Shadow Realm when it exits stage right as well after the trip to the moon. Then, but yeah, you guys competed last year, finished second in what was affectionately known as the Mustang class. It's great to have multi-class racing with a very good charitable twist, with obviously us raising money for Mind. We've raised over, what is it now? Over the best part of nearly 22 grand so far. It's really good to see that the community is able to come together to help recognise someone that we've lost from the sim community in the form of Fabian Van Dooren, and also for us to have a lot of fun and banter. I'm sure there's plenty of jocularity in your voice chat on Discord at the moment, isn't there?
Yes, it's definitely a really fun race, but obviously for a great cause. I raced against Fabian a few times. I recognise his name from iRacing circles. But yeah, definitely a great cause. We've had to pay a few penalties and a few donations on top of that as well. But it's definitely a good cause. It's great to see the total coming up and up as we go through the race.
Ash, have you got any questions for Callum?
Callum, is this your first time doing Zolder?
I've done it. Well, Zolder is very underused in iRacing, isn't it? It doesn't come up very much, and so it's an interesting choice by Jimmy for this race. But it's great for this, especially in these cars. But yeah, we raced obviously the 24 last year. Obviously, I've raced it on HyAcey a bit as well, and then practicing coming up for this. But it's a great circuit. You've really got to master the curbs, definitely. And the triple chicane down the bottom, I forget what the proper name is for it, but trying to manage track limits there and keep momentum up is really tricky. But it's a great circuit for this collection of cars.
Absolutely. And do you have a preference on the which kind of class or car you drive in iRacing?
I love the Mazda. Well, normally I run single seaters, Formula 4, Formula 3. I race in a few leagues and things like that with that as well. Anything with downforce I like, but the Mazda then seems like a strange option. But in these multi-class races, I always find our team particularly, we're very good in the slower cars, and so I thought that was our best shot at a good result. So that was the reason for the decision. But yeah.
We're kind of hearing that Jimmy's pitting for a driver change yet again. What was it like out there during your stint? We can only see a few cars at a time, a couple barrel rolls from the Mazdas, but how was it on the track?
Carnage is the word. Absolute carnage. The Mustangs, they appear out of nowhere. But the supercars, they appear out of nowhere because they're so quick. The Kias too, but they obviously take their front wheel drive, so they take very different lines. So if you're side by side with them, you got to give them a bit of room. Then the GR86s, they're actually not much quicker than the Mazdas, and we're quicker on the straights, and they're quicker through the faster. They've got a bit more downforce, so they're quicker through some of the faster corners. So you end up battling 86s and sort of trying to get away from them because you end up just them overtaking you overtaking them. So it's an interesting muddle between the two of them. I'm sure there will be battles for like overall race position towards the end between Mazdas and 86s, so that'll be interesting to watch.
And as we know, the whole reason we're all together is to raise money for mind and mental health. What is something you do to help with your mental health, or if you're having a bad week, etc., that you're willing to share with us?
Exercise is my way for doing that. Whether it's running, I play a lot of team sports as well, and I find that getting out and focusing on something entirely different, running around, I find that helps a lot for me personally. Anyway, I know everyone's different on that sort of thing.
Absolutely. I know some folks are talking about video gaming and sim racing, especially for me. I agree with that because, like you said, sim racing takes all of the focus, and you really have to pay attention to what you're doing. And I'm sure with exercising, running, you're kind of focusing on your breathing, your steps you're taking. Your mind is really put into that.
Yeah, definitely.
Any advice for those who want to start sim racing?
Oh, any advice? Ooh, I don't know. I'd say get some proper coaching. I'm biased. I work for Driver 61, and they have a sim racing coaching course, which helped me a lot. I went through that. But I find, just enjoy it. And particularly these endurance races where you can team up with a group of other drivers and drive with them, drive the same car on the same setup, learn from the quicker guys and teach the slower guys. That is where iRacing is so incredible, because you can have that team aspect, the collaborative work. That's where I enjoy sim racing the most, is where you're racing with your mates, sort of through the night. You're arranging shifts, you're practicing the week before, you're drawing up a silly paint scheme, you're playing with the setup. Like, all of that is where I enjoy it. So I actually joined a team last minute for Daytona a few years back, just on Reddit. So if you're looking to join a team and you're not currently part of one, just reach out, and there'll be great people that want to start a team and start racing together. That'd be my advice. Yeah.
If I may just quickly interject, we do have the safety car in this lap. Pure Sims Esports with Jordan Johnson at the wheel will lead away a 4-car train among the supercars leaders. Owen McCoy in the 22 Panda Racing GSR machine, William Chadwick in the 88 Team Jawline machine, and the 666 Holden Helmets racing car in the hands of Chris Lullum. We're underway then and back to racing for the end of the first safety car period of the race, just over 3 hours in, and there's a move on going there for second place as we look further back to where it's all kicking off. As you rightly said, Callum, the battles between the fairly closely paired GR86s and MX5s have been the source of a great amount of entertainment so far. Team Jawline there in second place, then they have held off Holden Helmets for now. We're back to live racing then, lots of cars packed together once more.
Yeah, Will Chadwick did make the move for second position, so Team Jawline up into P2 ahead of Holden Helmets with Chris Lullum behind the wheel. I do recognise a couple of the names in the supercar class. Of course, Alexander Zecker aligned with Azatec Sim Sports. Chris Lullum, if I remember correctly, Team Redline. Will Chadwick with Team Fordzilla. So we've got a who's who in this race. And they've just finished racing the VCO Pro Sim Infinity, which was 24 races over 24 hours. Callum, thank you very much for your time, buddy. We'll let you get back on and make sure that if the anthem or a song of your of the team's choice for singing in the pit lane needs to be used, as Kachu Inc. in the back into the back of the Prismatic Motorsports Sappho car. Callum, we'll leave you to it. Thanks for joining us, buddy.
Thank you, guys. Cheers.
Thank you. That was Callum McIntyre, head of production at Driver 61 and Driven Media. You can find him on YouTube talking about F1, engineering, and a lot. Currently in the Mazda class for Singing in the Pit Lane. A bunch of Gene Kelly fans, as I'm sure we all are.
Oh, excellent. Is it because I missed that? I was briefly away from microphone. Is that what they're going to sing, a Gene Kelly track?
Maybe a Frank Sinatra, as long as it's not singing in the rain. No, it's all right. Don't worry. It's a long haul, this, guys. So, but coming back to the funny things about preparation. I think you mentioned some a few earlier on. The best one I heard was what was it? Prismatic Motorsports Dionysus, which is the Kia car, and they said just crying for the amount of chronic understeer on the car. What was it? There was another team. It was not so NSS Racing, not so serious racing. Said pray to God. Bad Ideas Inc. ran a lot of laps, and then they went, give us some info about your team. We're the Christmas Warrior car. Now, the question is, guys, have we had a rollover yet in this race? Because obviously I was away for a little bit.
We did,
Two
but it wasn't the
Mazdas.
car you're expecting.
So it wasn't the GR86. Was it a Mazda by any chance?
Yes, there's two of them. Two different Mazdas rolling.
I think
That
a
don't
Kia
count.
also rolled,
Oh, a
being
Kia.
collected up in the second incident.
Oh dear. So, maybe a few more rolls on the cards a little bit later on in the race. But Team iRacing now are about, 1.8 seconds ahead of Not So Serious Racing. And it's quite funny that Doc X118 from one of the teams has gone, just to make sure this blue shelf for the MX5 leader does not get missed after the yellow. So that just goes to show how much. I think that's Zach Price, if I remember correctly. Because the funny thing is, it has been a moment there for the number 64. That's Michael Hinkle behind the wheel, and that's Team iRacing. And that gap was at one point quite ridiculous, wasn't it?
Yes, at some points it was. Now it's gone down significantly, courtesy of blue shells and things of that nature, as well as the effect of the safety car period. Steve Cleaver lets us know that Jimmy's teammate Pavilis Misiunas has just lost it and rather damaged the back of the car. So the Broadbent mobile, the 53 car, could be in a little bit of jeopardy right now. Of course, that is the Henson Racing machine.
So Jimmy's, go on, Ash.
You say Blue Shell, I say Blue Christmas by Elvis Presley. We took another tick on the holiday puns, you know?
Oh, yep.
Bringing the total up to 10, just saying.
Well, all I'm going to say, there's a particular phrase that the number 53. Oh, we're going to see a replay now. Now, this is Neil Debaquier. Oh, now that was not. That was definitely a game of Skittles going into. I think that was Boulderberg there at turn 9. So Skittles by the number 41, I'm afraid. A couple of Mazdas were unwilling victims on that one.
Yeah, that driver's been in for a while. He took the car over within the first hour, Neil Debacker, and he's now in the pit lane. So I wonder if that's been the signal for the teams to replenish their driver lineup in that instance. Team Jawline aggressively tackling the curbs as they continue to chase down the lead car, the 116 of Jordan Johnson. William Chadwick, though, under fire from Chris Lullum, who dives up the inside at the Villeneuve chicane. Nice move, clean move for second position. He will now go and hunt down the 116 and Jordan Johnson.
Yeah, that gap between the top three is less than 1.3 seconds. And this back marker traffic, again, as I said earlier on, it spells trouble. But as we rightly pointed out with regards to the headlight flashing scenario that we discussed earlier on, this is the moment where Pavilis put a wang on this, to quote Jimmy. That was a 360 backwards into the barriers, and that's going to be a hard
closer
hit.
to almost knocking a wang off that, to be honest with you.
Should we pay for Zolder to get more lighting?
Oh dear. Moving on. But yeah, I mean that gap now.
Even an iota.
Well, Chris Lullum is right on the case with Jordan Johnson from Pure Sim Esports 116 for the race lead, and the top three now covered by that is less than 8/10. And all this traffic that's going to be in front of them, it's about who negotiates it the best, isn't it?
Of course, yeah. I mean, we see it lap on lap. We've had a little bit of respite, really, for the supercars there for just a couple of laps as that safety car restart unfolded. But now they're firmly back among the 86s, back among the MX-5s, and even the odd Kia as well. We ride on board with the first of the Mustangs, Chadwick, in the Team Jawline machine, the Team Fordzilla William Chadwick. Of course, he races for Team Fordzilla on a regular basis. Natural, then, that he is at the wheel of the big Mustang with the massive rear wing. And look at this for first place, though. Up the inside goes the Holden Helmets car. They've collected one of the 86s in amongst that.
Not too sure who that might have been.
Brown flag there.
Oh, that's a new take on Code Brown. Someone's going to need to check their underwear after that one, I'm afraid. But yeah, we're just going to have a little bit of a replay. Now, just look at how far back they are going into Boulderberg, and literally they're side by side, and Lulham takes the lead, but it was Johnson that made the contact on the GR86.
Beautiful recovery, though.
Yeah. But now Chris Lulham has got a lead of just over a second through that accrochage, as they say.
I think nothing really that Visca could have done there at the wheel of the 86, but it was a tricky situation. 3 into 1 definitely doesn't go at the Jochen Rindt box. Several drivers have found that out over the years. Unfortunately, it has had a slight impact on one of the 86's race. It's also changed the lead battle. Holden Helmets Racing sliding up the inside on lap 122 of the race. We're now on lap 123. The 41 car still very much stuck amongst the traffic. One of the others facing the wrong way there. The first chicane, the Klein chicane. This really is scruffy stuff. They say that safety cars breed safety cars, and we're seeing many examples of why.
Yeah, going to see a replay here with Adam Barker in the GR86 going through the Kleine Chicane. Just hits the sausage curbs on the entry point, does a 180, and just keeps out of the way of the traffic that's literally shooting past him at a big old rate of knots. Watch the redress. Oh, that was close.
Adam Barker thankfully picked his spot quite nicely eventually, but yes, that was near disaster. Michael Gonzalez we look at now for Kachu Inc., the long-time leaders of this race. They've got back past Pepes de Mandem, who were briefly leading in the safety car queue. Kachu Inc. really are an impressive outfit, aren't they?
They are indeed, and of course they had to rock the right livery for this car, which fits quite nicely on the Mazda MX-5, I must say. But Rising Panda Racing in 4th position, now in pit lane. But Team Jawline with Will Chadwick is closing in on Pure Sim Esports in the 116 with Jordan Johnson behind the wheel. The gap is less than half a second for P2 in the supercars category.
We're actually trying to get a team member from Kerchu in here to so we can interview, and I jokingly told him interrogate him. Daniel Morad will be joining us in a little bit before his first stint.
You will answer our questions.
We're having a good time, okay, Morad?
Meanwhile, in the chat, Aaron Brosio has just said they just hit 55x. They're going to have to start being careful here pretty soon. Ooh. No, 250 is where things start to get juicy.
Yeah.
So we've got a little bit of leeway yet.
That has to be the max that iRacing allows, 250.
Must be, surely, yes.
But all in the name of charity. We're having a good time.
Yeah, well, according to the race info, incident warnings, warning at 250 incident points, then every 50 incidents. The hardcore level has been set to disallow all driving aids. Oh, that's why the Mazda and the GR86 are a bit tail happy at times, but clutch assist, okay. So, yeah, this definitely has been made to be a very, very hard-wearing endurance race for all the competitors and also their sim racing equipment from their respective sim rigs.
We've mentioned about a few broken wrists. Some of us has had 3 times. I'm not going to say any names. And so direct drive might be the cause of that.
Mm-hmm. Oh no, it was long before direct drive even existed in sim racing. This was my clumsy preteen athlete era.
Oh, this was your time to be really cool, Adam. That you had the hardest direct drive setting on, and you're doing the 24 hours of Spa, and your hero moment.
And he kept his I was just about to say, and he kept his hands on the wheel going through Eau Rouge before he lost it going into Radion and hit the barriers.
Yeah, I'm not sure that makes me look cool so much as silly.
No, but the thing is that you could understand with a hard hit at Radion, as we have seen in previous 24 hours of Spa-Francorchamps over the years in real life. But yeah, still good to see.
Go on.
I'm just seeing Paul in chat saying Team Y2M is already up to a solid 70x.
Paul
dear.
Mikołajczyk, which is fun because Mikołaj in Polish means Santa Claus. So Paul Mikołajczyk here from Yes to Motorsports was doing the first couple stints actually for them.
Yeah.
Does that count as a
stuff.
holiday pun?
I guess.
Yes, St. Nicholas, there you go.
I do just want to shout out in support of number 49, David Whitehouse. That's, of course, our going solo entrant who's doing the whole thing from pillar to post on, I understand, not much notice either, so he's not really prepared. Maureen and Les Whitehouse donated him £20. Debbie and Paul Roberts donated him 30 in the last few minutes, so it's great to see people getting behind David, who I think is our only solo competitor. Great to see that people are acknowledging just the effort that he is putting in.
Well, the only thing I've got to ask is, when is Luke Hayden going to get behind the wheel for Track Stars, or has he already? Because is Pat Strappett still behind the wheel?
I think it's still Pat. Yes, it is.
oh dear! But the funny thing is that with the forms that the teams are asked to fill out, David established his team 10 minutes before the 60-minute practice session. And what preparation have you done? None at all. There we go. That's a good stalwart for going solo. But also some interesting info. He's got extreme anxiety and OCD, and have been in my house for 6 months due to it. And he's open to talk with us later on, even when driving. So what a sport.
That's the kind of thing I'd do if I was driving. In fact, I have done that before. Just to say as well, I've just looked into the situation at Team Trackstars. Apparently the plan is to do 6 hours straight before the car is taken over, so he's still got effectively half of his stint left to go.
Oof, that's going to be a bit close for comfort, but we now see the battle again between this is now Will Chadwick's stream, as he's nearly right up the exhaust pipes of Gordy Much's stream.
Very close there between Johnson and Chadwick. Chadwick leaving a nose up the inside. Can't quite get it done. However, I think since we cut away from that stream, he has, because the 88 car... Well, actually, no, it's still behind. My apologies. The headlights are starting to catch me out. But Chadwick up the inside at the Jochen Rindt box, not quite able to get past Jordan Johnson. But we understand, though, we just got to look at Gordy Much following William Chadwick's progress. That our own broadcasting maestro Mike Yao is the man responsible for giving him that sim rig. I believe he was in need of a rig for this event, and Mike was only too happy to provide Gordy Much then running on some loaned materials.
Yes, but you can just see the way that they're feeding through the traffic. I like what they've got on the back bumper. Oh! Johnson's had a moment, and Chadwick has gone through of all... and Gordy's just been instructed by Mike to wave. Oh dearie me. Jordan Johnson just dropped the almightiest of outside manoeuvres. There was no mirror, no signal, and just got collected.
Oh dear, so that's a change that we saw for second position live on picture, or rather a change for... No, I was right the first time, second position, wasn't it? William Chadwick up to P2, Jordan Johnson going around the outside at turn 2. It often doesn't work, and he's found out the hard way that it doesn't. He's down to third place. Thankfully, he's got a little bit of a buffer over Owen McCoy, but what's happened there? Jordan Johnson with another issue.
Oh, dearie me. Now, that would have been going through, I think, possibly turn 5, wasn't it, Adam?
That's Villeneuve, that was.
Oh, the Villeneuve through turn 7, going into Terlarmont. So, yeah, Pure Sims seem to be on the receiving end a little bit here.
Just a little bit. They've dropped a dozen seconds now to Jawline in second place. They've also got to worry about Panda Racing GSR's Owen McCoy 10 seconds back from them now, weaving purposefully through the traffic as they run towards the final couple of corners of the lap. The Pure Sims team will be rather disappointed with how that lap's gone for Jordan Johnson. Hopefully he can rebuild his rhythm. It's also worth noting he's been in that car for a while. I wouldn't mind betting he's out before too long.
Yeah, and he's just lost 13 seconds to Will Chadwick after that first incident, including the second one that just transpired a few moments ago. So Johnson's really got to sort of hustle that Holden Commodore a bit further towards Will Chadwick. So if you can, get the lap times back. So we're going to go to a replay here. Now this is the anti-stall racing car, 61 with Leon Elevut just going through shots, going over the crest, heading into turn 6.
Now, was he a witness or was he a participant? He was a participant.
He was the guilty party, and that's what gave us the domino effect there with the 2 supercars.
Jimmy Broadbent has just crossed the £22,000 marker as we continue to raise funds in the race for Mental Health 4 here at the virtual Zolder circuit on iRacing. We need to cross the £46,466 barrier to ensure we get over £200,000 raised for Mind across the 4 editions of this race, and we're currently getting on for halfway there. And I'm not going to do the Living on a Prayer reference. Oops, yes, I just did. £22,053 in the box right now for Mind. Of course, the wonderful mental health charity that does so much good in the world to make sure that people struggling with mental health issues know they have someone to talk to, know how to maybe try and cope with some of the hardships that we are all in some capacity going through. 441% incidentally of that £5,000 target. But we know the real target is that 46466 number, and we thank you all for the donations you have made so far. Let's try and get this done, perhaps before the sun in the Sunday morning.
Yeah, well, the third incident involving Jordan Johnson on the same lap was actually self-assisted.
Ooh.
Oh, that's a flip and a half from Alex Cavey there in the 321. I don't know.
Wow.
I don't know if someone actually hit the air jack button on that thing, because it literally, just watch closely, bang.
My gosh,
That
that's
looks
like
like-
the Italian job scene in the sewers, isn't it?
Or the Fast and Furious, but landing it on 4 wheels, holding on to basically I think held on to every bit of clothing, including the underpants on that one. That was nearly zero gravity. Erin McCoy, though, however, in the number 22 car for Panda Racing GSR, has no rear boot lid nor a rear wing, so the aero is going to be compromised, because you can see it's a bit snaky when going through the corners.
No surprise, massive rear wing on those supercars, of course. Oh, look at that, they've got a very friendly sporting message. Jimmy is a weeb on the rear window there.
Oh my goodness me!
Oh, Jimmy, I love. Go on. Sorry.
The only thing left at the back of that car, apparently.
It's true. But that was an amazing moment there. I believe Alex Cowie has been pretty much in there the entire time in the 321 car that just did the amazing somersault. So I don't know if he has had some reprieve, but certainly he was in there towards the start of the race. So he's another driver that has heartily contributed to the lap count for his team so far. That car without a rear wing, though, this Panda Racing GSR machine, does not look fun.
No, you can see the rear brake disc glowing bright orange red there. But yeah, I mean that car's going to be a big old handful going through the heavy braking zones, especially going down the start-finish straight and into Esther Links at the first corner. But to still, at the moment, what's the lap times the car's doing? 1 minute 38. This isn't too shabby with no aero on the rear of it.
It's like a DRS, right? You just got no back window. It's perfect.
Yeah, it's like we'll just have to wait to see if the front ends up just as bad as the back. We saw one Mustang, I think the Garage 69 car, literally had no hood on it. And now we've got no trunk on the back of this thing, but still for Ewan McCoy to still be pedaling in 4th position. It's about 16 seconds up behind Panda Racing, behind Pure Sim Esports Jordan Johnson. Well, I mean, the thing is, the Holden Commodore is actually the same body style and grille. I mean, I worked in the motor trade for 2 decades, and this is actually the Australian badged version of the Vauxhall or Opel insignia, depending on whether you were in the UK or whether you were in continental Europe.
Yes,
So
the ZB generation Commodore that we have in game is, to put it lightly, much maligned in the V8 community because it doesn't have a V8 option in the road market, or it didn't, of course, retroactively speaking now. But they are moving on to a proper V8 for 2023 and V8 supercars, that of course being the Chevrolet Camaro. But a huge shame to see that Holden is no more.
We do have a stop-and-go penalty donated for car 116. So for Jordan Johnson here from Jimmy Broadbent, donating $100 for that stop-and-go penalty.
All's fair in love and penalties in the 23 hours of Zolder, isn't it?
And £5 paid for car 82, a penalty.
Yeah, I think we're not that far away. About £1,600 away from hitting the halfway point of the 46 or so £1,000 to hit the 200k raised so far over not just this but the 3 previous editions of the 23 hours of Zolder. And Jimmy just watching on and also engaging with Chatmo on his broadcast at the moment. So Jimmy is streaming whilst we're streaming, and so are quite a few other people that are competing in this race.
Yeah, if you go along Twitch and YouTube, you'll see, like you just said, a lot of our competitors streaming and hanging out with their communities for a great cause. So one of the many reasons to love iRacing and big sim racing events is we're kind of all visiting each other's streams, having a great chat, and having a great time.
Interesting scrap right now for 9th place in class. The Track Limit Racing V8 Holden was there in 9th place, just ahead of the Track Stars entry. Riding on board here is this Jimmy's car. No, it's David Whitehouse. Apologies, David Whitehouse, the soloist that we ride on board with at the moment. Again, I do not envy this man. I've commentated 24 hours more or less solo before. I do actually know someone who did a 24-hour race on R Factor 2 in VR solo last year, a guy by the name of Charles Grout, and he somehow clung on to life there.
Yeah, just looking through the chat, I like your comment, Adam. Cowie activated the Red Bull Air Race DLC.
Yes.
I mean, I was going to say that had a hint of Speed Racer all over it as well.
Hot Wheels.
Yeah. But, oh dearie me, Judith Cooper's just brought out the bants in chat. The Holdens without the wing look like someone just stole their mum's car and took it to the track. Oh dearie me. But yeah, Aaron Brosier saying, I believe you need a pilot's license for that manoeuvre in future. The number there.
Didn't the Track Limit car have a wing 30 seconds ago before I had a drink?
They no longer needed it.
Am I going crazy?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so that's happened while I was staring at my drink quickly there. But let's take a look at the replay if we can. That's... Oh, no, this is something else. This 55 car. Is this a roll?
Oh.
Not quite. Well held. Or at least well stopped before you end up in the gravel.
Yeah, definitely good holding of the brakes there and managing to get it back pointing in the right direction. Steve Cleavers said that car 25, which is the Big Pig racing car piloted by Thomas Roundtree, has just been issued with a £20 or pit lane and apology for sending 4 cars into the Shadow Realm by Oscar Hardwick.
Oh dear. Okay, well, we'll have to see how that one plays out then. I wonder if that car number 25 has something to answer for when it comes to the modified aero package on the Track Limit Racing V8 Holden entry. Incidentally, they are still just ahead of the Track Stars car, which sits there in 10th place with the incredibly diligent Pat Trappett at the wheel. Zachary Livengood with no rear wing, having to work hard here to hold on to P9.
And the what was it called? The Gruff Growler or something. The Please No Punterino sign has taken a bit of a pummeling, hasn't it, on the back of that Kia Optima?
I'm not
All
sure
these
it
liveries
exists
sort
anymore.
of fading as they get into more and more incidents. We're going to lose a bit of wording, I believe, on certain cars.
There's the old wives, or old motorsport wives' tale about the Mercedes guys peeling all the paint off to make the first silver arrow. I wonder if we're going to get similar weight-saving tactics before the race is through from one of these cars. If it's going to be anyone, I imagine it will be one of the MX-5s, which unfortunately are getting the short end of the stick sometimes in some of these incidents.
Yeah, they have been getting the short end of the stick, and I think also the GR86s have not been left out in that kind of vernacular, so to speak. But a few more pit stops now happening. The number 22 in pit lane. Oh, and for the Jardier community team, Samir Foch has just decided to join in. And Alex Cowie with the Speed Racer Red Bull Air Race DLC manoeuvre a few moments ago has just been into the pits. The number 321 was in for its 6th pit stop.
Do we have an incident count yet? I know earlier on we had about some teams doing, car 420. Getting into the sand there.
And then deciding to light up the rear tyres. No 4X, Dave can and will arrest on the back bumper. Like the amount of silly things that we're seeing on the cars, it just goes to show how stupidly creative and stupidly funny some of the statements are. Like saying,
go on.
Yeah, with like the gruff growler saying, I sincerely apologise for this livery.
I genuinely think if I were in a supercar, I'd have spent the first hour of this race just reading all of the rear ends of everyone's cars, as I saw someone there going skittling across the grass and the gravel. Not sure whom that was or where exactly they've ended up, but it was a very sideways moment. I think we just came past the car in question. It looked like it might have been one of the MX-5s, but that was quite spectacular sideways action.
And I believe being joined now by Chris Buxton. Welcome on into the booth. Hello, hello, hello.
Well, good evening, or afternoon for you, I believe.
Afternoon for me, but good evening for everyone.
or as you well put it in chat earlier on, Chris, good after morning.
Good after morning, yes. Guten Abend
yes.
to your good self.
Yes. This is a running thing that myself and Chris do, being a German speaker anyway. So, Tobias, if you start writing in the chat in German, I will be on you like flies on my friend.
And I practice my whole 5 words of German.
With me,
with you,
on a regular basis. But, Chris, what have you thought of it so far, mate? It has been chaotic, I think, is an understatement for this race so far.
Yes, I haven't caught all of the last 3 hours, 40 minutes. I was stunned of the amount of bonkers that was going on lap 4, let alone on lap 137.
Yeah, and we did have the Red Bull Air Race DLC as atoned to by Mr. Adam Weller earlier on, which I then made it into a Speed Racer reference. Someone definitely had the air jacks pressed on a remote shot from the virtual pit lane, I think.
Well, you noticed my analogy of the 4 classes, which I was very happy about. For your benefit, Ash, you weren't in the box at the time. So I summarised the 4 car classes as Australian growler, Korean prowler, Japanese slide car, and go-kart.
Oh, we love a good rhyme. We have a national anthem penalty for car number 46. I think we explained it a bit earlier. You were forced to sing.
Well, it was either national anthem or a song. I think it was a song of your choice or something like that.
So Rising Panda Racing now has to sing a national anthem of their choice.
I was going to say, which
Rising Panda Racing with Kung Fu Fighting by Carl Douglas.
Oh, dearie me.
Whose national anthem is that?
Jack Black's, as of the production of Kung Fu Panda.
I see.
Film references, musical references, bants-ahoy here in the commentary box.
Absolutely.
Just a note from Steve Cleaver. I think car number 25 has decided to pay the penalty, so that's another £20 for mine. So they've gotten out of their penalty by forking up money, and it's gone out to a great cause, of course. Aaron Brosio has said that Jimmy has been handed a bag of gummy bears to fuel up. So obviously Emily not holding too many grudges after her lap at the wheel of the car.
I missed that. I was hoping to catch that. I saw the oven gloves and the fluffy slippers, but I didn't see his good lady take the wheel.
Oh, that, you know what? Have to give Emily props for doing that. And I'm just wondering, is there going to be? I'm wondering. I might have to DM Jimmy and say, look, are there any further forfeits planned for yourself when we hit like 25, 30k? Of course, the 46k is the one where he's going to decide to go blonde again. And if anyone remember the last time he did that, there's quite a lot going on with that.
We're currently at 22,696 pounds raised, almost at that halfway mark, actually, of 23,000.
Yeah. So I'm. You know what, guys? I'm going to dip out. I'm going to be back at 10 p.m. GMT to join the conversation once again. So until then, I shall leave you all to it and enjoy the racing.
Thank you.
Auf Wiedersehen.
One word down.
Yeah, it was kind of an odd tradition I started. I can't remember how many years ago in my commentary lifetime, where obviously, when you're dealing with sim races of many nationalities, which pretty much any league scenario has these days, I always thought it was nice to either greet them or say farewell to them in their native language. German I studied at school. The less said about that, the better. So some things I picked up.
Das ist kaputt.
Yeah.
Maybe just don't say yes to everything you don't understand.
Yes, my German is broken, and Alex Goldschmidt can. What's also quite funny is that I'll say, Guten Abend, Herr Goldschmidt, wie geht's? Which it basically means hello, how are you? And he'll respond, I have no idea what he said, and he knows I have no idea what he said, and I will very much sort of nod and say yes, hopefully in the right place. Which,
Steve Cleaver letting us know that Rising Panda Racing, who has the national anthem penalty, they can stop and sing, but they're paying the £15 to not sing. For all of us,
you know what's funny? I was just with your turn of phrase just now, Chris, about your commentary lifetime.
Mm-hmm.
My first forays into commentary was when I was 14, 15 years old, right?
Oh, good.
And there is genuinely a huge demarker in my life at that point, because from the ages of about 8 through to 14, I was a competitive swimmer. I got to county level. Didn't help that I kept breaking wrists and ankles and stuff, as we've detailed in this broadcast. And then just about the time I turned 15, I quit swimming and started hanging around racetracks. Where the staple diet is burgers and bacon, and to say that I swelled up somewhat in the subsequent years.
No swimming pool to be found. You were most disappointed.
I wasn't disappointed, mate. I'd already lost my childhood to it. I didn't need anything else.
Fair. My niece was heading that way. She was heading to sort of county level. And then she found boys, and it all went downhill from there.
I'll be honest, it's not often I'll say she picked the better option in that circumstance, but she did.
I was going to say, did you find boys as well, Adam? Is there another side of you we don't know?
No, but there is a very weird community sometimes in swimming. It's lovely until it's not. But nonetheless, we look at Matthias Bergman right now. In the VRE Motorsports 951 car. That's the second of their machines. The VRE Motorsport 86 car used to be some way further up the order than them. That's not the case anymore. The VRE Motorsport 86 or 086 is in 9th in class. VRE Motorsport 951 down in 11th. The pair of cars from VRE have had a bit of a mare of it, I think it's safe to say.
As is the beast, isn't it? The nature of the beast of multi-class endurance racing, especially when essentially two classes are... I can't even say anything is really close to the supercars, because in the corners, perhaps the Kia can outdo the supercars, and then the supercar kind of growls a little bit. and runs off into the sunset, and then it's disappeared. I did also put another analogy in chat a little while ago, because I didn't realise quite the size difference between the supercar and the MX-5.
Yeah.
You paused there for a second, and I was like, Jesus Christ, we just got here.
No, I'm trying to eat and speak at the same time. That's actually my problem. I'm having a traditional, a very British thing. It is actually indeed fish and chips. I'm having before my stint. Adam will know where I am on about. Ash, you've probably seen pictures of them and wonder what on earth we're doing. Have you had much exposure to British cuisine? I say cuisine very loosely, but...
Actually, I am first-generation Polish-American, so my uncle currently lives in London, lots of family lives in Poland, and spread out through Europe, so I am familiar.
Go through that list again. You're what?
Polish-American, so I'm first-generation. I was born in the United States. First of all, my parents are from a small town in Poland, but my uncle currently lives in the UK. So
oh, wow.
I'm very familiar.
Right.
So Polish-American...
Mm-hmm.
That was it.
I'm here to help with the tough name.
I thought I heard more than you said. Yeah. Because I thought you said Prussian, and I was like, oh goodness, wow, there's that. I mean, Polish American is very, very well traveled. I have got
no. I'm not that kind of American. That's like, oh, I'm a little bit of this, and my cousin's uncle's a little bit of that. No. I am.
You're true American.
Dual citizenship. I am sticking to it. I'm here to help. I'm here to help with any complicated names you might come across, and offer my services.
I'm about 4th or 5th cousin to the Crown Prince of Monaco, and I keep thinking I should write to him and see if I can blag some free tickets or a gig.
Steve letting us know, Jimmy's saying he's hoping to have a chat with the broadcaster soon. You have to let him know. This is a VIP club.
Oh, no, he's welcome.
Here, you know?
You do not say
Adam,
no to the Jimmer.
Folding so quickly for Jimmy.
Well, it's his fault that I'm here in the first place. So
So the gap, as we just will speak to Jimmy in just a second, I will just very quickly note that the gaps at the sharp end, it's 6 seconds from Team Holden Helmets Racing to Team Jawline at the sharp end of the Holden of the Supercars class. The Kia Optima class, we've got the top two in the pits right now, actually, so question mark as to the exact gap there right now. The GR86 is 43 seconds for Team iRacing over NSS Racing, and then Pepes Mandem have actually got past Kurchu Inc. again. It's a good little battle in the MX-5's class right now, but with 4 hours of the 23 complete, for the first time we can welcome the one and only Jimmy Broadbent into the commentary box. How's it going, Jimmy?
Hello. It is scary out there, man. It's hard keeping that thing. It's not you, it's everybody else. You know what I mean?
How much is your oven mitt sponsor paying you to use them?
I mean, I think that we've created a new meta. I mean, that was I did my best laps of the race with the gloves on, so I'm not quite sure how that. I think it's because I couldn't actually. I had to be smooth. So I actually went quicker. So there you go. That's a tip for all aspiring sim racers. Get oven gloves.
So is there a Broadbent range of kitchenware and slipperware on the way?
I mean, there could be. I mean, all of it would be very badly made to sort of keep it to be in keeping with me myself. But yeah, probably not.
I can see it. Appearance on Saturday Morning Kitchen or whatever it's called would be
Great British Bake Off.
Absolutely.
That's a good way to cause a fire.
Well, firstly, Jimmy
is in the tent for his signature. He's trying to do a cake that maps the trajectory of Spa-Francorchamps.
Tune in next week for the map of Nordschleife on a pizza or some such.
Yes.
Firstly, Jimmy, thank you very much as always for putting on this event and for putting us nutcases in the commentary box. I mean, how well we're representing you or the charity is up for debate, but certainly for myself personally, and I'm sure we're all very thankful you've given us the opportunity to help raise funds for a really worthwhile charity.
Well, I mean, it's my pleasure. I mean, thank you guys for coming in such short notice as a very incompetently organised by myself, not like the last day. But Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I don't think it matters what we do here, as long as we raise as much money as possible. You know, we've seen some of the liveries out there. There's some cursed liveries out on that set. And
some real nightmare fuel I'm seeing.
yeah, I mean, there's some not great ones out there. So I think it's all part of the game. You know, there's no rhyme or reason. There's a tyrannical dictator in charge in Oscar. There are no rules apart from don't upset Oscar, and yeah, that's basically the race.
I don't want to misrepresent you at any point during the stream. The laps you did at Lime Rock in the 86 last night, were those your first encounters with the 86 in general?
Yes.
Oh dear.
They were. And now we're sort of watching. I'm watching Coin have a bit of a moment. Oh, jeez. Oh well, that's gone well. That's a big shunt.
We're looking at a slightly delayed picture of your stream right now, and yes, we now see that it is, in fact, quite a big moment. They're getting tagged by one of the quicker cars.
Oh dear, Coin. That was a Coin.
Classic
we're
iRacing.
going to get a replay, and yes, oh dear, that was a little bit of his own doing, wasn't it?
It's okay, he's just sequeled up the other side now, so that's fine. It's looking good.
I mean, when you're... I commentate. I think we've all commentated on multi-class racing at various points. But when you're in the slower class, especially in the dark, how easy is it actually to navigate the traffic? I've always said that it's up to the faster class to make their way past the slower one, but the slower one still has to remain predictable. But surely all you can see behind you is just a wall of white, isn't it?
Well, the problem is the faster class are full of helmets, so they're all sending it everywhere, and as I would, to be honest, as well. So. But I mean, the relative is very useful in that situation, because you do see that sort of flash of light, and usually it's the flash of light after you've passed on because you've been absolutely just decimated by a V8 supercar. But it's been okay, like most of the time. You know, every now and then someone will try and like make a move at you quite late, and then just sort of hover on your rear quarter panel, and that's always very messy. But otherwise, it's about what it's usually been, like. In terms of carnage.
Awesome stuff. I think that pink supercar needs a livery penalty, personally.
I mean, I'd love to give it out.
I want a national anthem penalty, and I want to hear it on the broadcast.
Yes.
I need
and of course, we are just under or just over £300 away from hitting the halfway mark on what I think is everyone's main goal for today, which is to hit £46,466 before the end of the stream, which will bring us to a total for the history of the race for mental health to £200,000. We're about, like I said, about £300 away from that marker right now, and we've still got over 19 hours of the race to go. Once again, Jimmy, your community is rallying like almost no other I've ever seen.
Yeah, they're a good bunch of lads and ladettes, the sim racing community. I like to think that we have one of the better communities in the sort of YouTube / streaming space. I always try and make sure that if we have any sort of toxic behaviour in the chat, that we try and either sort of say we don't do that here, or have a different approach. And I think it's worked out fairly well, but at the end of the day, we're all a bunch of people who share the same hobby, which is driving pretend race cars at differing speeds, but
differing skills.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I've not been covering myself in glory today, but I think a lot of us also can relate to what we're raising money for. I've had my own problems. I'm sure a lot of people in chat have. I'm sure a lot of you guys have as well. So when it's a common goal and we can all see that it's something that needs addressing, then I think it's worth.
Absolutely. I believe we've been talking about how, for example, me talking about my anxiety journey with depression. Chris and Adam have been sharing their sides of mental health and just trying to destigmatize that conversation and raise the money for the Mind charity that helps to do that. It's so important.
Yeah, absolutely. So you're quite right. Everybody has had some dealings in mental health, some worse than others. I've a lot of people don't actually believe where my story comes from. Those that have followed my relatively short commentary lifetime, I've only been commentating since May 2016, and I've been very fortunate that I've had a lot of support from I'm sure we can all equate to those that are very keen on our own work. You get a lot of positive support from those. There's always the haters, there's always the detractors. But I've been a long time depression sufferer, which a lot of people find very difficult to believe, because I'm able to not so much switch into a different persona, but commentary is a form of escape for me. It's a means of putting the real world away, and not having to think about it for a while, and dealing with as trackside commentary. I actually deal with in much the same kind of way. I'm in the moment dealing with something I love, motorsport, something else I love, people. I love talking to people. So it's the best of both worlds for me. But for those that aren't aware of the difficult journey I've had, it's some people think, well, how the hell can you commentate? How can you... Oh, there goes the car again.
Oscar's going to tell him off, I imagine, for being an on-track obstruction or something like that, probably. Bavilas having a little bit of a moment, but hopefully he'll straighten that out in due course. But apologies, back to you, Chris.
No, absolutely fine. And yeah, you for those that suffer these sort of things, you do find a way to normalize it to yourself, so you can continue to exist. And for a while, all was normal. And then 2 years ago, a very, very close friend of mine from dating back, one of my oldest friends back to my school years, which I'm a very old bear, so we're talking back to kind of 1858. He took his own life, and that was very much out of the blue, and that hit me very, very, very hard. So being able to put spotlight on mind and mental health issues is particularly it's often very difficult for a lot of men to seek help, because there's always this very big stigma about man up, don't cry, big boys don't cry, it's weak to show emotion. It's those kind of ingrained behavioral traits that make it very difficult for anybody, but particularly men, because it's deemed as a non-manly thing to do. Whereas in actual fact, hiding is one, the easier way to deal with it, because you're not doing anything. But two, it's the most destructive thing to do, because you're not getting the help you need. You would go to a doctor if you had a broken leg. So why will you not go to a doctor to talk about mental health? Well, it's very hard to do it, because you then have to re-look at the things that have been really driving you down, and whatever it is, it's obviously personal to yourselves. And that's a battle that I've had and will continue to have on times. I have good and bad days, same as the rest of us. So I was, when you, Jimmy, contacted me and offered me a spot on this team, I was absolutely thrilled, because this is very much me. Oops, as somebody is going for a wander on the outside of the course. So yeah, this is exactly what the sort of thing I'm very, very honoured to bring up. I've just seen someone bounce off of your car, Jimmy. What is your car made of?
I don't know what's going on.
Right, we're going to get a little look at this, and oh dear. Well, that was a leap, a hop, a skip, and a jump. I feel, Jimmy, as though...
You know what I said earlier? There are just helmets behind us. Like, this is like an absolute helmet move.
You said it was the supercars. That's an Optimus, so it's the Optimus 2. Clearly, we're working our way down the list.
So we see the livery designs. We notice your helmet is yellow of some kind. Is that a foreshadowing to what happens when we raise the 46K? Or...
Oh, yeah. Well, that I think Coin had like a Wario face as his one, but I'm just still watching the back. What's his key? Is he all right? Well, he's not all right now. Like,
no, absolutely not.
That's a big shun. Oh well, he won't do that again. I think that his team name is Premature Accelerations. I think we just saw that.
That's interesting then, because that car has been bouncing around the top 3 in the Kia class as well. So that is quite a big incident.
Literally bouncing around.
I'd have to hand in my investigative journalism card, Jimmy, if I didn't ask you what other potential sacrifices are you going to make for the competitiveness of your race, or so on and so forth, as we go through the 25,000, the 30,000. What else have you got in store?
Well, you know what? I'll say it to you, and I'll say it to those watching, is that I'll suggest something. and I'll say yay or nay. You know, I mean,
Oh.
I
Brave man.
I can't go too much into body transformation. I mean, I think already that the hair is going to be a big deal because I've got a lot of. Yeah.
Can I ask how much logistics it would take to do a lap on the T series?
The what?
Your old tiny.
Oh, that thing! God, I don't know what that is.
Oh.
Is it possible? It would be possible.
I don't know if T series is the right word. I don't remember.
It's the T Racer. Is what it is.
T Racer, right?
So the T Racer is a £15 wheel I bought that has 160 degrees of rotation, 80 in one side, then like whatever the other number is on the other, 90 on one side, 80 on the other side. It doesn't quite work on the other side. So it's it doesn't really work very well, but it's kind of interesting. So it could be fun. What do you reckon, T Racer? People seem to like it. I like the idea.
And I need to shout out Emily. She did an incredible drive, by the way. I could never go in front of that many people.
Oh,
she's such a great sport. I love that.
My like karting dad mentality took over. I was like, come on!
Oh, you got Jos Verstappen, didn't you? You made her walk home in the rain.
Yeah, well, you know, I made her go out and get the shopping. Like, but yeah, that's a good sport for doing that. She doesn't like doing the camera stuff, so I think she enjoyed doing it. So that's good.
Him and her sim rig for the holidays, maybe in her future.
I mean, I've got like a rig right next to this one. And I think that would be a good way for us to break up very quickly. So maybe not that.
Oh, and oh. So an interesting suggestion from one of the chats. Apparently, 30 grand donation target hit, and 5 laps in your full race suit kit and caboodle. Jimmy, how does that sound?
Yeah, all right. Fuck it, 30k, and I'll put the lid on, put the suit on. Lid comes off after 5 laps though, because my god, I don't even ever tried driving in a helmet on a sim rig. You get very hot very quickly.
Roast, yeah.
So 30k. I'll whack on the suit for a stint.
Just letting folks know we're at 23,206 pounds. So 30k. Jimmy will and not the one we were talking about, the Christmas Story onesie with the bunny ears to match your slippers and your oven mitt gloves. But that's not what the one we're talking about. We're talking about a full race suit.
Yeah, I will put on my custom Britzy karting suit that I have, which is also one of the prizes. So
that's a clever dual marketing.
Look at that. I'm learning.
The one you're wearing is a prize, so we get to like be in your sweat. Is that what you're saying? or we're getting a fresh one.
I mean, is that value it or devalue? I don't really know these guys. Like it's quite a.
And of course, we saw during the week that you had your opportunity to drive the M4 GT4, the second generation car. Obviously, I know nothing can be talked about at all. No one knows even. But on a percentage rating, what do you think your chances are of racing something next year?
Racing something next year, like 95%.
Okay.
Doing that next year, I don't know. But yeah, it was really good. It was definitely an insight into what it's actually like because they were still developing that car. So my laps were technically part of the car's development. So when you see that car out there, remember, developed by Jimmy Broadbent. All right. But when the wheel falls off, it's not developed by me anymore. But no, it's a really cool opportunity. It was really, really solid car, and really nice to drive something that isn't a little mini prototype. So it was cool to sort of see the differences.
I bet you felt like you were in a Range Rover, comparatively.
It was nice to have ABS. ABS and TC, that was nice. But yeah.
Especially
it was
at a track you'd never touched grass, virtual or otherwise, at before.
No, I mean there's no data for it anywhere. There's no onboard laps of it, so I had to just go and learn. And it was again a really cool experience to see what it's like on the other side of the fence, so to speak.
Anyone else? Floor is yours.
It's alright. I won't want to talk to me anyway. But I should probably get back to my stream so I can convince them to put me into a race suit at 30k. But thank you so much for what you're doing, guys. I know it's a bit of a stint this for you guys in the comms booth, so thank you for providing us an alternative way to watch the race.
Thank you for putting us here, as I was saying earlier. You chose us. We just put our hands up.
Well, it's my pleasure, man. But yeah, I'll catch you. I'll probably come in a bit later on. And yeah, have a good one, guys.
See you later.
Love you. Bye.
Good luck.
I don't know how to tell Jimmy that the only reason I was able to catch his tweet is because I was nursing a hangover at 5 a.m. when he tweeted.
Yes.
No, you. Also, Ash, for your benefit, I was keeping an eye on the donation total on the top of Jimmy's stream. $28,500.
Holy.
There you go.
23.
23. Was it just 23.2? Is around about $28,500.
He's converting to US. Yes.
I was like, oh wow.
Well, yes, it wouldn't be Canadian.
Yes, we were just all a bit scared that it'd suddenly gained $5,000 in 10 minutes while he was on his own stream.
I've been doing UK. I've been not using freedom units since I've decided to sign up for this. I've been doing everything GMT -5 +5. I've been really honing in my math skills at this time.
The thing always catches me out is time zone differences, especially when we, especially when we're on as we're changing from British summertime to GMT or other way round. I always get caught out. I have to check before the start of any commentary, like, okay, what time zone is the server in? What time is the person that's booked me in? What time do they think I'm actually turning up? I had it. I can't remember how long ago it was, but I had I thought I was in the box for like 6, and at like 4:45, I had a frantic phone call saying, "Where are you?" And I'm on the sofa. Where do you think I'm going to? Hang on a minute. So quick, frantic, say to my son, I really need the computer now, youngster. How do you tell an 8-year-old, no, you can't play Rocket League right now, and then hand him over to the mother. It's like, right, you can deal with the tantrum. I got to go to work.
It's making noise. Put it away.
That's me, not the child.
Right, so with 20 minutes or so elapsed since we had Jimmy join us, I think it would be worth heading through the top 5s in class. Those graphics will appear on screen. I'll hand that to you, Chris, if that's all right with you.
Adam, thanks for keeping us in check before we dance.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Well, there it is. We actually have the top 12 of the supercar class. So the Holden Helmets Racing, which I have tried to say without giggling. I still can't do it. Currently have the lead, but only by 3.5 seconds from the Jawline car. It's the Jawline car that's pink, isn't it? I can't see.
I can't see anything.
I can't see a thing.
Lights in the darkness.
It is the pink car, the Jawline car. But only less than 3 seconds. The Jawline car was leading earlier on. But with obviously the difference. See, it is you. You're guilty of the pink livery. It is you, number 80. But they are. I say they're eating into the gap. I think the traffic is actually doing that for them. But no disrespect meant to any of our competing teams. Then Panda Racing GSR in 3rd position, on track right behind them, but there is a lap difference. But I think finishing position is fairly irrelevant. We're here to have some fun and raising money, as we've said, for the Mind charity. Then it is Pure Sims Esports 116, and then it is the Jardier community team. I love the tweet. I don't know if you saw it, Ash, that Yaroslav Jardier was at the Sim Racing Expo, and there was a picture of him in a rig. Obviously, enjoying what he was doing. You just really see the arm muscles, but the way he had his mouth, it looks like he was going, making car noises. I had to tweet that out. I've known Yaroslav for a long time. Leading the, what are we looking at now? We are looking at that's the Kia. That's the Kia class, the LMP boys for Fabian. Yes, obviously racing in memory of the late Fabian. On the number 19 car leading the way. 10 laps difference. I think the timing's gone a little bit nuts there, but the No Limits Sim Racing squad in second place. Dylan Vanderland in command of the Treble 2 car at the moment. Then the Empower state-sponsored conditioning car, which barely fits into the tower. Alistair Mim in control of the 557 in third in class. Then it is the Prismatic Esports Diagnosis car, about 20 seconds back, in a really hot battle with the 25 Mean Team. Again, I highly approve of that name. The 25 Mean Team car in really close battle. There it is. They've just swapped round. There's 2S, not 25. What am I saying? 2S Mean Team car. They've just squeezed through into fourth position from Prismatic. Nicely done. In next class in command is going to be it's being led by it's a R86. Why my brain went completely dead there? I don't know. Thank you production for saving me on that one. Team HyAcey been in command of the Toyota A6 class for quite a while, all race long really, haven't they? They've led the way, but again not by a huge amount, only 15 seconds over the NSS Racing number 78 Adam Barker in command of the multicolored car. Slipstream Racing in third. This is a name I tried to get right and couldn't earlier on. Scuderia Racy McRaceface, which again is a divvy. See, I'm like you. It's a great name, and I can't. It's difficult to say without smiling or chuckling. And then it is the Doug Hansen Racing Red, the number 53, a car we're very familiar with now. Now up into fifth place in class. Despite the numerous spins that we witnessed and things bouncing off of it in a rather odd way, Adam David Hodgkinson in command of the 53. And finally, our MX-5s, Kachu Inc. in command of the class. Car number 95, Michael Gonzalez, leads the way by just over a minute from the Pepes de Mandem car. That's the one with all the eyes all over it, which again just it's almost hypnotic, that car. Patrick Wolf in command of the number 44. Sham Racing Rejects about a minute back, but this stage that's nothing too much to worry about. In command of the number 9, Jesse Graham from the United States in command of the car. Then it's the DRS Uganda Shrip Sport car, the number 420, Larry Corpela in the driver's seat at the moment. And finally, the Abruzzi Esports car in fifth place, number 77, Pascal Ebena, who had some trouble with the car earlier on, but is holding very well in fifth position. Wow, did you chuck that into the small chicane, bouncing over the cars. The MX-5s, I guess, can do that a little bit more. The supercars like it a little bit less. Now, Ash, what is your familiarity with these cars? Have you driven them?
I want to say very quickly, that was extremely well done. Like, you've done this before.
Once or twice. Once or twice.
You mentioned you started in 2006, is that correct? Or 2016? 2016. You mentioned that you were newer into the broadcasting side, and then you said 2016, and then I counted on my fingers from 2022.
6.5 years.
6 years, Chris. That's not entered. That's nothing new, or like you just entered. That's 6 years under your belt. That's a lot of time.
Well, yeah, but I'm old. So I did have a bit of an advantage when I started commentating. I wasn't new to talking to people. I've been in the customer service industry for a number of years. I've got some life experience under my belt. Not much. I am a cave dweller. My online name is King Kodiak, and Kodiak is a bear. And like the bear, I eat a lot and try and sleep a lot. Now that I have children, I don't get to do the latter very much. But so when I entered the sim racing stratosphere, say 6.5 years ago, it soon became very apparent that I was dealing with people much younger than me. I got used to being the elder statesman. When the people I'm talking about, the upcoming rising stars, I'm more from the F1 esports world rather than iRacing, as just the direction that I went in at the time. It became very apparent that these were young teenagers that I was talking about. So that made me feel very old, and that feeling's only ever gotten worse. But like I said, I have 2 children. They're 12 and 8. They find every way they can to make me feel old, as is the way of parenting. So, but of course, because I was in the working world a long time before I started commentary, which kind of happened by accident, which is quite funny when I think back on it. With the journey I've been on in those 6 years. It's that's why it kind of feels like a relatively short period of life, because I had quite a bit before it. So brief insight as to me.
Well,
I will just say, you say you feel old. I think I might be the youngest here. I think myself and Rob are about Rob Lomas, who'll join us later.
You can mute again, Adam.
Yeah, Adam. You can tell me. How old are you, Adam?
I was just
Production chimed in then.
I was just gonna say at 25 this year at Spa, I covered the first race of the season for HyAcey F4.
Nice.
And my horror in about 3 or 4 days before, and realizing that no one was over 17, and all these people were born in years I actively remember. It's I was 24 at the time, and I'm sat there going, I feel ancient already. This isn't fair. I remember 2007. You're not allowed to be born in it and race a car.
Oh, we want that conversation.
There was an incredible tweet that said, when you're watching sports, it's like, wow, just the oldest player in the league really hitting his peak at 17.
Yeah.
And you're like,
God,
and you're watching
terrible.
it as myself, a 30-year-old, going, jeez.
I mean, you got to think that a lot of these, a lot of the say rising stars. I say for my journey, it was mainly through Formula One esports that I rose through the ranks, and these guys were born when I left school. I'm waiting for production to chime in at this point, because I know, Mr. Yeah, we've had this conversation before, and
Mike's
I
not
lose.
a day over 21. What are you talking about?
Who am I to judge? How dare I? But for those wondering, I've no bands, but I'm 43, so I don't mind discussing my age. It is merely a number. But that's. So some useless trivia for you as we're into the darkness hours now.
You mentioned earlier if I have any experience with these cars. I do.
Whoa! Before you complete that sentence, we have just had a huge detonation
involving the race-leading car.
Oh no!
Gordy Much has only just gotten back behind the wheel of the 88, the pink peril, as it were, the Team Jawline car with major damage. They're going to have to get that car repaired. This is a huge twist, perhaps the largest twist in the tail of this race so far.
4 hours, 20 minutes into the race.
Oh no.
What
the hell happened here? All right.
Let's do this for a quick replay.
Oh, wow. It was
Team iRacing, also one of the front runners, of course, in the 86 class.
Well, if you're going to hit something, hit a leader, I suppose. Gordy, what? I mean, we didn't quite see from that camera angle. We would need one on board from Gordy's car, I think, because we didn't quite see how that happened. We just saw it. Suddenly, a car bounced, stage left. So
the impression I got was that the 86 next to the Team iRacing car was trying a bit too hard to leave space and bounce off the wall that comes in from the paddock. But let's do this. Is very difficult to see.
Yeah. I think whichever the green car was trying to get around. Like you said, that could have been the Toyota was trying to leave space. So I couldn't really tell in the darkness which green car that was. But yeah, as they came together, we can't even blame Gordy. I'm disappointed.
Nonetheless, that was a huge moment.
Production will send him a message and blame him anyway.
Yes, production getting involved in
Probably
Gordy's race in multiple ways already.
Phew.
It was...
Shunt.
So Raf van der Linden. So he's on the outside line. Oh, there it is. So it was Team iRacing came across.
Jeez. So that was our top two at the time, I think, as well, because Raf van der Linden, I believe, was second at the time. Certainly was running up at the sharp end. That is a hugely consequential incident.
Ouch.
Team iRacing still in the pits, I'm sure, for how many long repairs for that.
Yeah, that's
That car cleared itself into the paddock.
Yeah.
Van der Linden in the 666.
The
he
worst
was
part
already.
is when you get shunted into the pit lane, and then you also get a speeding in the pit lane penalty on top of that. That is never too fun.
I've seen it. I've not actually raced in iRacing. I'm too poor for that. I'm certainly not skilled enough for it. So, but I've seen it. I've seen it happen. I've seen someone minding their own business coming into the pit lane, and someone's misjudged their braking from behind, shunted them forward, and it's the victim that's then had the speeding and the pit lane penalty. I've seen that one before. But yeah, getting launched over the barrier and then told you were going too fast. That's impressive. That one definitely needs a pilot's license.
Absolutely right. So it seems as though we're hitting that hour of the evening where things all start to go a little bit Pete Tong. I think it would be very funny to confuse myself intensely, to duck out the commentary box for a little while at this point and see what chaos has been wrought upon the timing screen in a couple of hours' time when I'm due back.
We look
so much,
forward
Adam.
we look forward to seeing you later. Thank you very much, Adam Weller.
Thank you, guys, and stick with the stream. We're almost at £24,000. Let's do it.
Awesome.
Adam has been here since the start of the stream, and he's taking on most of the hours, I believe, out of all the broadcasting. So I have to thank him so much for doing that.
Yeah, absolutely. So Adam is a stalwart in the commentary scene, both trackside and in sim racing. So having him on board is a huge boon to the commentary team. But how many hours he can do is just unreal. He was actually saying before the stream, it was saying in Discord that he has done an entire 24-hour stint in the past. I can't do that. I've done a 12, and that was I was just a mess by the end of it. It was fun, but it was very, very hard work.
Absolutely, the little details you have to pay attention to, the names, the team names, every little fact that you guys know about the. So much respect for what you do. I've only done race coverage for maybe 8 hours max, covering F1 and the Indy 500, and I was exhausted. So I can't imagine a 12-hour, 24-hour. It's incredible.
So I was actually going to ask Ash. We had a little bit of sort of where I started in commentary world. Where does your passion for motorsport? What journey have you taken to get here?
We have Mike.
Oh,
Ooh.
we'll hold that thought. We'll hold that thought. Thank you, production. We've got an interview lined up. That's why we're having a break from that thought. David,
solo driver, David Whitehouse.
Are you with us, David?
Yes, I am.
Are you officially insane?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. Well, this was decided 10 minutes before practice started as well.
Okay, how did you end up to the point? Was it always the intention to go solo, or did somebody say, you know what, I don't fancy this?
No, it was. I contacted Jimmy just before the race because I saw there's spaces available, and he says, "Yeah, we've got a space available. Do you want it?" And I thought, I can't get a team together in 10 minutes, so why not?
Wow. Just yeah.
To be fair, I've used all 5 fast repairs, and I've blown my engine twice because I've been distracted by people trying to get me to sing the national anthem in chat. So I've been driving one-handed at times, and I've blown my engine twice. That's why I've got this half an hour break now.
I mean, thank you so much for doing it. I mean, just the fact that you said yes, you're like, I'm going to give it a go and see what happens.
Yeah, well, it's a charity which I took part last year with Kirith and Callum, who were in one of the other MX-5s, and it's a charity that's really close to my heart because I'm actually in a bit in process of a mental health sort of issue at the moment, which has been going on for the last year or so. So it's great to just raise awareness and raise money for it.
Absolutely. Thank you for sharing that, by the way, because it kind of helps destigmatize, like we mentioned before, the conversation, and that we're all going through something. So incredible that you're here by yourself. If you're David Whitehouse's friends, please send him a text and maybe jump in with him, alleviate him if you can.
Yeah, I mean, so far I've had a few people join me, so that's quite good.
Oh, that's incredible.
How do you prepare for doing 24 minus 1 hours? I mean, how? I can't manage more than 45 minutes in a sim racing environment. That's why I go for the commentary box more than anything else. So how do you prepare yourself for something like this?
Well, I haven't had time to even think about it, to be honest, because Jimmy said, I need to know in 10 minutes because practice starts. So I was like, well, I've just got to go for it. And I couldn't find people in 10 minutes to join me. So I just thought, I said to Jimmy, look, if I pay the money to the car and get a few donations in, and I only do half the race, does it matter? Because obviously we're just raising money here. And he said, just go for it. So I'm planning to try and do all 23 because I've got a commentary to do 3 hours after the race finishes as well.
Oh my God.
David Whitehouse, more like David Powerhouse. What?
Yeah. Well played. Yeah, 100%. Follow this man on every social media available. What are you commentating on, out of interest?
I commentate on something called the Performance Link Championship. It's only just started this year. It's GT3 races for an hour or 2 hours, and it's just sort of like a championship we've set up this year under the with some great prizes, a bit like Jimmy's throwing prizes at the donations, which I hope everyone's donating at the moment. And we just commentate on over the top of that, really.
That's amazing. So there you go, big plug there for well deserved for David Whitehouse and his series. So how much longer are you sat in the pits for? How much longer?
I should have another, well, I'll just jump in the car now and find out. Another 22 minutes, so it gives me a chance to sort of stretch my legs and get myself a drink ready to try and do as much of a night shift as possible. Luckily, I've got a 1-year-old and a 4-year-old, so,
Sleep deprivation is something you're used to.
Yeah, I don't get much sleep as it is, so, but no, it as I said before, it's something that's close to my mind. To explain to it, I'm quite open about it. I've had something called extreme OCD and anxiety, which has crept into my driving, which then crept into my walking around, and then in the last 6 months I haven't actually left the house. I do have the help to try and do that, but it's not been the greatest of 6 months, and we're starting to get somewhere recently, but then obviously my wife's had to put up with 2 kids who want to run around the house, and I'm not exactly in the best frame of mind to look after everybody. So it's not been the best, but things like this really do promote it and raise plenty of money to help people out who haven't got that support.
Well, thank you very much for sharing that, David. That's obviously a very difficult situation you're in, and often talking about these sort of things is the first step. As well as we're just going to have a quick replay. I did see, whilst we were talking to you again, not meaning to detract from what you're saying, David, but there was a bit of madness that went on, and that's why Felix Fritz in the Treble 1 Racing number 43 car sideways sending someone off into the dust. We were talking literally about 20 minutes ago about kind of what led us to the Mind charity, and I myself. As we were saying, I can equate partly to what you're saying about having mental health difficulties. I had a breakdown 18 or so months ago, and I've been a long time depression sufferer. So one of the biggest difficulties I had, which is why it's kind of lived with me for so long, was actually seeking the help. Exactly as Ash was saying, is getting over that stigma of. Particularly for me, obviously being a male, trying to get that help and getting over the just get up and get on with it kind of mentality that's drummed into us, or certainly was drummed into me as I was growing up. We really appreciate that you sharing your struggles. We really hope that you find the help you need as well, David.
Yeah, you're exactly right. It's about opening up. I was very honest about it, especially with my work at the time, which I've now had to leave because. It was better money wise to sort of be paid off to leave the company than to sit there and hopefully get money in the door and get better as quickly as possible and have that pressure. But in the first 5 years, because it's been eating away for about 5 years. Initially, I had 3 managers. The first 2 were all about how are you going to when are you going to be better? And that just puts pressure on it, and because they don't understand the situation, it doesn't help anybody. And then the last one was like, well, you need to go off, you need to get yourself better, etc. And that's when you finally actually got the help that was needed to take it on. Mine's apparently been a bit of a special case, which, you know, I mean, I'm doing a 23-hour race, so I mean, it must be a bit of a special case anyway. But you know, it's a special case because I'm a little bit older than the people who normally get anything like this, so they don't have it so ingrained in their mind. So it's, you know, the older you get, the more ingrained it gets, and the more difficult it is to try and break that cycle. And that's what we're trying to sort out at this moment in time. But, you know, there's people far worse in the world than me sitting here driving around iRacing in the dark in an MX-5 and hoping that I survive with no fast repairs for the next 18 hours.
David, where can folks find you on social media if they wanted to throw support your way? We have a question.
Yeah, on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, I'm under Motorsport Magpie or Motor Magpie, and on Twitch at the moment I'm live under Motor Magpie, so you can head over there. I've already had a donation of £25 just to sing the national anthem on stream, and if if anybody else wants to donate more, just let me know in the chat what you've donated. I will have a look and we'll crack on from there.
Great. I just threw your Twitch link into the chat and dropped you that follow. Thank you so much for sharing your story. That really means a lot. And what you're doing, racing by yourself. Absolutely.
Is anybody else racing by themselves? So I've heard people say so. I've heard people say solo, and I don't know whether it was them being solo or them being, shall we say, by themselves for now. That's what I didn't know. So it's interesting to know that I'm the only nutter out there.
Oh no, there's plenty of nutters out there, but your particular brand of lunacy comes from trying to do the whole thing on your own. Which, I mean, fair play to you.
Our nutter is it? Our nutter. So we're happy.
Yeah, well, if you have an interview with me tomorrow, it might sound a hell of a lot different, but we'll see then.
We look forward to it. Well, best of luck for the remainder of the race.
Thank you so much.
Sorry, I just saw a car on the stream just flying off the track.
Oh, yes. Right into the barrier. Oh, we almost had that flip. Oh, what? I can't see the livery.
We can't see any livery.
I can't see anything.
Best of luck, David, when you actually get back out on track. And like we said, really hope that you get the support you need. Really appreciate the efforts that you're going through in this particular situation. So best of luck for this and moving forward. Thank you very much, David Whitehouse.
Thank you.
And still a nutter. Still an absolute... I think you're mad.
We're doing 23
that's
hours.
True.
So.
That is true. We're all... We have our own particular flavour of lunacy that is all wrapped up in motor racing. That's what binds us all together.
Oh God, Mike, did you by any chance see the incident and who it was?
I didn't, unfortunately. I was kind of engrossed in what David was saying.
We'll see if we can get a quick replay. I saw two headlights into a barrier. There we go.
The mighty Mike is... Oh, hey, that's Will Bubb getting sent very forcefully into the wall, and someone having to take... Who on earth clouted him? That was somewhat forceful. Crikey. I'm coming through whether you like it or not.
Maybe they can't see either because it's just so dark on the track. Maybe that's the problem we're all having.
I mean, there is no track lighting, as we can quite clearly see. I used to do it. When I used to do YouTube videos. I used to do something that was called the Wacky Random Challenge, and this wasn't in iRacing. This was in Project Cars 2, which I was very, very big on at the time. And I would randomly choose two cars, track, weather, two different weathers, and whether it was day or night. And I would sometimes end up with some combinations were fantastic, some were just hateful, and there were a few occasions where I'd end up like with an Indy car in the dark. Mm-hmm. And as well, you'll know, the headlights are not something I think about in an IndyCar generally. So, I had one situation where I started with headlights. I was trying to do Nordschleifer, which I will put out there, and you can come at me all you like. I don't like Nords. I am not a Nords fan.
Wow.
I
stir up some drama this
come at me.
evening?
Come at me. That's what I'll say. I'm not a Nords fan. But I rolled Nords on this particular challenge, and I had a BMW GT4 car, and I'd forgotten. Well, no, I had like visual damage on because I knew in some of these combinations I'd never make it if I had like full damage on. I'd lose a wheel in like the first turn, and I stuck it in the wall, and it was dark and foggy. I literally could not see much beyond the end of the car, so I was driving by the mini-map. That was my only means of knowing where the next corner was, let alone what the corner was, where it was going. That was a challenge.
If you're listening to this stream, do not do what Chris is saying that he did. Don't recommend it.
Do not do it. It was not fun. It was a challenge, all right, as we did see a pair of MX-5 tangle up, and I think we have another interview waiting. Oh, was that a...
Ooh,
might have
Corey
been
Stig. Team
Corey?
Yes to Motorsports.
Yes. Corey, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Welcome in.
Oh, thank you. Thanks for having me. Just got
How's it going so far?
so far so good. It is quite frightening to see the headlights of a V8 supercar just running right up on you on corner exit. Because I don't think some of them have figured out that the 86 is faster through the corners. So you're just hoping and praying.
How many times into the wall have you had so far? Have you managed to avoid the concrete?
So I've only hit the Armco once. I've spun it like 2 or 3 times. So I've mostly not to make excuses or anything, but there is a big old window behind my monitor, and the nighttime is not agreeing with that.
Yeah. So what's the time for you at the moment?
Like lap times?
No. What time of day are you where you are?
Oh, I'm on the eastern seaboard, so it's about, let's look at the clock, about 2:49 in the afternoon. Yes.
Heck yeah. Where are you from, Corey, if you don't mind me asking?
So I'm from Indianapolis. I grew up right outside IMS, but I live in Massachusetts now, working for iRacing.
Nice. Very nice.
Yep. There it is. Sorry, I was digging for an incident while I was sitting in there.
Not jealous at all. No, there's no evidence of that.
So you're saying that I should just jump on the Amtrak from DC and maybe pop on over to the iRacing headquarters in Massachusetts?
Hey, we'll give you a tour, either me or Cisco, someone. So one of us will, at least.
Someone's bound to be there when I knock on the door.
Well, it's usually me and Cisco from Team Rick are one of the couple people that are there like on a daily basis in broadcasting.
Mm-hmm.
So how many of you are taking the car?
So there's 4 of us on this team. We run a Thursday night league run by another iRacing staffer, Chris Leone, and we are representing his upcoming Dirt Endurance event, the Group Therapy 100. Our Discord is on the back bumper, and if y'all want to come run that, it's on December 29th. Running Crandon in the Pro 2, Pro 4, I think the Subaru WRX, and the Beetle, if I remember all the cars right. But yeah, it's a load of fun. We run a lot of stuff on Thursday nights. It's a blast. Thursday night Eastern time, that is. So yeah, if that's we wanted to show some love, and that's kind of where the 4 of us got into this car. So we were like, yeah, why not make it a Y2M car?
How exciting was last week's release for you guys, the new season and everything? New cars?
A lot of fun, a lot of content work, a lot of just kind of, a lot of waiting around to try to get approvals and stuff. And it was a lot of fun working on builds. They're some of the most hectic times of the year, but they're very rewarding. They're a lot of fun seeing everyone enjoy the new content. I was personally looking forward to the W13 as a big F1 fan, so I've been looking forward to that one for a while.
I don't think I've had a bigger smile on my face than when the W12 first came to iRacing, and now with the W13. It is so incredible, and it's so fun. We did a couple of races at like Laguna Seca just for funsies, and the W13.
Oh yeah.
It's just some silly combinations you can definitely make and have a good time with the community.
Oh yeah, the W12 is still to this day my absolute favorite car to drive in sim racing. Period. I adore that car. Most of my background comes from racing Formula style cars, so I was really stoked when both of those cars came out.
And this is your first time doing the 23 hours of Zolder, or have you done it previous? Oh, it's okay.
This is my first time. This is my first time actually racing in it. I was a quote-unquote test driver for Team Rick last year. I was running practices with them and helping on the setup work. This is my first time running as a in a team and actually in the race.
So you did the hard work and they got the glory, basically, is what happened last time.
It was a team effort, you know. I'm not gonna bury my.
That's what you say when you're the one being shafted. Yeah. It's really a team effort, or it's the line you say to placate the one that's being shafted. It really is a team effort. Whereas inside you're like, I'm having this glory. I'm the one in the camera. Get out of it.
It was nice that, you know, they provided their setups and I just gave feedback. That was all. You know, I was just trying to help out the coworker and his buddies. You know, trying to be a good
America,
pal.
Currently, it's like bonus season, so Corey's just doing the work. Okay, he's trying.
Hey, man. You know, just trying to get the bag.
You got to do what you got to do.
Exactly.
Yeah, just trying to get the bag. Just trying to survive out here.
So, how did you guys decide which stints and who's doing what, and how did you prepare for this? Essentially, as your first time.
Well, we have an Australian, so he's doing most of the legwork when it comes to us three Americans sleeping, because we got one of us two of us that are in Eastern time, one in Central time, and then we have the Australian. So he's doing a triple stint in the night for us, and those are his only 3 stints is the triple stint. So he's covering us while we're all asleep, and then
Nice.
we mostly just tried to decide. Basically, who has what going on this weekend, and when can you jump in the car? No, it wasn't really much in the strategy way. It was like, can you drive to start this? Okay, cool, you're starting.
That's fair enough.
Who's from Australia on your team? Is it Zach or?
Yes, Zach Mitchell.
Okay.
Yep.
We'll make sure we give him a proper shout out during his triple stint. That you guys just chucked him into.
He will be out there for a while. Poor guy. Like I listed in I think it was the commentators forum, I said he's Australian, he's a gremlin, so it'll be fun to watch him, try to putz around there.
And this is going to be my first expletive of the chat. Apologies if anyone has little kids, block their ears. In your sheet that you filled out, what did you do in terms of preparation? You said fucking sent it.
Yeah. Yep. That was about it. We went out there for a while and basically just sent it to see how hard we can send it before the thing decides to roll like an alligator. So mostly just trying to figure out how hard we can throw this thing around before the tires try to eat us for lunch.
I also like when was your team established? Last week.
Yep, quite literally. This was we saw Jimmy's tweet of, hey, I'm opening up the GR86 class. We got 12 more spots open, and I think it was Nate was the one who threw it into our Discord and said, hey, does anyone want to run a team for this? And me, personally, the GR86 is the car I want to buy next. So I was like, well, 23 hours to test this thing out. I'll run it.
Nice.
See how much I actually liked it before I want to put the money down for one.
A little quick tidbit on your team, because you wrote these guys. Everyone wrote something out about their team, and I want to make sure we read it. Nate Stewart races in the eNASCAR College iRacing Series, representing his high school, Hopkinsville Community College. Corey's an iRacing staff member in the broadcasting content department. Zach is a former iRacing Nürburgring 24-hour winner, former iRacing Spot 24-hour winner, also Australian and a gremlin. And then Paul is an iRacing Petrie 3 class winner and an avid enjoyer of Polish pierogi, Wawa gas stations, and Burger King zesty sauce.
Yes, he very much wanted us to include the fact that he enjoys Burger King zesty sauce and Wawa. In our league, he is quite literally listed as Pierogi Paul. So,
me and Paul are going to be very good friends, I can tell.
Yes, I think so. We all have logos on next to our names for just like Nate has his. As I hear the old car horn come through chat in my headphones. Nate has his Discord profile picture. I have my Stig helmet. Zach is the Victoria Bitters beer, and Pierogi Man, it has the pierogi next to his name.
We were just talking about our favorite pierogi in the chat when he was here a little bit earlier, so that was pretty fun. I think he said he's a cheese and potato kind of guy, and I said I'm a pierogi kind of girl. So if anyone has a favorite pierogi, just drop it in the chat.
Us two Polish guys, we gotta enjoy our pierogies. That's where me and Paul get along.
Also, I need to learn to read because as you were reading that out, Ash, I was sort of reading along with you because I haven't had a chance to read all of the descriptions. And I read Gremlin as German for some bizarre reason. So an Australian German? That's an interesting combination.
Yeah, he was trying to get out of Jimmy's England are bad at soccer penalty, and his reasoning was that he's second generation English, so technically he can get his citizenship, so we shouldn't get the penalty. And I was like,
I love the reasoning. I love the reasoning. That's fantastic.
And I was like, you know what? Whatever keeps us out of the pit lane, Zach. You go do it again.
That's it. So when are you taking the car over, Corey?
I'm out of the car for a bit. Next time I'm in the car, if I can pull up our schedule that Nate Stewart so awesomely put together for everyone. 23 hours. Next time I'm in is probably going to be around 8:30 tonight on the Eastern Seaboard. So I don't know, like midnight, 1 a.m. in Europe.
That's some quick math. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm doing when you watch as much Premier League as I do, you kind of figure out the time difference between London and the US. So, I'll be able to, I'm taking over the European night stit, so I'm hoping it'll be hopefully a bit quieter, but we'll see.
No, I think, to be honest, the only thing that's really going to make this race any quieter is retirements.
Yes.
It's just people just parking up like, no, done. Just cannot do this anymore.
We said when we ran out of fast repairs, we'd probably call it a night. So we're at 4 now. So we have 4 left. So we're still hanging in there.
Okay. Well, I mean, thank you for taking the time to come and chat to us, Corey.
Yeah.
It was a great pleasure. By all means, swing by whenever you have a break. I mean, when you're in the car, it might be a little bit busy for you, but so,
entertaining.
But yeah. But yeah, best of luck.
Wouldn't be the first time I've been interviewed in the car. The last in Dirt Enduro we did for Yes Dude Motorsport, I got dragged up in the booth because I was the only one soloing the entire race in a truck because none of my teammates showed up.
Oh, wow.
So I was about 100 laps in.
Oh, gosh. So you're like, you want to speak to me now? Like, come on.
I was like, all right, well, turning left and right, and I don't know how to drive on dirt, so sure, I can talk to you guys. Appreciate you guys.
All you can do is smile at that point.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But shout out everyone watching. Donate some money to the excellent charity that we're racing for. Mental health is super important. Open up your wallets and support those who need supported.
Oh yeah, there's a race going on.
Yes, as well.
Answer, of course, yes.
All right.
1,193 pounds raised. Thank you so much.
Yep. Thank you very much, guys.
I appreciate it.
Enjoy the rest of your stint, Corey. Off he goes. I see that Gordy Much back in the car, back out there.
Steve reminding us or letting us know that Holden Helmets has passed for the lead. Has been passed for lead by Team Jawline.
Yeah, this is the battle for them. We could just about see. Oh yeah, he's got the Scottish flag on the roof. I just noticed that. Not that you could really see that. It's the blue flag with the white cross through the middle. Is the Scottish part of the? It's the Scottish flag. But right behind him, and has been for a little while, is the Holden Helmets car. So that is the race lead that we are looking at. I love the 80 kilometers an hour thing on the back of the car. Who are they hoping to fool with that?
And we see Team iRacing back in the first place for the Toyota GR86 class, especially after their yeet over the wall a couple laps ago. Very impressive comeback.
Whoa! Someone tried to Tokyo drift through into the complex. Didn't quite get it right. Oh, there they are. Again, no way of identifying, no way of identifying who they are. And actually, the Holden Helmets team's in trouble because they've suddenly fallen away. Now, the amazing Mike Cow has caught up with it. It's Tobias Cantat in the Garage 69 car. So it was a different car that was stationary on the side of the road. Now, what's happened to the Holden Helmets car? Because they were right on Gordy Much's tail.
They were 0.44 seconds was the interval. Now it's 6 seconds.
6 seconds. So what's happened here? This will be the car that was stationed. Oh, it's the Texaco liveried MX-5. Oh, big punch in the face to the Toyota then that's been sent into space. Oh, dear. And that's caught up with another one. It's a horrible situation to be in. Yeah, see Fabio Di Camaro. Yeah. No, I've been surrounded by American people, and so I'm thinking, I'm reading Camo as Camaro. I need to get glasses. Seriously. Yeah, Felix Camo did the right thing and just backed completely out of it. But when you're in a situation that you're surrounded by cars, especially at a busy place of the circuit like that, it's difficult to know what to do there.
Especially when you see something happening and you can't do anything because you're sandwiched behind, like the incident we just saw. You just see your life flashing before your eyes.
And another interviewee comes to join us. Now, I'm going to apologise for butchering your name to start with. Is it Searcy?
No, it's Saoirse.
Saoirse. I knew I would. I can get Fitzpatrick. I'm good there. But
that's fair enough.
Do you often get like the actress?
No, actually, I don't think anyone has ever been like, oh, like the actress. But you don't have to worry about messing it up because every single time I've been on a broadcast, it's been made.
No one's ever got it right.
Oh, but it's your name. We want to make sure we get it right. We appreciate it.
Yeah, it's. I always try because when we speak to people, when I speak to people, I'm sure Ash, you'll agree with me here. I like to try and represent the person I'm speaking to properly, but as a mark of respect, I like to at least get your name somewhere near right. But exactly as you say, you're used to people getting it wrong. How's the race going for you so far?
The race is going okay. It was actually quite funny. Initially, our stint plan was for Callie to start and then me to take over, so I should be in the car now. But because I qualified us, I did the first 3 hours.
Wow.
And they went, I think, as well as could be hoped. Spun on lap 3, then dragged it back to 4th and got us a drive-through for saying that, well, is Oscar, do you reckon Oscar will mete out his wrath if I say what I said here?
That's not for us to decide.
Okay.
we just sit in the box and chat for a while. It's up to other people to figure out the
I like
penalties.
to think this is diplomatic immunity in here. It's Switzerland. You can say what you need to say.
Well, we have diplomatic immunity. I don't think the drivers do.
Okay. Well, I will hold my tongue, but it was to do with the England-France game, and I
you've started now, Saoirse. You've started.
Okay.
Ride this train to the end.
Right. What I said was, and in fairness, I had been warned, but what I said was that England are going to lose the match tonight.
Oh, you weren't the only one saying that.
I know I'm not the only one, but I got a drive-through for it.
I'll say it as an American. I got you.
Thank you.
It's not a sport I follow, so I actually couldn't care.
I don't. I love soccer. Whoa.
I call it far worse, and words that we can't use on broadcast. I call it far worse. Licensed thuggery is another one, but I'm not a fan of it. I stick to motorsport, kicking a ball around the field, and rugby, yes. American football, far more interested in.
Wow.
One thing you would never do, and I'm sure you would both agree with me on this, you would never go up to an American football player and call them any kind of derogatory name, right? You wouldn't call them weak or pathetic or anything like that. I've seen the size of American football players. I'm sure you both have noticed soccer players quite a bit smaller. They roll around the floor crying when their hair is out of place. Yeah. What am I to respect about that?
I didn't know you had such strong feelings against.
I would have brought up football.
No.
Opinions about it.
I'll bring it up all you like, but it's just that. But it's anyway. I know we were initially talking about the race, but this has been very much a theme of certainly my commentary stint, which has lasted all of an hour. Derailment.com is absolutely like that's going to be my epitaph. That's going to be on my tombstone. Derailed every conversation possible.
I would be the same. Well, I have done that, haven't I? In fairness, this is my fault. Yeah.
I suppose we better actually do this a little bit more properly. So you're a regular for Prismatic Motorsports. So how long have you been sim racing for?
I've been sim racing for probably about 4 years now. And then I became a driver of Prismatic, I think, about a year ago, after I managed to impress in one of the Mermaids races, because we run... It's been off for a bit because we've been very busy with other things, but we run a GT3 Sprint series on Sundays to raise money for the Mermaids charity.
Cool. And you've also raced in the Rocket British F4 esports series.
Yeah, that was genuinely terrifying. Every single like seriously though,
In the best way possible.
Because I was one of the reserve drivers. I wasn't first pick, and every time sitting down to like start one of those races, it was always like, oh my god, because like, I mean, I get a little bit not starstruck, but like kind of think to myself like, yeah, this is the level of driver that I'm racing against, and I like to be a bit of a realist. I'm not the level of like Peter Berryman and the lads that were like fighting for wins every week in that race, in that series, but like I got some decent finishes. I got a couple of P11s, but unfortunately no points.
Well, that's the thing with those F4 cars. A damp flannel will break the suspension. So this thing, these cars must feel like a doddle to drive compared to those.
Oh yeah, I mean, what I typically drive is touring cars, so the front-wheel drive touring cars on iRacing. So like the F4 cars are like very, very different, but also incredibly fragile in comparison. If you ever raced those touring cars, you can like really abuse them and they still just keep going. Yeah.
I love touring cars, so I'm grinning and nodding in huge agreement.
I want to jump back to the charity you mentioned, the Mermaids GT3 Sprint Series that you do. Just for folks who might be unaware, the Mermaids are a UK-based charity that supports transgender children and their families. So Prismatic Motorsports is a sim racing team by and for transgender people, advocating trans people in sim racing and real-life motorsport worlds, which is very important unto itself, because I really think representation matters when it comes to all folks from different walks of life in motorsports, not just the stereotypical things that we've seen in the past couple of years. So you guys are doing incredible work and raising over so far £2,000 for the charity as you've been running it.
Thank you. The board do incredible work to give us opportunities to represent ourselves and represent the whole community to some degree in these sim racing events like the Rocket F4 League or FTO or WSRL. I was the team organizer for this race, so that was partially me, but it was a great help from the team to have like their support and all of our drivers and community members to like really come together and build up the teams and get prepped for these races.
Who did the livery for the car?
Which one? Well, actually, both of them were by our hang on. If I remember correctly, her official title is the creative director, but she does a lot of our, if you've ever seen on Twitter, our graphics that we have for races and race results and stuff. Judy will do most of those, so Judith Cooper. She made both the Kia livery, which is a little bit less serious, and then the Toyota.
You don't say.
Yeah, a little bit less serious, I think, is putting it mildly, because the Toyota livery is basically a serious Prismatic livery.
We really can't see them very well in the dark, but
yeah,
they both look great. But you can't avoid certainly the line that says, "What is it? We apologise for this livery" on the door of the Kia.
Does it say that? I didn't see that.
I think it's I'm sure that's along the line. Oh, that's not the Prismatic one. Okay. I thought that was the Prismatic car.
I was confused for a second there.
No, one of the liveries is. I thought it was yours. No, but that's my bad there. One of them has along the door. We apologise for this bad livery. Oh, we actually got a really good shot of the side of the Toyota there, just in a rare moment of light. It actually really highlights the. I think that's the Mermaid charity logo.
Let me check. I am focusing on Cali at the moment. No, actually, on the side is the Hummingbird, which is a logo of one of our major sponsors, Certified.
Oh, okay.
There it is.
Yeah, just got it. Yeah, being interrupted by the many-eyed frog meme car that's just coming past you.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Saoirse. I really appreciate you jumping on here and
No
doing
problem
this
at all.
charity
Thank
race.
you for having me.
And if you feel to come back and be interviewed, interrogated, whatever you'd like to call our question, we'd love to have you again.
I might do later on after my second stint. So
Awesome.
around
Please do.
3-4 hours from now.
We do ask that you leave that you leave seriousness at the door and bring in sense of humour.
Will do. Thank you for having
so
me.
much.
Enjoy the rest of the race.
Best of luck for the
You
remainder
too.
of the stint.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Saoirse Fitzpatrick. Now we cut back to
absolutely crushing it, by the way, during the
yeah, absolutely so. I think look, just you know.
Wow, so we have currently raised for, I have, my page is refreshing pretty slowly, 24,382 pounds raised. At 30K, Jimmy said he will put on his full racing suit, which will be pretty cool. So thank you all of those who've donated for Mind, the mental health charity that we are racing for today here, the 23 Hours of Zolder.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Mind doing amazing work, offering support to a lot of people that do suffer mental health issues. Those that are maybe sitting out there suffering in silence, that maybe feeling that no one wishes to listen, anything like that. Seek the help you need. Charities like Mine are exactly there for this very reason. They're amazing group of people. You won't be judged. It doesn't really matter what your story is. There'll be somebody out there to help you. So don't sit in silence. Don't suffer in silence. Seek the help you need.
Absolutely. I think we have one more interview before his stint with Kirchu Racing, the teammate to Casey Kerwin, who led the stint of Kirchu. We have Daniel Morad coming into the broadcast booth. I'm going to drag him in from the Discord in a second.
Go for it.
Daniel, can you hear us?
No. Who are you?
Are you my conscience? Sorry, I know Morad has a stint coming soon, so I don't want to take up too much of his time.
Do I?
Aren't you stinting it?
I think I'm supposed to drive something soon. I'm going to drive a helicopter. It's going to be the Mazda MX-5 helicopter.
Well, you have a stream at 3:30. Me and Daniel have been texting the entire time. Stream at 3:30. Oh, his stint is at 3:50. Okay, sorry. I thought 3:30 was the stint. I got nervous. I was like, Daniel is on a tight schedule.
That's okay. It's not like I haven't been late before. People
Daniel,
listening
how's it
that
going?
watch will know the reference.
So
In case
Daniel-
you're wondering, I'm always late.
He is always. I know you're
I'm not
pretty good with your streams.
I'm not proud of it. It's probably one of the worst character traits, but I'm working on it.
He's working on it. This is your first 23 Hours of Zolder?
It is, yeah. I've always watched. I've watched the past few, but I've never really known how to get into it. And I got to know Jimmy and Casey. Actually, I was going to put a team in, and then Casey asked me to drive. So I was like, I'm gonna drive with Casey. He knows how to turn a wheel. He can definitely turn left and right.
What are your what's your resume like? Like, why do you think you deserve to be in this car?
I don't know. I honestly don't think I deserve to be in it. But somehow I think they just felt bad and they wanted to give me a ride. So here we are.
I know the whole team has to carry Daniel Morad, a recent Indy 8-hour winner, or a Daytona 24-hour winner. Just some minor things on the resume that everyone has, right?
I'll tell you, the Rolex doesn't make me on time. It just looks nice.
Do you still have the battery in it? Is it working?
It doesn't. Well, yeah, no. There's no battery. It doesn't work like that.
It's stuck.
Maybe that's the reason why it's making me late. I should probably try to tape a battery to the Daytona.
So how comfortable are you driving the MX-5? I guess for a couple of stints.
Yeah, not at all. It's most likely going to be an absolute train wreck. So if you're thinking about trying to sabotage me while I'm driving, please refrain from doing that and do it to Casey. Much appreciated in advance. But no, I just turned a few laps now. It's been pretty busy times. Like we just moved into a new office with Moradness, our company. and I've been a full-time carpenter and furniture builder. So been demoted from racing driver to that, and not much time to drive. But this is awesome. What a good cause, and I'm super happy to be part of it. And it's gonna just be a fun time. It's gonna be a fun time. We're driving the slowest car. Gonna be a pest.
Which is usually different than what you usually drive, right? Because you're IRL racing the Merc GT3. So.
Yeah, I mean, this is so different. I'm not even like in iRacing. I never drive the MX-5, but it is such a fun car to race, and being the slowest class is not something unfamiliar to me. Like, I'm very familiar with the IMSA WeatherTech series, being in the GTD class, having prototypes and having to navigate traffic. So that should be okay. But there's some crazy V8s out there. I'm keeping an eye out for them. I'm watching the broadcast from the beginning, so it's been entertaining.
Dan, you mentioned more radness, which I don't know if I feel like most people do if they're in sim racing, but you also see currently on the stream for some of these folks who are racing today, they're wearing more radness gloves, some sim racing socks. So could you talk a little bit about your company?
Yeah, so I mean, it's so cool. I am reading the chat as we're speaking. Yeah, it's really cool. Like, we started Moradness as it was something on the side where we started with hats. Just to give you the brief background on it, after winning the Rolex 24 at Daytona in 2017, I had a hat with my logo on it, and we only had 10 of them. And Jess, my wife, at the time we were just dating and longtime partners, and yeah, she's like, yeah, we should sell these. People want them. And we started a hat company, then evolved into clothing that was, basically targeted for racetrack wear. We wanted to be able to be worn at the racetrack, but not limited to just the racetrack. And through the pandemic, we got into sim racing, and I was using my racing gloves, and they kept ripping. So I'm like, you know what? These gloves aren't designed for the simulator to be driving 3-4 hours a day, 7 days a week. So we made our own. And from the beginning, it was good, and we've constantly improved. And now we're a few years into that, and just flat out on the esports, and now making performance wear, jerseys, gloves, socks, and it's so community based, and we're so lucky to have an amazing community. I mean, the iRacing community in general and online racing community is amazing, and just super, super tight knit.
We have a question from the chat. When will Moradness start producing sim racing slippers, similar to what Jimmy is racing in right now?
Oh, we have a member of our the Moradness M Squad team, which is kind of like an academy team, and he runs in dyno slippers. So I feel like we need to step up our game because we're definitely slacking. So we'll come up with something interesting. We're prototyping.
Surely the biggest question is when the oven mitts, is Moradness getting into the oven mitt game?
We already have oven mitts. They're multi-purpose. You can use them as sim racing gloves, oven mitts. You'd be surprised. People can get creative.
You're right there.
Gardening. What do you want to do?
I do have to appreciate
go to the moon?
I do have to appreciate. I think I mentioned this to you before, and when talking to Jess as well, that I just have small hands. I mean, as a chick, I just have small hands, and like you're the only sim racing gloves that I found like extra small that could fit my hands when I'm sim racing. So I really want to appreciate and say thank you.
Yeah, you can thank Jess for that. Jess loves funny story, short one. Again, I can tell long stories, but I'll keep it short. So Jess has a background in fashion, and she always thought she was going to make dresses and women's clothing. But here we are making clothes for men in esports and sim racing. It's like the furthest thing from dresses. So yeah, she definitely likes to add her creative flair and take care of the ladies out there as well with some little accessories and also small gloves.
So how are you preparing for this race? You said you turned out a few laps earlier. Did you prepare before then, or?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, everyone, Daniel is a professional driver, so he can get away with that. We cannot, as plebs who do this as a hobby. So,
I mean, honestly, I really do. I have so much respect for sim racers because I don't really consider myself a sim racer. I think that like sim racers are incredibly talented, and I always feel like real life drivers look down on sim racers, or at least there's that stigma associated with it. It shouldn't be that way, because sim racing is not only do you need to have an incredible sense of feel in like your hands and your eyes, which is unnatural for me because I have a really good butt, so I feel the car really well underneath me when I'm driving it in real life. And in the sim, like, I mean, I have a deep, okay, this is a little bit of a flex, okay? But I have a D-Box like motion platform thanks to ASR, Advanced Sim Racing. And, you know, it definitely helps close in on that immersion factor. It doesn't make me faster, but at least makes me feel more like I'm at home. But man, like driving the sim is so challenging because you need to basically use a different sense than what you're used to. And also the time involved, it's insane. Like you need to, if you want to be top level, like the big teams, you need to put in 20, 30 hours a week to be competitive. I mean, for me, when I'm streaming, I'm driving. When I'm not streaming, I'm not driving. I'm working on our company. So it's just, yeah, time is so limited. As I'm 32 years old now, so I'm not young, I would say, in terms of sim racing. There's some 15-year-old kids out there that
but
just
you're not
have
over the hill.
No, not at all. I still feel like I can go for a long time. Like my mind is good. My body, I'd like to think, is in shape, and like I take care of myself, so I can keep going. The moment I'm slow, like where I'm genuinely slow, I'm like, okay, I can say that I'm a step behind. I probably won't race because I wouldn't want to take a spot away from a young kid. So, but I do love racing. I love competing, but above everything else, I love winning. And having fun while doing so. That's the most important thing, that combination of having fun while winning. If you're just winning and you're absolutely killing people along the way and you're sacrificing a lot, I'm not into that. I'm into having a good time and being super competitive.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. I think I've changed my perspective on life as I'm getting older a little bit. I just want to enjoy myself and do what I want to do to be happy. Which is kind of like what this event is all about, right? Being happy and finding the positive side of life, no matter what your situation is. Because trust me, I've been in some bad spots in my career where I wasn't racing for 4 years, and it wasn't great. But, you know, now I'm just happy, enjoying myself, and just finding every positive I can in everything I do.
And able to give back to the community, because I know your streams are... You know, I know you guys do a lot of Miranda streams, and you're constantly, like, when I was at the Indie 8 Hour, you were so kind just to, like, make sure that I was involved and seeing what you guys were doing. And, you know, you really take care of your community. So we appreciate that. And you mentioned you're busy, so thank you so much for doing this interview, by the way. We appreciate
No
that.
worries.
And this race.
No,
Everyone competing.
I'm so honored to be invited. And huge thanks to Casey for having me join this team. I hope I can make everyone proud. And at the end of the day, even if I don't, if I'm an absolute train wreck, it's probably going to be better for content. So we'll see which way it goes. Stay tuned. We'll find out in half an hour.
One question
sorry.
No, Ash, carry on.
I just wanted to mention we've raised 24,500 pounds so far. And Jimmy said he would race in his full racing suit with helmet at 30K. So we just want to thank everyone who's donated so far and everyone participating in the race.
Absolutely so.
I just want to say Tony Kanan's been threatening to throw down some penalties, but there's one of my good friends. He owns a mountain, and he said that if Tony comes at him, he has my back. So hopefully Tony can hold up a mountain.
One question I've got for you, Danny, before you go. Now, every team was asked any stories you want to share with the commentary team, and we've had some long and short answers. For the Kachu squad, it simply says stare at the back of our car. That's all it says.
Yeah.
Now unfortunately it's dark, so we can't really see. I love the side of the car, the kind of cast motif on this. What does it say on the back? It says something, but I can't see what it is.
On the back on the deck lid. I think it basically just says, you know what? I'm not going to tell you. I think you're going to have to zoom in. We'll just let you guys. Throughout the race, maybe you can get a good glimpse of it as the sun rises, so you can stay tuned. Everyone watching, just keep a close eye out.
Nice.
I won't ruin the surprise.
I love it. Oh, thank you very much for spending the time to come and chat to us, Daniel. Hugely appreciated, and best of luck for you and Kachu for the rest of the race.
Thank you. I like the way you did that. You and Kachu? Did you mean to do that?
I did not, but I'll run with it.
I love it. Thank you. Thanks, guys. Talk to you.
Thank you very much, Daniel Murad. Awesome stuff. Yeah, I am gonna figure out what it says on the back. Unfortunately, when there's someone behind the car, the camera's too far away, so I can't actually see what it says, other than that kind of odd grin.
Mike, from the broadcast team, I will Venmo you $20 if you can figure it out for us. With your broadcasting skills and zoom it in for us. I will greatly appreciate it. But we do love that lightning green livery.
Yeah, you can always rely on Mike Yao, the amazing production team who stood in very late to help Jimmy out and provide this incredible broadcast. Very much very appreciative to them. Right words, wrong order. For giving us a great show, allowing us nutters to come and shout about it for a while. And exactly as Ash and Danny were saying, thank you very much to those that have donated an amazing amount of money so far. Every little bit helps. Don't feel that you have to break the bank or donate hundreds or thousands of pounds or dollars or euros, whatever your currency is. Every little bit helps. In a lot of sort of charity events, the vast majority of donations are kind of $20, 20 euros, 20 pounds or less. It's just the volume of them that it makes a difference. So every little bit helps. So whatever you can spare, it is going to a great cause.
Absolutely. And I think something to note, because I feel like we've been talked about it, we're 5 hours, 18 minutes into the race, or just a little bit over. And we have any donations over £5, and make sure your gift aid is turned off when you do that for you to be eligible for a raffle for one of our incredible prizes. We have Feel Limited Edition JB gloves, Feel JB Classics. We have some Casios. We have signed Tony Kanaan caps. We have iRacing vouchers. A little bit of everything that you can possibly need for your sim racing adventures coming into 2023 in the new year. So
that's what the back says. 2022 eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series champion Casey Cohen. Okay. It's the names of the drivers. Right. So when he said the back, I was looking at as in the not the trunk. Well, again, use correct terminology, and all that. It wasn't looking there. I was actually on the very back, and I was like, it just says M's, doesn't it? It's a smiley face back there.
The Brandis logo.
Yeah. I was thinking, does that say something? Or, but so yeah, I had no chance of reading that. Thank you, Mike Yao in production for highlighting that.
Steve Cleaver was letting us know Tony Kanaan's team has been issued a minor penalty, £5, or a dad joke in the pit lane. We love a good dad joke.
Excellent. Oh, my kids are forever. As my children are old enough where any jokes they say, they don't make any sense, and they think they're hilarious. So you have to do the oh yeah, very good, and yeah. Or well, that's from the youngest. From the eldest, I'm very much sort of in a position where he's using phraseology that is obviously current to the youth, and I'm like, what did you just say? Those words in that order make no sense. Yet they are perfectly normal to him, and he looks at me like, why didn't you understand that?
Vandalay comes from a Seinfeld reference. It's not my real name, which people sometimes get confused. And there's a great quote that says, "It's not a lie if you believe it." So if it's a funny joke if you think it's a funny joke, and that's all your kids need to know. And
that's it. That's what they're sticking by. As we see Peter Cordix work his way past in the very, very lemon-flavoured MX-5. Lots of flash.
And I'm going to regret it. That so far, while we've been interviewing Daniel and Saoirse, thank you, by the way, for both of them for coming in to the booth. That it's been a pretty clean race. Knock on wood. I'm so sorry for anyone who's about to get.
That you're flirting with fire there. You know the power of the commentator's curse, Ash, surely.
I just want to flex it so badly. I want that control.
Nice. That influence, that power.
Influence. Should we go over the folks currently in the lead for each class here? We're about
as we see Jimmy getting a bit of sustenance there. What looked like, I don't know what that was.
Was that oatmeal?
I wondered if it was. Oh, it was pasta. Yeah, I couldn't tell. It's funny you mentioned food. And what was it? What was it? The pierogies. I have no idea what they are. We don't have them over here. What are pierogies?
There's no way you never had a over here. What pierogies are everywhere. They're just a
sorry. Just Jordan Johnson just absolutely poleaxed somebody there.
Jordan, I am so sorry.
Yeah, but are you though? No.
Did I whisper that for the broadcast to hear?
Just loud enough, yeah. I'm going to have to look up what pierogies are. I've heard the phrase, but I don't know what they are.
They're just dumplings, so you can fill them with really anything.
They sound amazing.
Yeah.
I've worked with some amazing people from the States, and I always there was a guy I used to team up with certainly once a month. Oh, we see Jordan Johnson. Oh wow! So that went wrong going into turn 2, and then he just went, "Well, I'm committed now. I'm going to plow through you." So yeah, there's a guy from Texas that I work with kind of once a month or so on the series that we used to do. That's obviously in its Christmas break, as a lot of motor racing things are. And yeah, we would get together on Discord, and it was like, right, okay, we really need to crack on. But before we do, and we'd have like an hour's just talking about differences between the UK and the US. I was like, yeah, we really need to get going. But I've just got this one question, and off we go again. And the amount of times we talk about food, and that's 100% my fault. I am the. You were talking about I think Dan was saying that he knows someone that owns a mountain. I'm the shape of a mountain. I would make the perfect Father Christmas. I'm the correct shape. So I'm not exactly small.
Do you have the beard to match?
I don't. My wife doesn't like it. I do actually. I do like the beard, but it's also not white.
I've been working on mine for 30 years, but it's just not growing out. So
it's tricky, It is.
My dad has an incredible mustache that I'm jealous of.
My brother hates it when I grow the beard because he can't do it for some really weird reason. If he tries to grow his facial hair out, it appears in patches. It's like the teenager's first shave. He's got a bit here, bit here, bit here, bit here. And he told me this once. I thought, no, he's exaggerating. He goes, all right, I'll prove it. And like, I don't know, 6 months later, he sent me a picture, and sure enough, it's like someone's been blindfolded and tried to put the bits of the beard on a picture of a face. It's just really bizarre.
We are looking at a really incredible battle between car number 666, Holden Helmets Racing, and car 88, Team Jawline, Chris.
Oops! Oh, we were.
Gosh.
Unbelievable.
I can't do anything nice while I'm talking.
You wanted this power. You wanted this power, as chat says. Hashtag blame Ash for something. Well, there we go.
Oh dear. I'm never going to be allowed commenting. This is my first and last stint.
That was a shot of Gordy Much we just saw. He's smiling. He's having a good old time.
Oh, so he's okay with me doing that. That's fine.
No, yeah. Well, he would be. He was the one that punched Chris Lullum in the face. So, yeah, he's fine. But it's interesting that the Holden Helmets squad closed in that gap, because it was up to about 6 seconds when we were actually last concentrating on the race, like an hour ago.
If anyone's watching any streamer, let them know they can donate $20 to me, and I'll say the name of their competitor. And to kind of flex that power a little bit.
That's it. The commentator curse is strong in Ash right now. We're looking at the Toyota GR86 leader, leading by only about 32 seconds-ish over Team iRacing, who were leading the race before they got sent into space. There's Chris Lullum, who's closed in, back in on the Jawline car. So maybe
pro.
well, either that or the jawline car thought, you know what, let's make a bit of a race of this and slow down, or just got caught out in traffic. I mean, pick reason here. Maybe a meteor landed on the track or something.
Maybe that wall shunt actually fixed something that was broken previously. When you.
Oh, now that is. Oh, wow.
Now they're just bullying cars.
That's just. Oh, come on, Gordy. What he did there, he shoved one car straight into Chris Lulham's into his path. Oh, Mike, can we get a replay of that, but slow it down? Because honestly, it looked planned from Gordy then. He just absolutely bandside an MX-5 right into the path of the 666 car. Can we get a replay? Of course we can. Mike Yao can do anything. Own memento, he tells us.
We were just talking about how close it was. We're like, the traffic's coming, the slower cars, and then boom.
Bang! Yeah. Traffic? Not for me. Bang! As he just bulldozes his way through. Hopefully we'll catch up with that, or we will catch up with that shortly. But that's a tactic I've not seen.
Hey, it's only 5 hours, almost 30 minutes into their 23-hour race. I think people are pretty late also, depending where they're racing. So
true enough. That is very true. I was here in the UK. It's about 20 to 9. So it's not.
PM, Washington D.C., East Coast, United States.
Cool.
As Adam mentioned, I'm technically not. I mean, not technically. I'm not in a state, so he makes it very good.
How does that work? He's not the entire.
Taxes, and they're going somewhere.
Okay. So here, there. Okay. See. So as Gordy's going past the MX-5, he's kicked it straight into Chris Lulham's path, and then Chris can't get out of the way of the GR86. Although what is that face on the side of the 666 car? That's odd. Oh, there's actually several faces on the side of the car. Yeah. Some livery, I know several people have talked about the livery. Some of them look absolutely amazing. Some look odd.
Creative?
Yeah, creative is right. You were being polite, yeah. Here it is again, right? So there's the car that gets kicked into Chris's path, and then he can't avoid the Toyota that just like, I don't know what to do, and then just gets booted into the wall.
Is that the VRE team? That kind of got caught in the middle. It sucks when you. So the interesting.
Turn a light on in the car, Mike. You can't highlight that any further. You just about see there's a little flat bit in the middle of the steering wheel, I think. Now, the V8 supercars, much as I haven't driven iRacing specifically, in other sims I have driven the V8 supercar, I cannot handle it. I've got a very heavy right foot. And the V8 supercar does not take kindly to that. You need to treat the Holden gently, or I know there's a couple of V8 supercars. You need to treat that with respect. You cannot just hoon that thing around. And yeah, I'm very regularly facing the wrong way when it comes to the V8 supercars. Oh, close. It's crowded.
There's going multiple cars in the chicane.
But there's just multiple cars everywhere. I mean, that's the thing with so many. Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, how many cars are in this? Well, we started with 56, I think, and all. Yeah, we started with 56, all of which are still running on a track of Zandvoort, which isn't very long, and in some parts ain't very wide. So, yeah, there was always going to be some lunacy and mishaps here, there, and everywhere.
We have a great question from the chat, from Real Team Ray. I know it's completely off topic for the race, which it actually isn't. You asked, if I were to get iRacing, what should I do first? As they are currently using iRacing for the 23 hours of Zolder today. When you're in Rookie, for road specifically, you'll be racing the Mazda MX-5s, which you'll see here. And then eventually you'll move out of your class as you race, get a little bit better, practice a bunch more. So I honestly say, just for me personally, for iRacing, I don't practice as much as I should, and that shows. So I can't. But you get in what you put out. Wow, that was what am I trying?
You get in what you put out. Right words, wrong order.
Wrong order.
Oh, where were you going? Oh, that's the Texaco car that's gone into this. It's gone to build a very big sandcastle. That's a lot of time lost.
But back on the track.
Back on track, yeah. Sorry, yeah,
Not
as you were saying.
collecting anybody? No, that was a great save. I mean, we've seen a lot of saves where they've collected cars, turned completely around, lost a bunch of time, but just sliding off and gracefully coming back on track, not punting anyone, is also a skill set of its own. So, hence I recommend definitely taking your time in Mazdas, learning race etiquette, learning how to hold your line, how to battle for apexes and such. Practice can only make you better. We have a paid penalty.
A paid penalty for the 88 car.
Blue shell.
A blue shell penalty, so that only goes to the leader of the race, which is
awesome.
gaudy much. That is awesome. I love that.
I bet it was the Holden Helmets fans kind of.
Oh, excellent.
Oh, as well for car 119, which has been applied. Oh, for Slipstream Racing also received a blue shell.
That must have been in the lead of the class at the time. Gordy blaming Jimmy for the penalties he keeps getting. Yeah, sorry, Gordy. Can't claim that one, I'm afraid. Or not the last one, at least. Everything else, that's up to you.
All's fair in love and sim racing, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. He's still smiling, though, and that comes back to what Danny was saying about having fun. But one thing I do want to add, if Jimmy does get out there in the race suit, he might not be physically in the car, but the actual physicality of all the force feedback through the wheel, it's difficult to appreciate how much heat you will generate in your body. And now I didn't have an understanding of this until I did one of my first trackside commentaries at Snetterton, where I was in the pit lane, and I was then interviewing. I got to interview the drivers, the top 3 drivers after their race. And on this particular day, it was early April this year, and it was freezing cold. It was like 8 or 9 degrees. It was really, really cold. And I remember I stuck my mic in the car as they've come off track, and it was a furnace in there. I mean, they've been racing for 40 minutes, but that made me realise, again, why even though these guys are club racers, they're doing it for the fun of it, you still have to have an element of fitness, because it was boiling hot in there. And so that's why you won't see Jimmy doing more than, what did he say, 5 laps, I think, with the lid on, because he'll be sweating.
Absolutely. Even though it's currently winter in DC, I will turn on the air conditioning and have fans on. I could just be doing a fun community race, something silly, and I will still need that.
Yeah.
Help.
Gordy's threatening.
What's Gordy threatening?
So again, something from Steve Cleaver. Gordy is threatening if he gets any more penalties, he's going to go around and kidnap Jimmy and Emily's dog Bailey. Jimmy is wetting himself laughing, trying to declare his innocence. We did see the dog actually on stream. That is a really cute dog. I love dogs. I have 2 here. Well, not in the room with me, but
are they going to broadcast a little bit?
No, they're not here. I always my rig is in my living room, and I always make sure the dogs aren't in here, because they will bark at any minor thing out the window. Which in a stream like this wouldn't matter too much, but when I'm trying to be serious, the last thing I need is a Staffy and a Jack Russell Papillon cross yapping their heads off in the background.
They just want some attention. I can't blame them. They just want to have their 15 minutes of fame on a broadcast.
Oh, speaking of, I actually did a Rocket League cast for Traction. It was last week. My youngest loves Rocket League. And he is way better at it than I am. So when he heard I was doing this one stream for Traction, it was US versus UK. So me and my old friend from Texas, we were in the commentary booth, and he so desperately wanted to join in. So he even had the controller in his hand ready to actually play. I was like, you can't play. One, you're not a member of Traction, but two, I need this to commentate with. And the chat thought it was hilarious. They were like, let the kid commentate. I was like, oh, no. I will be banned. You will be Twitch banned if we do that.
Maybe another race.
But yeah, another time maybe, but not right now.
We can stage a fake race so your kids can practice. How does that sound?
They're not races though, unfortunately. They haven't picked up my passion for it. Which
yet.
My youngest yet, yeah. What's quite funny though is my eldest wants to be a YouTuber, and he's only a few months away from having his own channel, and God help him. And my youngest, it's really funny because he tries to do little stints of commentary in Rocket League because he's heard me do it. And there's a part of me who's like, oh, he's trying to be like his daddy. Oh dear, as we've just seen a bit of chaos behind the Texaco car there. But yeah, he's
just a little 4x tap. It's fine.
Yeah, it'll be fine. Yeah, no one saw it. It's all good.
Never need.
Gordy's in actually. Gordy's in the pits, I've just seen.
Yeah, with Holden helmets being passed by Pure Sims Esports, they're losing time. As we mentioned, they might have damaged the car in the current incidents.
Holden have been in. I did see they came in. Oh, there's Gordy. How much is his lead going to be when he comes back out? That'll be fairly hefty.
Yeah, still pretty. Even driving through.
Yep, so...
wow.
That's 13 and a half seconds then.
Holden now in the
Yeah,
pits.
Holden's back in. Oh dear, maybe they had a penalty and then... maybe they served the penalty and then came in, or now coming in for their stop, or other way round.
Sapphire.
Maybe Chris has had enough of being in the car.
He's like, people keep throwing other cars at me. I can't handle it.
Yep, Sapphire in as well. Isaac Barkley. As we see Daniel McConnell. Texas Speed Sim. Oh, was that someone facing the wrong way on the infield there? Yes, I think it was. Doing the lighthouse impression there.
That was a drive-through penalty. Thank you, Steve.
Aha! Drive-through penalty for Gordy, apparently.
Yeah, Pure Sims Esports 2, Holden 3. Ooh, some flashing lights. Oh, Chris, did we talk to you about your opinion on flashing lights in sim racing?
No, we haven't broached that one yet.
Strong opinion about it?
I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of it when it's used as a distraction technique. If it's a car coming up to lap someone, then yes, that in my opinion is what the flashing lights are for. If it's used as a distraction, I'm not a fan of it. Is it penalty worthy? If it's excessive, maybe, but nothing more than that. What's your thought on it?
Same. Your passion or your dispassion for soccer, football. That is, I have the same.
You are allowed to call it either. You have the same for what? Sorry.
I'm just the only American in here, and then people are going to be like, "Oh, how stereotypical," and then I got to defend it. It'll be a whole. So I'm just trying to play.
See, because I've worked with, my friend from Texas, Justin. I'm used to kind of thinking more along an American route. So you have the same displeasure for what? Did you say, sorry?
Flashing lights.
Oh, I see. Especially in the dark, because that's really, really distracting.
Absolutely. I just, I think we've talked about before that in sim racing, that if you are the slower class car, you just race your racing line as clean as you can, and then it's up to the faster car to pass you in a safe manner. You flashing your headlights at me does not help me in any way to do that.
Generally, as the slower car, that the faster car is coming. Mr. Jardier himself is in command.
Right.
Oh, I stopped using I stopped using crew chief. I don't sim race very much these days for medical reasons, but I say medical reasons. I hurt my arm a few weeks ago and it just hasn't healed. And actually, sim racing now is quite painful, so I don't really do it very much anymore. But I used to use crew chief until one day it told me how bad I was doing. And I was like, I don't need somebody telling me that. I can see how my position is. So I didn't bother anymore.
Ooh, currently, by the way, we're at 25,100 pounds raised for Mind, the mental health charity that we're all here for, of course. So thank you so much. 1,411 supporters towards this goal. Thank you.
That is amazing.
Incredible charity to help and support those experiencing mental health issues, which we've been talking about throughout the stream. All right, we just got to break the stigma around it, and we want you guys to make sure you're able to talk about it in a comfortable space and get the help that you so deserve. So thank you so much for those who have donated. And of course, if you donated over £5 and made sure you didn't select gift aid for you to be eligible to be entered into a raffle to win one of many prizes that we have listed on the Just Giving page. So again, thank you so much for that $25,000 on our way to the 46K we so hope to reach by the end of this.
You said $25,000. I was wondering if you would do that at some point.
How long did it take you? 4 hours to mess up?
In fairness, yeah, it took you like nearly 6 hours. So that's very good. Very, very, very well done. I'd have done it ages ago. Does it feel odd saying pounds in a monetary sense? Or does it not make a difference? I guess because you said before you've got obviously relatives over here as well. So I guess it's not such a big transition for you to think British, so to speak.
Right, I just guys don't use it every day, and I have a 9-to-5 job. You don't really use the different measurements of monetary value too much in daily conversation. But I'm just making. I guess I can just say 25,100 raised without saying any monetary value and get away with it. But thank you everyone so far who's donated. And I just kind of again I like to toot our own horn, but I got to shout out the broadcasting team. We have some incredible folks here. Of course, we have you, Chris Buxton. Thank you so much for holding down the fort right now. Adam Weller, who was here earlier, is going to join us shortly. Alex Goldschmidt. We're going to be joined by Rob Lomas soon. We might get Jack in here and Daniel Castillo a little bit coming up. And then Sim Sport Solutions for helping us rally the troops and get this all organized. Thank you.
Oh, Daniel McConnell facing the wrong way. Oh, well, he was helped to face the wrong way, it would seem. Oh, well, I mean, thank you for that, Ash. But, Oh, no, he did it on his own. Yeah, beg your pardon. But, no, I mean, I know what you mean, not wanting to toot your own horn, but you're doing a fantastic job in the commentary team as well. I was just happy to turn up and shout for a while. As far as I'm concerned, I had the easy job. I actually say that quite a few times. I've said this to Mike Yao, who's currently in control of the awesome god in control of the broadcasting cameras at the moment. As far as I'm concerned, the commentary bit is, for me, is simple. I just turn up and shout for a while. I don't have to, make sure servers are working or drivers are in the right place or dealing with penalties or anything like that. As far as I'm concerned, that's way more difficult. I just get to just sit here and do what I love, which is just talk utter nonsense and hopefully entertain people.
And that's what we love doing. It's funny, folks are like, "Are you excited to commentate?" I was like, "Yeah, I get to talk about motorsports." Absolutely, I'm excited.
Yeah, I've had people say to me, "Yeah, how do you do it?" I've really struggled with talking. I was like, "Well, you talk every day, don't you? You're not talking. You're not communicating to me by telepathy. Therefore, you know how to use the tongue in your head." But basically, what they're really saying is they find public speaking difficult, and I can understand that. Not everybody has the confidence or in some cases the ability to public speak. Whereas that's rather important in a commentary sense. Earlier in my commentary lifetime, I was head commentator for one of the big, at the time, F1 racing leagues based here in the UK. And I would be in charge of allocating commentators to particular tiers, but also like judging new commentary applicants. And several people I've had the great joy of working with in the virtual and real commentary box kind of came to me and said, give us a job, essentially, through that. But I would always remember there was this one, I will call him a kid because he was 15 years old. And he was gifted. He was really good. And I didn't give him a commentary position because he had the strongest lisp you've ever heard, which was such a shame because honestly, this kid was brilliant. But I was really torn because I desperately wanted to give him a shot. Because he had it down. Engagement, knowledge, knowing where to look, having an instinct on what was all he ticked all the commentary boxes. And I said to the guy, I would love to give you an opportunity because you're very, very good. I can't do it. And the only reason is your lisp. Now, that might sound like, I'm prejudiced against a disability, which on the surface of it might have seen that. But I said to him, you're so young. If I put you in front of people with a lisp that strong, it doesn't really matter how good your commentary is. That's all people are going to comment on. And people can be very nasty. They always the old anecdote, sticks and stones may break my bones, words never hurt me, is utter rubbish, which also rather links back to what we were talking about with Mind and the services they offer, is that people can be very nasty with words. And if you haven't got the confidence to deal with that or the worldly experience to overcome that, and of course, this guy was 15, he wasn't going to have. I didn't want to put him in a position where his passion for commentary was destroyed at the outset, despite the fact that he was really, really good. And I was up front with the guy, and I said that I'd love to, but for your sake, right now I can't. And he totally understood what I was saying, which was such a shame because the guy was really good. But I could just see everyone really ripping this poor guy to pieces because of something he's got no control over, a lisp. Well, I mean, what's he going to do? 15 years old. And no doubt through high school and what have you, he probably had all the fire thrown at him already. But, people on, the keyboard warriors are a very different breed. And I thought, I cannot in good conscience throw you to those wolves at such a young age.
Apologies for interrupting, but we had a $500 donation.
Wow!
From a Mr. Fleel. Mental health means a lot to me, so I'm more than happy to pay it forward, which is going to put out the safety car on standby for that $500 dono. So thank you so much, Mr. Fleel.
Wow!
That is pretty hefty. Thank you. Very generous. We're at $25,569 total.
That is incredible. That is absolutely incredible.
Chris, back to your story. I think Formula One has been talking about how a lot of folks have been putting out a lot of statements regarding comments they received towards drivers, towards their staff during races and things like that. That is absolutely not okay. And they've been deleting comments en masse for folks who just can't be kind. So it's the internet's a whole different, good and bad for both things. But we found our communities that have shed some positive light in our lives, which is all you can do.
Yep. Question in chat that's actually aimed at both of us, Ash. May I ask where did both of you get your commentator starts? So where did our commentary journey begin? Ash, do you want to start this one?
Sure. For esports, about 5 hours ago. No joke. But I have my own Twitch channel. I work for Twitch Sports. I comment on Formula One, IndyCar, NASCAR, just general racing. So we do watch-alongs during the race weekend, like I'll be doing Dakar, in the end of this month, beginning of next year. So we just do little watch-alongs, talk to the community. That's my commentary experience. But esports, this is my first one. I just saw Jimmy needed the help, and I think we've talked how mental health has affected all of us. and our lives on a daily basis. So I'd be happy to jump in and use my voice for a good reason.
And doing an amazing job of it, if I may say so. As for me, as I mentioned earlier, I started May 2016, a bit of an odd route into commentary. Before I talk about that, you need to understand that at the time I was 36 years of age, and I'd worked in the customer service industry a number of years. So I knew how to talk to people. I had a lot of experience on how to, as I say, vocally present, vocal presentation skills. So, I'd had a lot of that before I got into commentary, but even with that, I actually did my own radio show on the local radio station in the town in which I live, which is the same town that Jensen Button is actually from. To save people Googling where that is Frome, Somerset in the UK. And I had my own radio show on the local radio station, Frome FM, about Formula One. So that got me into presenting, but that was obviously a very scripted kind of thing. And I kind of thought, I wonder how you would get into commentary. And I never even considered sim racing at the time. My love of motorsport dates back to, Ayrton Senna and Alain Prost in Formula One, way back into the 90s. So I'd been a fan of motorsport for many years, but never thought about commentary. And then I started making YouTube videos about Project Cars 1. I was a very, very big fan of Project Cars 1 and 2. Let's not talk about 3. So I started making videos about P-Cars 1, and
Maybe I have talk about it.
It's very much the black sheep. It's the unwanted child of the family, kind of. Sometimes the sequel never lives up to the original. Yeah, yes. Project Cars 2 bettered Project Cars 1. Project Cars 3 just went very much the wrong direction. That's a polite way of putting it. I still bought it. Of course I did. So I spotted a post on the Slightly Mad Studio forums talking about a new racing league for Project Cars 1 starting at Apex Online Racing. And that was what made me think, I wonder if I could try commentary that way. So I went along, I asked, hi, I'm me, I do this radio show, I fancy giving commentary a go, never done it before. My upload speed needed upgrading because it was like beyond pathetic. So I couldn't stream, so I could only record it and then upload it later. Which that took a very long time. I still remember my very first commentary. I was exhausted at the end of it, absolutely knackered. Yep. And that was only like an hour and an hour and a half, something like that. I went straight to bed. I was like 8 p.m. and I got about 9:30, sorry, and I was out. But I was bitten by the bug at that point. I knew. I was like, this. Finally found the direction in life I want to go in. It's led me to work for McLaren. I've been to the McLaren, the MTC in Woking in Surrey. I've been there twice. That was great fun. I've interviewed Jensen Button twice. Once as a result of the radio show, and once as part of sim racing. That was Mike Gow's fault. Oh, it was, yes. That was the last charity. Yeah, the last charity event for Mind. Yes, thank you for that, Mike. I'd forgotten about that. 3 years ago.
Mike is our conscience, by the way.
Yeah,
came here a week.
He's yeah. So 3 years ago, that was great. It's also led me to do circuit side commentary. So I've for the Classic Sports Car Club, I've done work. The CSCC and a couple of other UK clubs. I've done presenting work and commentary work at Snetterton, Silverstone, Donington, Cadwell Park, Thruxton, and Anglesey. Those are the tracks I've been to so far. and I'll be doing some more next year. And at Silverstone this year, I got to interview Richard Hammond, which was very much out of the blue.
Incredible.
One, I can confirm he's a very, very nice man. I can also confirm he's a very short man. What you see on TV is exactly how short he is. I know I'm 6'3", but he's quite short. But he very graciously gave me a moment of his time, which he really didn't have to spare, but he graciously came and spoke to me. But yeah, that was amazing. So I love motorsport. I love talking to people. So I'm quite happy commentating, presenting, mooching around in the pit lane, in the paddock. I'll quite happily be a Crofty. I'll quite happily be a Ted Kravitz, just without insulting major teams involved in the sport.
Oops, sorry, Chris, but we just got a $750 dollar donation.
Wow! We have a safety car too.
So
that was for the safety car.
Are we having another? Well, we did the $500 donation, right? Was the safety car on standby, and then we have the $750 donation. So would that be extension of the safety car, or just it's going to come out some other time during the race? We'll have to confirm for you guys. But holy, thank you so much for the donations. We're at $26,284 currently raised for Mind, the mental health charity that we're all racing for. Thank you for those who've been able to donate. Everything goes a long way. So
why does the truck not have its lights on?
For a safety car, it's not very safe.
No. That's the first time I've seen the safety truck. I saw some of that. I didn't quite get a chance to read all of it. Can I suggest we stop talking about something? I couldn't read what the rest of it was.
Oh, that's what happened to me as well. It's also a good time to mention the France and England score, or not quite? Is no one ready for that yet? Is it too soon? It's yeah. Sorry. If you're in France, you've just beat England 2-1. I don't know if it's a sore subject, but we like to entertain the masses.
Yeah. Multinational broadcast, multinational audience.
Absolutely. So again, now we're at $26,300. Thank you so much for the donos. We have a $750 dono and a $500, which has whipped out the safety car here for us, I believe. And then we have a dad joke, search for car number 6.
That's fantastic.
Texaco Racing by TK.
That's awesome.
Okay, thank you. The safety car is for the $750 donation, and wave around for car 28. The 500 safety car is still on standby.
Okay, so the comment on the side of the car has been explained in chat. I'm not saying that. I'm not reading that out.
I want to say that? I can read it out. How about
Go on then.
Where?
One of the last comments in the YouTube chat says what the comment is on the side of Gordy's car.
I cannot. Did I miss it?
Okay, I'm going to say it. Can I suggest we stop talking about cum on stream? That's what it says. There you go. Said it.
I generally don't see it on stream, but oh, in the chat. Oh, I think I meant in the YouTube chat. I was like, I don't see anything in there.
Is it? Well, that's the chat I'm looking at. It is also on the side of the car.
Oh, but that's a Gordy Discord message. Here, I thought it was a Jimmy Broadbent tweet. But it's a WhatsApp message. I want to be a part of that group chat. I hear that Oscar's keeping the 500 safety car to randomly throw it within the next few hours.
Why not?
Why not? It's all for good fun.
Yeah. It mixes it up, so why not? I mean, it's still out there, so I think it was. Are we seeing some people that have had the wave around? Yeah. So they're.
Yeah, a lot of people seeing wave around, getting in the pits here. Daniel Moran currently racing, who we interviewed just before his stint in the Kirchu Inc. Mazda. Probably a chance to keep up, take back that P1.
Could well do. It currently belongs to this car that's actually working its way through the crowd, oddly. It's listed as the race leader, but Jordan Johnson is getting on with it. Luke Bennett in the 88 car for Jawline, now taking the car over. He's managed to pry Gordy out of the car.
Before any more penalties.
Oh God! Wow. Okay, so Mike Gout from Zolder, who's controlling the broadcast, has just informed us that Luke Bennett has just taken part in a 24-hour race of which he was part of the winning team. So he's just won some money for Team Jawline, and now he's doing this. And not only that, for Redline, beg your pardon, which is the team that Max Verstappen is part of. So Luke's just done that, and now he's in this. I've seen Luke Bennett racing in a variety of different things before. I've had the great pleasure of commentating on him. I know how rapid he can be, but that's dedication. From a 24-hour race straight into this.
And I believe we have a bunch of folks who competed in the PCO. Currently, Yuri from the Red Bull Racing Esports, currently in the Holden Helmets car as well.
Cool.
Very awesome. See, we're all coming together for a great cause. We really appreciate everyone being here, watching, donating, racing, especially those racing, doing the hard work. We just get to talk a bunch of shit.
Yeah.
Hey!
Aha! Speaking of, the one and only Gord. I'll give him a chance, mate. Gordy's just got here. I know I was throwing shade at Gordy. I mean, welcome aboard, Gordy Much. Thank you for taking the time to come and chat to us.
No worries at all. How are you guys? All good?
Oh, we're having a ball up here in the box. We understand that there's been a bit of an accusation made towards a certain organizer of this race that there may well be action taken against his dog.
Yeah, well, Jimmy, I keep on suspiciously getting drive-through penalties, and it's every single time that I'm in the car. So, obviously, I'm a big fan of, putting, holding someone accountable. So, obviously, it's all Jimmy's fault. So, therefore, as a result of having I think it's 6 drive-throughs now, I shall be stealing his dog. So that's how it goes, unfortunately.
Now, for those that may not be aware, of course, you and Jimmy have you won the Praga Championship this year, so it's not like you don't know how to chuck a car around. The Praga is somewhat of a different beast to the supercar. How is this thing a difficult beast to hang on to, or is it just a walk in the park for you?
No, the V8 Supercar is a really, really, really tricky car because it's no aero, a lot of power, and it's like lap 1 is like the only lap where you can roughly get the power down. On from that, you can't get the power down at all, and it's really, 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 really tricky to car. I'd say it's one of the hardest cars to drive in the sim. But so compared to, I'm very, very much fluent in real life, so I find it quite easy. So for me, it's like I almost need to concentrate harder for doing this,
And I noticed the shall we say the patriotism on the roof of the car was very welcome. Why pink?
You know what? I have no idea. It's my mate Raf that made. He produced this piece of artwork. I'm not really sure why we went with pink. I'm a massive fan of pink, though. Obviously, the helmet that I drive with in real life, that's you can't get any more pink than that. It's just a really unique color. So it's a fantastic livery. So shout out to Raf for making that. But in terms of why it's pink, I have no idea.
I mean, people certainly see you coming before you blast past them. Other than being slapped with penalties, how everything seems to be going fairly well for you thus far. It certainly seems like it from the outside. I mean, how is it going from actually driving the beast?
I mean, yeah, no, it's absolutely fantastic. I mean, me and my friends, from all different teams and whatnot. This is like maybe one of the few events where we can actually do together. I mean, we've been doing this event now for actually a few years, and we always look forward to it. It's just such great fun, and it's always a good laugh because I think they do it intentionally. There's a big pace differential between some of the classes, which means that there's some pretty spectacular shunts, which is always really, really amusing. So I mean, it's as annoying as the drive-thrus are, it's absolutely fantastic fun, and it couldn't be for a better cause as well.
Absolutely. So we did see your battle with Chris earlier on. It did look like you were trying to shove cars in his way at one point, which was amazing car mastery, if nothing else.
I mean, like everything. When you're a driver, you basically need to use everything around you to your benefit. And if that means manipulating the traffic around you to make it tricky for the guy behind, then yeah, it's just what you have to do. But yeah, I think he ended up having to use a fast repair out of one of them. So, I mean. Oops, but also same time, fantastic success. But yeah,
it was certainly spectacular. Now I'm going to try this. It's been a while since I've done this accent. I apologise in advance if I upset you, but
I can tell what's coming.
Where did boot you from in Scotland, Paul?
It's not the worst that I've heard. I'll be honest, it's not the worst that I've heard. So I'll
very far from convincing, I grant you.
I'll spare everyone mine. For sure.
Yeah, just exactly. I mean, I've kind of like lost my accent a little bit because I've been south of the border, but I've heard much worse. So I'll let you slide on that one.
Okay. So
quick question: how do you feel about flashing the car in front of you? You're flashing your headlights.
Yeah. I mean, it's.
You can be honest.
I mean, I only flash people that are in the same class as me that I'm actually like properly lapping. The other cars, they can't really do much more, but the people that are like in the same class as you, I think it's fine to flash those ones because it's a lot harder to overtake them when they're like the same pace. But in terms of like flashing like the cars that are much slower, I don't really do that because it's like they can't do much more. They're absolutely pinned to the wall, and they've got like 300 horsepower less than us. But it's like, I don't know if you tried it. It's round here is Zolder. There's absolutely no lighting around this track. It is so dark, and when you flash, the lights of course they go on, but they completely come off and then go on. So like when someone's flashing you from behind, it makes it really, really hard to see. So it's actually really, really annoying. In the daytime, it doesn't make much difference. In the nighttime, it makes a much bigger difference.
I'm going to need someone to clip that, so in the Daytona 24, when I race it in January, I can just send the person flashing behind me.
Yeah, just exactly, yeah.
Yeah, a pro driver says this.
Yes, exactly, yeah.
I cite your source. Well, actually, I talked to Gordy Much here, and he said that it's...
So Luke's in the car at the minute. When are you taking the car back?
Well, I mean, I done like the first 3 or 4 stints, and then
That's it?
Yeah, well, yeah, that's it, yeah, and obviously there was I don't know if you guys have heard about it. There was some football game going on, and so my teammates ensured that they were not in the car. So me being a Scotsman in England, we're playing, I elected to go into the car. And, yeah, so I just done the stint, and then I went for a little bit longer. So I think I've just like done another double or triple. So I need to see, but that actually might be me done for this race. I might do like one stint or another stint, but it won't be until tomorrow.
Well, best of luck for the remainder of the race for the team, even if we don't get to see you again. But thank you ever so much for coming to join us in the box, Gordy. It's been a great pleasure to talk to you. Thank you very much, Gordy Much.
Cheers. Bye.
Thank you very much, Gordy Much. Could I have not thought that sentence through, do you think, before I said it? Yeah, probably says
we gotta
Mike.
keep
Yeah.
it. We gotta keep the people entertained.
True enough. True enough. Also, that I mean, with the safety car still being out, that really did give us a lot of things to talk about and filled in a very, very big gap. How is it still out there? It's how much of
Wave
wave around's taken a while. Yeah, true enough.
People doing their best.
True enough. True. I've actually did in Project Cars. I remember once for an endurance race, or as much as that game could handle endurance, about 2 to 3 hours at best. Daytona road course, and I was the safety car in a GT3 GTE multi-class race, and I binned it. I dropped the safety car, didn't I? I didn't hit the wall, but there I am in a Mercedes road car, keeping everybody at sensible speed, and I was looking backwards, making sure people were keeping up with me, and I look forwards and I've missed my braking point and I'm off into the grass. Yeah, it took a while to live that one down.
And have they let you back in the car since?
Those days, that was quite a number of years ago, so that one lived on for quite a while. It's nice to have a legacy of some description, I suppose.
Oh, you'll never be forgotten, that's for sure.
Oh no, I'm far too much of a nuisance to be forgotten. Ask Mike Yao; he keeps hiring me for things. So, it's a oh, bless you, Mike. Yeah. So, do we know how much longer the safety car is going to be out for, or is it just when all the wave rounds are done?
Is Michael Massey in this race? What's going on here?
Well, actually, the safety car lights are out. So, literally, just as I said that, maybe he was listening to me. It would be a bit of a different car for Bernd Meinlander to drive. It's just it looks huge compared to everything else.
Isn't that an F-150, like a
yeah, that's
old-fashioned American truck? We do have Real Team Ray 357 in the chat helping us out here. Some really cool biggest jumps in the race. Currently P27 number 44. Pepe's I was trying to say that's so fast, and that did not cross my brain well. Pepe's Mandem plus 20 position. Currently P35 number 61. Anti-Stall Racing is plus 17, and currently P36 number 82 Singing in the Pit Lane plus 15 positions.
So, do they mind if they get the dad jokes or sing the national anthem penalty then? Still getting wave pass going on, even though the safety car lights are out. Is everybody coming past people going through the safety track? Okay.
I mean, a few folks were a couple laps behind, if I remember seeing in the time boards correctly. Like, some folks are still about 4 or even maybe 2 laps behind.
Yeah, the 149 car, the Jardier Community car is a few laps behind as well, a couple of laps behind. There it is. From the Czech Republic, I've had the great pleasure to commentate on the very charismatic Yaroslav before. I remember one occasion. Why is that face on the back of the car? Let's see if we can see that again. That's fantastic. That's a great... That was Jimmy's face. Oh, okay, that's a great way to put your opponents off. That anyone that's chasing you has got that odd mixture of... Okie dokie. But I remember one occasion, Yaroslav was... I think he won the race, and... just at the point he'd been pulled into the commentary box, my Discord decided he didn't want to play ball anymore, so it was like he joined and I dropped. And there he is. There is the man himself. There's amazing community behind him.
I am sorry to disrupt. I'm just going to pop in for a second.
I don't think you're sorry at all, but please do.
Ash, I've just seen that you've dropped $500. Is that correct?
Yeah.
You
wow.
Absolute mad lad. That is amazing. Thank you. Do you know what that means, though?
Please tell me the power that I have.
You have the power to request a safety car for $500.
I do that on the last lap?
You do it whenever you want. It's in your back pocket now. You can keep that, and you can smash that out there and ruin everyone. It doesn't matter.
I feel like I should give that power to Tony Kanan whenever he logs in here.
Okay.
Jimmy's like, absolutely not. Please don't do that.
Not the TK. Okay. No, that's fine. I will inform. I will inform race control. We now have 2 safety cars that have been bought and paid for that are sitting there. So thank you so much. That is an amazing contribution. So thank you for doing that.
Yeah, of course. And we are so close to. We're at 27,112 pounds, if I'm correct, after refreshing my page, and that means we're closer to the 30 grand mark of you putting on your racing suit for us. So.
Sorry, we just got absolutely destroyed.
Oh wow! Yeah, we've just seen that on.
There's a hashtag going around called Blame Ash. So since you're
that's a blame Ash.
Oh,
absolutely. But right
Alex.
side on the track.
Well, I'm gonna have to go. Sorry, guys.
Duty calls for the Jimmer there, but that wasn't entirely. As Alex Alex Lake that's in there at the moment, it wasn't really his fault because I think it was the oddly eyed car that was already sideways at the point that contact was made. That's a very unhappy car. That's really crabbing very heavily. See it again. That's the back of the 53. Okay, yeah. So it was the car behind that got turned around, and sadly, Alex Lake was. Wrong place, wrong time.
And plenty damage. You can see that steering just not working in his favor. Oof.
We nearly saw another MX-5 absolutely obliterated there.
Sorry, Alex.
Yeah, that's... Hashtag blame Ash, apparently.
It's too much power. Too much power. I take it back.
Well, we now have a new race leader at the moment, at least. Jordan Johnson for Pure Sims in the 116 car. Leading the Jawline car, just about. Luke Bennett right behind him. And only a couple of seconds further back, he's actually the Holden Helmets car with Yuri Kasdorp. And there it is. There is the green and red emblazoned car. So, great potential scrap for the overall race lead that's been generated courtesy of the safety truck. And a curious choice of safety car, considering we're in Belgium at the moment. I'd understand it if it was an American circuit. Or am I thinking it's too stereotypical?
Well, they're versatile. You can use them for anything.
True.
A lot of people have them and they don't even carry anything in the back of them. So apparently they're great cars.
That is very, very true.
Good personality indicators if you want to talk to that person.
Well, which one of these cars would you talk to?
The truck. The big truck that's lifted and no one does anything with it. That's a very common American stereotype. Lifted trucks that folks don't actually need the lift kit for, or half-lifted trucks, and you're like, what was the point of doing half of it and not?
Yeah.
And you're like, great. I hope you never go off-roading because it's not going to help you.
Nope. So that's not an entirely a solely American behavior, because over here we'll have people buying Land Rovers and Range Rovers for big heavy 4x4 cars just to do the school run or the shopping run in. It's like, you're in the middle of London, you're in the middle of a major city, what the hell have you got that thing for? Just to sit several feet above the rest of the traffic.
Actually, your city's right. Being in my grandparents' small town in like Opole, Poland, where they're from, like the streets are cobblestone, they're extremely narrow, and then you'll see some that's like a big truck coming in. You're like, what were you thinking? Driving this through the city center? Like, please don't.
How about no?
Yeah, taking out small children, women are screaming. It's just like a whole terrible.
Oh dear, it is. See, I drive a Honda Jazz, something very small. It's quite fuel efficient because it's a hybrid car, which means it's cheaper to drive in cities that have emissions charges. That's the only reason we got it. It's a hybrid car, with me getting, aiming to do more trackside commentary work, I'll be doing more miles.
I don't own a car. A lot of people ask me what my daily driver is, and I live in a city with luckily, a great infrastructure for public transport. So,
what would the Ashmobile be given the choice?
When I was 16, for some reason, I fell in love with the Lexus SC430. Unfortunately, a couple years later, Top Gear came out with their Jeremy, Richard, and their magazine came out saying that it is the worst car they have ever seen made. And there was just a whole article ripping it to shreds. And I was like, wow, I guess I have terrible taste in cars. If Top Gear magazine just absolutely blasted my top choice. So
yeah, hang on a minute though. We're coming back to your point you were saying earlier about if you laugh at a joke, it is therefore funny. If you love a car, it is therefore good to you. Surely that same logic applies.
No, I don't want people talking that much smack. I absolutely could not handle it. So I don't know. I would love to do a little Mini Cooper, but like a.
Now hang on. Do you mean a traditional Mini?
Traditional. I want to rally through the New Hampshire.
Nice. That's not basically not a BMW Mini, not
Correct.
a Mini that's actually not very small.
I want that rally blood in my car.
No, I'm right with you. I love a classic. I am a fan of classic cars. My brother, bear in mind, my brother is 7 years older than me. When he was just learning to drive, he had a Mark II Escort. He had several of them indeed, and he's had several classic cars along the way. So that's where my appreciation of classic machinery comes from. So when I get to work with the Classic Sports Car Club, there is quite a number of minis. And they are hilarious when when these things corner. Watch minis racing at Donington. Honestly, when they come down to the old hairpin, they don't brake. They just lift the throttle, literally throw the steering wheel, and boot it. And you just see the tail completely go like almost 90 degrees. And they just scrabble their way out of the corner. It is so much fun to see minis racing in their natural habitat. I wish I was old enough to have actually seen the race back in the 60s, because they look hilarious fun.
I just really want to go to the rally school that's up north by us. I think that'd be incredible fun, and just I think really appreciate. I really want to get more into rallying. I think like Sebastian Loeb is incredible in what he can do, and the other cars and terrains he can take.
Yeah, you have to be a special kind of lunatic to do rallying.
Yeah, well. right on.
Ta-da!
Ta-da! Apparently Jimmy is back in the car.
Is he?
That's what chat is telling me.
Aha.
Yeah, he is. There we go. In the 53. They've only lost one position currently, or away from one position from where they qualified, so that's pretty impressive.
Ah, very
he
good.
Saw the
yes,
shunt
he
and
is.
he goes, I have it. I got it.
Yep. He's risking the safety of his dog, if Gordy is to be believed. There it is, the Doug Henson Racing Red. 8th position in class, about a minute and a half behind the VRE car. Didn't we just see the VRE car in trouble though? I think it was just in a spin rather than in an accident. Right behind it is the second of the VRE cars. It might have been that VRE car we saw having a bit of a moment, the 86. So Jimmy's got some company.
After 6 hours and 30 minutes of racing, you just got 4 wheels, 2 lights, and an engine. Whoever's first.
That's a win. That's that is a victory. Another team we spoke to earlier, the Kachu cars, just taken over the MX-5 lead. Over the Pepes de Mandem car, which is the one with the frog eyes on it.
Daniel Moore wants to throw this on his resume, so he is.
Why wouldn't you?
I'm sure that he's up there.
Oh, who's that stationary? Someone is facing the wrong way. It could be. I think it was one of the masters. I have no idea because I don't know which one isn't moving. Jimmy's not too worried about the VRE car behind. I guess you just kind of settled into your rhythm at that point and get in there and get on with it. See, I was terrible for kind of thinking about what the car behind me was doing and being distracted by the fact that someone was there. I was horrendous for that.
I do the thing in front. If I'm following someone super closely, I start mimicking what they're doing. So if they go off, suddenly I'm following them. I get that.
Oh, that's so easy to do.
I'm really bad with that.
Yeah, I'm right with you.
Real Team Singing, it was probably the number 82. Oh no, singing in the pit lane. No.
Oh, there we go. I was just about to say, there's the argument for the MX-5 lead. Look at the amount of cars right behind them. So not only is the MX-5 lead being contested, still side by side on the way down to the final chicane, but look at the army of cars right behind them that want to get on with it, and there's also cars in front of them that are minding their own business. And they're still side by side. This is fantastic. Daniel Murad, who we had a great chat with earlier on, has basically gotten straight in the car and is straight into a class lead fight. No, he's not letting it go though. The dive on the inside of turn one couldn't quite come off. Now he's got all the eyes in the world staring at him from the back of the Papez de Mandem car. That is a fantastic scrap.
He's not letting them win easily. There's no way.
And this was with no practice, apparently.
He says that. I bet he's trying to be cool. I can tell.
I'm fine. I don't need practice.
Probably practicing in his sleep, right? Pretending to sim race.
May I pump back in to make a contribution to the dream car talk?
Please.
I have a very unique kind of everyday dream car, which is an early 90s Japanese market Daihatsu Charade GTI. There's one very good reason for that. There was a Japanese import one on effectively almost like a Subaru WRC-esque set of gold wheels near me where I grew up. And because it was a Japanese model, it wasn't officially labelled a Daihatsu Charade GTI. It was labelled a Daihatsu Charade Data Mezzo. And for me, having a nippy little Japanese hot hatch named after a 70s Italian supercar is just the right level of weird to really get me signed up.
Nice. I don't really have a dream car, a 9-to-5 car. I drive a Honda Jazz and I'm quite happy with it. But the car I really wanted, I would have loved to have driven, I nearly bought one as my first car, is the Vauxhall Carlton. Now, if you've ever seen a Carlton, they are, Mike knows, they are tanks. They are absolutely massive. And the only reason they probably
V6.
did. I think they were V6. There was a rumor has it there was a Lotus version. I'd have loved to have seen it.
There were hundreds of them built.
There was a Lotus version. The only reason I wanted one is because my dad had one. My dad was a sales rep, and he had this honking great big Vauxhall Carlton when I was young, and I loved it. Don't know why. The blooming thing was like bigger than the house. It was huge, and I nearly bought one when I was looking around for my first car. At the tender age of 17, when I was looking for what to buy, I had the opportunity to buy a Carlton, but I decided not to, simply because I was not convinced I would be able to park the thing. Oh dear, that's trouble. As Ian plashes facing the wall.
Is a car that has been through it a little bit, I think, over the last few hours.
Or something's tried to go through him, more like.
Yes, they took a cue from the safety car being translucent and went, yes, we can do that with all of the...
It is a safety car, not a tow truck. Let me just remind everyone.
Yes, the safety Chevy Silverado.
Get it right.
About the Lotus Carlton, I dearly wish, as much as Super Touring was a fabulous era, I will never contest that, I wish that the prime of Group A had lasted a little bit longer, so there was a higher chance of getting a Group A Lotus Carlton race car to go up against the GTR R32. that would have been
Well, the Godzilla Skyline.
sensational. Yes.
There was one of those actually racing in the Classic Sports Car Club that I had the great pleasure of watching, and I did get to commentate on it once.
That's Mark Chilton's car. Yes.
Yes, it is. You're absolutely right. Unfortunately, he buried it in the wall in Donington this year.
He did. Yes.
I mean, he's fine. He was carrying on racing, but the car, however, how do you know of Mr. Chilton?
You don't think there's a club racing paddock I haven't been involved with at some point in this fair country?
Granted. You have been in the game a long time.
I was around the CSCC for quite a while, or a good couple of years, where I was a regular there. As one of the VRE cars, the 951, bought a spin. There's a decent gap between themselves and any competition, but that is still a knock to the rhythm, a knock to the confidence. Thankfully, though, no one else collected.
Just you. Mike Yao trying to join in with the conversation there.
But
I'm making quite a nuisance of myself with the Classic Sports Car Club, which they keep rehiring me, so I'm doing something right.
You're doing something right.
Exactly right. I must say, CSCC, in terms of UK grids, like if you are watching this and have no idea what I'm talking about, you're in the UK principally, and you have no idea what I'm talking about, check out the Classic Sports Car Club, because their events are truly sensational. You've got the New Millennium and Open Series grids, which are among the most variety-driven GT classes out there. Yes. You've got the Modern Classics and Future Classics, which cater for 80s and 90s cars respectively, and you get things such as R32 Skylines, you get 993 and 964 Porsches, you get things like, there's even an Audi A8 DTM car that comes out periodically circa 1990. There are some amazing pieces of metal that come out to that paddock. I should say Porsche 935 replicas, the incredible baby Bertha Vauxhall Forenza,
Joe Ward.
Yes, all sorts of glorious cars out there. So if you are going, if you have a loose end on a weekend here in the UK,
go see a doctor.
Well, yes, but if it's not that kind of loose end, then go to the Classic Sports Car Club.
Yes, absolutely so.
By the way, car 420, DRS Uganda Shrimp Sport, gets a penalty for a dad joke, I believe. Yes, dad joke.
What, for telling one or to go and tell one?
It was so bad they actually got another penalty for it.
Oh, have we had a safety car deployed? A safety car has come out.
No, so currently there are 2 outstanding safety cars, including mine, and the race control will administer them both in the next 2 hours and 20 minutes before midnight hits.
Okay.
I'm so scared of the power that Ash holds over this race now.
I didn't even realize,
Oh, Strooper Jack in chat had a Mark II Escort RS Mexico. Oh, yes. Now you speak my language. It was those sort of things that my brother had, and funny you say that, Mike. My brother's one got nicked as well. Or one of them got nicked. So yes, funnily enough, yes, they were prone to being stolen. My first car, let's talk about first actual cars rather than wanted cars. So yeah, instead of getting the Carlton, I did also look at a Volvo of some description. My stepdad actually talked me out of that because he said you'll be seen as having an old man's car, which I didn't actually care about. But I got a Mark I Golf. Not a GTI, just a bog standard Mark I Golf.
And what year was this?
What year did I have the car, or what year was the car?
What year did you have the car?
Oh, you what? 97.
Oh wow, my birth year. Sorry.
See, what was I saying earlier?
But yeah, no, that's interesting. So that was basically effectively a classic by then, because they were 76 you. So yeah.
Yeah, there would be. So yeah, that was my first car, a blue Mark I Golf, and it didn't have power steering, and it was so heavy.
Yeah, no, I've heard that about some of these 70s era golfs. I knew someone who had a I'm definitely going to get this wrong. A car that the Carmen gear was based upon, which the name is massively escaping me right now. But she had one of those, and let's just say I saw it driven a couple of times and did feel like I was back on a ferry to my spiritual homeland of the Isle of Wight with some of the turning that was going on. 74, I might be thinking of the GTI then. Steve Cleaver says Mark 1
came out in 74.
Came out in 74. Okay. I've been outdone. Happens a lot.
Luke Bennett is in from the lead for the jawline. That's
I just want to mention we have 27,619 pounds raised.
That's climbing very, very nicely. So again, thank you for everybody for their amazing generosity. See, the Jimmer is back in the car.
Yes, he jumped back in straight after that collision during his momentary visit to the box, right?
Sorry.
Demanded them to come in and then just yanked them out of the car.
In.
Get out.
Team manager, man. Prague UK winning.
That's it. I am a champion, don't you know?
Yes. These are the privileges and powers that come with an official championship trophy on your shoulder.
That's it. I did actually meet Jimmer. Not that he knew that before asking me to come into the box, but I met Jimmer this year. I met him at Donington when he was there with the Praga series. And I was there. I was presenting for the Legends Cup. Have you dealt with Legends before, Adam?
Oh yes.
They are brilliant. They look so much fun.
They are fabulous little machines, and there's a good contingent of them racing out in Italy as well, and other little pockets of Europe. So certainly a very popular category of racing, and if you've seen them before, they're I think 5/8 scale hot rod style bodies. So you're looking at like 1934 Ford bodies and stuff like that, mated to a superbike engine, so they are very nippy, very scary, but always provide fabulous racing because they're quite powerful. They've got a very small wheelbase and they've got no aero.
Yeah, they weigh about as much as a damp cloth. They're so light. Yeah, they're based. It is the high booster engine that's putting these things, and they're based on pre-war Ford, Dodge, and Chevrolet, I believe. So they're really kind of,
based on in the loosest way you could ever imagine.
Interpreted. But they look amazing and they scream this amazing symphony because they're all single spec cars. I think the only thing they can really change is minor things to the setup. All the engines, gearboxes, brakes, all standard. They're amazing, and it was the Legends series was at Donington the same day Jimmer was, and was the day that I think Gordy stuck it in the gravel in qualifying, and they went on to win that day. I'm fairly sure this is actually the race that Jimmy overtook like 3 or 4 cars in really rapid succession.
Yep, he did a Senna 5th to 1st and lap 1. Yeah.
Last to first challenge, excuse me.
And I remember I was stood by my car because I had some downtime in between our races, and I was seeing the Pragas, and the Pragas had their race, or one of the races, and Jim had just had loads of people coming up to say, "Oh, Jimmy, yeah, take a picture," and I was like, I've got to. So I said, Jimmy, can I have a picture? And he very graciously gave anyone that wanted a picture with him. He was very gracious. He stood there and smiled for the picture and what have you.
No, I've seen that from him a couple of times. I think I've been in the same paddock as him maybe on 2 occasions. Yes. Last year when the Pragas were still running as part of the Britcar Endurance Grid, I saw him at Silverstone. And then this year, again at Silverstone, but on the National instead of the Grand Prix. Praga now running standalone. I think I interviewed him a couple of times during that weekend, and Jimmy, absolutely very gracious to his fans, and I also didn't hasten to add that we'd met before until after I had been signed on for this. I was like, I don't know if he remembers. But I will say as well, I don't know if this has been covered or not, so apologies if it has, but I note that the Trackstars team have finally got their second driver in the car. It was meant to be a 6-hour opening stint for Pat, and sure enough, now, and as has been the case for about 20 minutes, I believe, Luke Hayden has taken that car over. Now, I know Luke very well from years of Gran Turismo racing. I can tell you that in recent months, he has accrued a little bit of a reputation for engine damage on the Gran Turismo League that he frequents, so hopefully he has a cleaner time of it now. Both of those guys decided to take part in the race, earlier in the afternoon, so they are working very hard to keep things together with cars they're very unfamiliar with, as I believe we've gone back to green flag racing.
Indeed, so it's time for everybody to get out there and get on with it once again. There is
a quick segue, because Real-Time Ray has provided us some stats that I don't want to go to waste and mention.
Go for it.
I have to do this before it goes green, and I'm already too late that all cars that are still racing have completed at least 200 laps. So for the past 6 hours, 43 minutes, a couple seconds.
Awesome. And that's a very long way.
And we have
Certainly.
here, Golden Helmets Racing, also part of Red Bull Esports sim racing team here.
Yep, so second by 8.6 seconds now. And he is chasing down Luke Bennett in the leading number 88 car. We'll start to see what their relative lap times are without any major traffic, or for the time being, without much traffic, but with the pace difference between the supercars and the MX-5s, or the Aussie Growler and the go-karts, as I called them earlier, you may not have too many opportunities to exercise the right foot. And has Luke Bennett gone off track? Because according to my timing screen, he's gone off somewhere. Yep, there he is! He's actually gone off at the very point we were watching. So somebody else there, actually. Someone was crawling along. So, well, there went the pursuit for the lead.
Is this your fault this time?
I'll take that one. Yeah.
Okay.
No. I was the one talking, so...
There was an incident there going into the final chicane, and there's one coming out of the final chicane as well. So lots happening as we come back from the safety car period, unsurprisingly.
What a surprise. Yeah, absolutely.
Get another safety car at this rate.
You've got the power.
Ooh.
Oh, dear. So Luke may have been... I think, someone spun Luke round there, I think, judging by that. Just in the melee, to crawl back. He's still got the lead just about. We'll see how long... if there's much damage to the jawline car. Well, there's the flash of lights. We were talking about that. Oh my goodness, that's quite a throw, and he absolutely chucked that in. A little bit too eager to get out there and get on with it, I think.
Perhaps a slight excess of ambition with relative to braking abilities there.
Yeah, more ambition than traction, certainly. Speaking of Silverstone, Adam, have you worked in the second commentary box that's out by Maggots at Silverstone?
Yes, I have, as Daniel Murad, who I believe we spoke to a little earlier on, has a bit of a spin in the 95 car, so one of the leading contenders in the MX-5 Cup category, dropping a few seconds there, but doesn't seem to have any further damage from that. Still remains in second place. Maggots Beckett spots. Yes, I've worked there maybe 4 or 5 times now.
You have to be an owl to work in there.
You do, and not only that, but
what does that mean?
You have to look literally in every single direction.
Yeah, you need to be doing 360s
like a night
pretty
owl.
continuously.
No, you just have to be able to look everywhere. So you've got traffic coming towards you out of Cops and towards Maggots and Beckett's on your right.
Yeah.
And if you're on the national circuit, they literally go around the commentary box, and then you'll see them disappearing down on your left-hand side, heading back up towards Brooklands. As we see Yaroslav. Well, now I saw Yaroslav was in the pits. Oh, he was one of the cars involved. Oh my goodness me!
Oh wow, a bunch of collectors.
That's the iRacing. That's the team iRacing car. So Yaroslav Honzek had to do a bit of sandcastle building to get back into the pits.
A nasty, nasty hit to the right rear there. Not surprised that Jardier needed to get it back in. But yes, the Silverstone National circuit in particular, if they're running the National and you're in that box, you've also got to resist the temptation to look at the track day that's inevitably going on the other half of the circuit, the international layout.
I kept looking up at that thinking, oh, I don't recognise those cars. What the hell are that? Oh, as we see Aaron Curtis as well getting the really slow motion racing number 55. Living up to the team name.
And one last point on that commentary box. I did the 2CV 24-hour race. Oh, sorry, the Citroen C1 24-hour race there on one occasion. I think that was 2021. And the thing about those cars is there is no engine noise. So as they go through Maggots and Beckett, all you have is tyre squeal. And so you have to spend the first 10 hours of the race dialing out the knee-jerk reaction to swivel around in your seat every time you hear tyre squeals, because that just means someone's taking a corner at half speed in those cars around Maggots and Beckett.
It's
also to mention we're at 28,306 pounds raised.
Wow. That amount is just rising at an astronomical rate. So again, thank you very much to everyone's amazing generosity going towards the Mine charity.
Ash Vanderlei.
Yes, very much. A huge thank you to you, Ash, for an amazing contribution there, putting the rest of us to shame.
Safe. Those are my demands. And I want to see that racing suit once we reach that 30K.
Yeah.
I would if I could, but I can't when it comes to matching that.
Yeah, same here. Yeah, very much unable to keep up in that regard.
But I do want to note in that case that every single amount matters as much as you can possibly give at this time. But thank you for everyone for watching.
Someone had a spin, but carry on.
Every time. Thank you everyone for watching, for everyone racing today. We really appreciate it.
It's great to have such an incredible team with us here, be it our broadcasters and the people making the pictures happen, be it these guys with myself in the commentary box. Unfortunately, they do have a large size anchor with them in the form of myself. But what racing we've seen so far. I think this is a very good combo of cars, particularly the 86 and the MX-5, just because they are strong in different areas, but they are so similar across a lap of Zolder.
Yeah, very much. I think you undersell your value quite horrifically there, Mr. Weller. As you have far more knowledge, particularly on this field, than certainly I do. But it's a great pleasure to be part of this team with your good selves, Mr. Weller, and you as well, Miss Vanderlei. And also a gentleman joining us in the box momentarily, Herr Goldschmidt. Welcome back, Alex.
Hello. How's it all going? Bloody hell.
It's bonkers. It's quite frankly, it's been eventful.
Alex, you didn't warn me how much power we had, and I've just been abusing it for the past couple of hours. My sincerest apologies to all the competitors out here.
The commentator's curse is strong in this one. Whoa! You haven't even been here 5 minutes, Alex. Come on.
Hey, that was not my fault.
Still driving back.
I love this effort here from Hubert.
There we go.
Beautiful.
What's this about? Someone is about to sing a national anthem.
Well, we've had a few national anthem penalties, have we not?
But I have something that needs to be mentioned. We are nearly £1,500 away from a certain Mr. Broadbent getting into his full kit and caboodle, aren't we? 568
quid in about 4 minutes. That's standard.
Come on, chat. Come on, get involved. Get your wallets and your purses out and put in that money.
With Alex's arrival, I'm going to take this moment to peel off out of here, but thank you everyone for having me. I'll be popping back in, but thank you everyone for letting me be in the booth with you and sharing this moment.
It's been a great pleasure to have you on board. Thank you very much, Ash.
Thank you very much
Back on
indeed.
the UK insomnia shift, right, Ash?
Yeah, right, just to make sure everyone stays awake.
See you there.
Cheers, Ash. Thank you very much for joining us. So, yes, just under, not that long to go until we hit the magic 30k, and there's a lot of love for Ash in the chat, so which is pretty good, and she's done a very, very good job, hasn't she?
She has.
It's a maiden sim racing commentary voyage, she was saying. So, yes, outstanding job.
Indeed. But yeah, LOMP Motorsports definitely need more than a change of underwear. I think they might need to scrub the seat down after that moment we've seen. What was it? Brown flag that Ash has now coined the term, hasn't she, earlier on in the broadcast? So, yeah.
I think that might be a fairly broadly used term within her own sim racing community, from what I understand. I've already suggested to her once in this broadcast that she should enter a team next year, and I'll continue working away at that spectre for her. She could maybe do a bit of comms and a bit of track action.
But I have to give her a shout out for putting in a $500 donation as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, massive.
Kudos to the lady. So, yep, we will have Ash back in commentary a little bit later on. But, Team Jawline are definitely getting away with things in the supercar class, aren't they?
Well, 5 seconds, I wouldn't say is the most mountainous gap I've ever seen, but yes, I understand your point for sure. It's been Jawline up there at the sharp end pretty much all race long. The helmets and Pure Sims seem to be
beg your pardon? The helmets?
The Holden Helmets racing crews, give them their
I missed the Holden part. Sorry, my apologies.
And the Pure Sims Experts crew. I think all three of those cars are probably the most consistent top three we've had so far in this race. And that said, the likes of Panda Racing, GSR, Jardier's team, and so on, also all very competitive. There's a long way to go in this race, and we've already seen a few twists in the tail within the supercars class. I'm sure there are plenty more to come, and when you look at traffic situations like this, well, it's inevitable, really.
Well, we've got a long way to go and a short time to get there, haven't we, folks? Sorry, another film reference.
Yes, Alan.
There we go. Film reference.
Approved. Yeah, but we're old enough to remember the reference first time around.
Exactly. So if anyone didn't get that was Smokey and the Bandit with good old Burt Reynolds. And also
Eastbound and Down,
etc. Yep. Oh my God. Someone did have to break into song, and it just had to be you, Weller.
It had to be the one with the crippling chest infection.
Whose dulcet tones still sound mighty in the commentary box, I have to add.
Absolutely.
So props to you, good sir.
It sounds like I've got a minor adenoid issue, I think, this weekend.
Adenoid?
But, adenoids? Is that a thing? Have I made up a term?
No. I think that's...
I thought like a voice, if you've got like an adenoid problem, it's like, kind of...
Well, it's something... Yeah, it's basically... the adenoids are small lumps of tissue at the back of the nose above the roof of your mouth.
Ah, yes, so that. It's not tissue, it's other stuff.
Part of your immune system, apparently.
Oh, okay.
I'm just nodding and saying yes, hopefully in the right place.
Yeah, this is WebMD Theatre with Alex and Adam now.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, dear.
But it was really good to hear from Jimmy earlier on in the broadcast as well. Just what was it? A few minutes after I'd departed for a little bit of a respite.
Yes, it's great to hear from the Jimmy, who's obviously strung all of this together. Some of it probably more last minute than he would have intended. Speaking of, there he is, back in command of the Toyota. It's coming his way through. How much of a gap has he got? Because he was really being hounded earlier when he took the car back over. He's got himself about 25 seconds looking at the timing screen.
Yeah, that's ahead of the VRE Motorsport at 086 with Hugo Valentin behind the wheel. But yeah, LOMP Motorsport, like literally, I jump back into commentary and they just have dramas. What on earth is wrong with me? Nothing.
The power is strong in you, Goldschmidt.
Oh God, here we go.
If
Yoda.
If you think that's bad, I'm pretty sure that you can trace back a team losing the GT Masters Championship to me this year.
That's impressive.
Oh
Yeah.
no.
It was the last lap of the race, and Ian Chen Guven and Christian Engelhardt for US Sportwagen Technik, the Porsche, were running third place, and Raffaele Marciello, their main championship rival, was a little way further down the order, and I was bigging up the fact that this would bring them into the points lead. And with 2 corners left to go around Zandvoort, the car promptly stopped accelerating, and they eventually nursed it across the line for 8th rather than 3rd. If they had got that 3rd place finish, they would have been in a much stronger position heading into the Hockenheim season finale. So, Christian, Iron Chen, sorry.
Well, we have to give a shout out to your good colleague at the ADAC GT Masters, Mr. Brian Oliver, as well, because you both did a sterling job, I have to say, mate, this year. Absolutely cracking. I watched the, I still remember the Hockenheim dramas as well.
Oh.
with Mr. Goon on.
Oh, yes.
There was definitely something brewing under the surface, and it was definitely as we've got one of the Kia Optimas.
Yeah.
That might be, I'm not too sure if that might have been the 83, because that was showing us off track. The Prismatic Motorsports Dionysus car, possibly.
It was on track, it's just not facing the right way.
Showing its hiney to the camera.
Yeah, no, the GT Masters season was great fun. That, incidentally, the moment you refer to with Gunon stuffing it up the inside of Junkadea at the penultimate corner, Hockenheim, one of the most satisfying commentary accidents I've ever had, because I was just discussing that the ideal overtaking opportunities around the circuit were turn 2, turn 6, turn 8, and as soon as I finish that sentence, he goes for it at turn 16. Very good lead-in, completely by accident.
Oh dear, and we've got a national anthem penalty for car number 24. Oh dear.
Oh no. Okay, so the 24 car is some way down the overall order. Who is that? That's Zachary Palmetier, who is in the pits already, so I think that note has already reached the team. That team being Bad Ideas Inc. So on that basis, I wonder what their national anthem might be.
Have they got a black book of bad ideas? Is the biggest question we need answering, guys.
I mean, if they're called Bad Ideas Inc., surely the national anthem or other nominated song has to be Feel Good Inc., right? Which I grant you is a bit hard to sing at some points, but yeah.
True. It depends on how they would actually put the lyrics to. And I do come out with odd bits and pieces, especially when I've actually had a little bit of a sleep, because I've got commentary at Wilton Mill tomorrow. So
I thought you were going to say a little bit of a drink.
No. I haven't had a bit of a drink, folks. I'm just having a sip on a Monster Energy, just trying to wake myself up, to be honest.
So I don't gain energy from those things.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just strange.
Well, yes and no for me, but my biggest problem is I just cannot turn off during a race. I had an alarm set.
That's a good thing, surely.
Well, yes.
Oh, but Steve Cleaver has just... Sorry to interrupt. Steve Cleaver has just said that car number 24, Bad Ideas Inc. are now singing the anthem.
Aha, there you go. The harmony's in full effect, I'm sure.
and it's the US national anthem as well.
Oh, wow. Oh, say can you see?
Mm-hmm.
We are nudging ever closer to the £29,000 mark. £28,712 is our current total, raised by a whopping 1,557 supporters. If you've donated already, thank you for doing so. If you haven't, and you have the means to do so, you would be benefiting a fabulous charity in the form of Mind. You can also win some prizes if you make a donation over £5 and importantly turn gift aid off. You will be automatically entered in a raffle to win some sensational prizes, including Huskenveld sprint pedals complete with clutch, a pair of Casio G-Shock watches, a GMW B5000 and a GA B2100 to be specific, an F33L limited edition set of Jimmy Broadbent JB gloves, and 3 sets of gloves from his classics range as well. SimMagic TB1 handbrake, Moser R5 wheelbase, Moser FSR Formula wheel, the lovely HKS Tamiya RC 32 GTR, the custom Abruzzi racing boots, the custom Abruzzi karting suit. We might see that on Jimmy, depending on which race suit he gets out at the 30 grand marker. A signed Tony Khan cap, or make that 10 signed Tony Khan caps. 3 12-packs of Jimmy's iced coffee up for grabs, as well as 5 $50 iRacing gift vouchers. So if you've got that itch watching this stream to maybe give iRacing another go, or your first go, there is a good opportunity there to maybe get your feet on the ground in the initial stages with the iRacing $50 gift vouchers and lots of great equipment for your sim racing needs on offer as well. Chris, we have passed the 7-hour marker in this race. Does that sound like a position update clock?
I would think that's a rather good idea. As you very kindly allowed with the honour last time, I'll leave it to you to do the honours this time.
Alex, kidding. Team Shoreline.
Well, actually, before we start that, Steve in the chat has been saying that it was absolutely brilliant that the very badly hilarious Never Heard a more discordant version of the Star Spangled Banner. Brilliant! Exclamation points ahoy.
Not an ounce of rhythm or musical notes to be had in that one.
It was probably like strangling a dead cat. You never know.
Car facing the wrong way. I think that might be the car that's just rejoining then one of the 86s, but it is Team Jawline. The car we see on screen here, Luke Bennett's at the wheel of the 88 right now in the lead, and we're going to get a little bit of a replay of Nicholas Sykes recovering the Prismatic Motorsports number 98 car from its gravelly resting place. And, okay, one of the Mustangs was involved in that one as well. But yes, it is Team Jawline in the lead. In second place, we have the Holden Helmets Racing Crew, the green Goblin car. The 10.6 second gap between Holden Helmets right now and Team Jawline in the lead. Pure Sims Esports, the 116 car in third place, also on the lead lap right now. Further adventures in replays, naming and shaming, though. And yeah, that one firmly falls on the car on the inside there. So I think that was 2 separate incidents, actually, is what we're seeing there. The 92 car got spun by a third party, and then there was also an incident for Nicholas Sykes.
Yeah, that was the Sapphire SimSport Alpha car piloted by Aaron Actors from Canada.
Excellent. Panda Racing GSR are a lap down, according to our timing screens right now, in 4th place, ahead of the Jardier Community Team, 31 seconds back from 4th place, running in 5th position. Moving on to the Kia Optima class then, the top 5 there at the moment. Looks something like this.
Or will do.
It might do. Could do.
Ching.
Oh. Someone just had their alarm go off. I don't know if it was someone who was intending to sleep and then couldn't.
Definitely not me.
In the meantime, Jordan Johnson.
Yes, Jordan Johnson still there in third place. We've spoken about this car. I do love the factory livery on that thing. Here is the Kia Optima leader. Great to see the LMP boys for Fabian entry still there, still at the sharp end at the moment, ahead of No Limit Sim Racing. I assure you the gap isn't 41 laps. In third place behind them is the 25 Meme Team entry. They are just clear by 25 seconds of the Premature Acceleration Charity Edition. They've had 1 or 2 moments across the race so far. Car's a little beaten and battered, but still sitting in 4th place ahead of the Prismatic Motorsports team there in 5th position. And that is very close between those 2 cars in 4th and 5th. Just 5 seconds between them, with Alyssa Pelletelier there running very well in 5th place. Mike Berg is next for Team iRacing, so the 64 car still leads the way in spite of being airborne and involved in quite a few incidents in the last couple of hours. Such is their mastery over the GR86. Scuderia Racy McRaceface running in 2nd place right now. Stephen Licotta at the wheel of the 28 for now. NSS Racing sit in 3rd place with Simon Zierke at the wheel. So NSS Racing in P3. Slipstream Racing, Andrew Ewing in 4th position. Great to see Slipstream still up there, and they are just ahead of Team Yes2 Motorsport, who have really charged through the field. They were falling out of the top 10 earlier on within the GR86 category. They're now in 5th place with Nate S. Stewart at the wheel. Moving in to the Mazda MX-5s, our leaders are still Perpezda Mandem at the moment with Kerchu Inc. 1 minute and 10 seconds behind. So it is Tobias Röhner at the wheel of our leading car. Daniel Murad, who we saw having a little bit of a spin earlier on, running in 2nd place. DRS Uganda Shripsport in 3rd position. They are just about on the same lap as the 2nd place car ahead of them. It is spreading out though in the Mazdas in general. Leon Elevut in 4th place for the Anti-Stall Racing Squad, and Sham Racing at Lorenz Schmid for Sham Racing running in 5th place, ironically just 4 seconds clear of the Sham Racing Rejects. So there is our class order at the moment on the side of your screen. We follow Sham Racing though, of course, in 5th place there just momentarily. Some great battling up and down the order still. And I think that with the safety car factor and the donation factor in general, as well as the fact that the likes of our valued colleague Ash are now in control of a safety car whenever they please, I think this race will remain close for some time to come.
Very much the case. I think what was it? We were talking to one of the guys behind the scenes, and Ash was like saying, "When's the safety car happening?" Well, we're going to try and get both safety car periods in before midnight GMT. So there is more to come, folks.
That there is. Well, quite a distance left to go. We are at the just under 16-hour mark to go left in this race now. Of course, if this were a 24-hour race, we would be at 1/4 distance. We're not quite there with a 24-hour, so we're just over quarter distance in actuality right now, but there's still a long way to go. And it's worth noting as well that in reality, for a lot of these drivers, this will be more than a 24-hour endeavour, because of course practice and qualifying both happened today in the early stages of the afternoon in the UK. So I imagine that for a few of these drivers, they will be with it for the entire potentially 27 hours.
And then you've got to think about our good friends over in the US and Canada, whether it's Eastern or Pacific Standard Time. Some of them will be 5 hours behind, some of them will be 8 hours behind what we are now, as it's local time 20 past 10 GMT, and we kick-started off things at around about 3 o'clock GMT this afternoon when we got all 4 classes underway. 3 wide coming over the crest. Careful, steady as they go.
Something that's just made me chuckle was a little while ago, the number 52 car received a minor penalty. So that's either a £5 donation to the charity or come into the pits and tell a dad joke, which they then served, and then they picked up another one. So bravo. And now the 48 cars has picked up a minor penalty as well.
Guessing it wasn't a great dad joke then.
No, they felt the need to come in and do it again.
Oh, yep. It's getting a bit hairy.
How many wide?
4. There was a Mazda to the outside, probably a supercar in the middle. I mean, we've seen that multiple times over the course of the race so far, where a supercar has just literally gone like barreling past, and then everything else is just left standing in its wake. You're just waiting for some kind of turbulence to be literally generated by those massive rear wings on those supercars, if they have got one, like we have seen a little bit earlier on with the Holden Commodores, mainly looking a bit more Slipstream-esque than they have been since the beginning of the race.
We're seeing several reshaping cars, but it did occur to me earlier, oh wow, as right on the inside line there, we see some rather up-close and personal racing. One of the supercars getting a bit squeezed by the MX-5. There probably are not many cars, if any cars, still in their original shape.
Unless they've used a fast repair, because they can.
Unless they use a fast repair, yes.
Yeah. Nice little comment in the chat by David Futcher saying, definitely, I used my ancient second-hand Logitech G29 for years until I upgraded 2 weeks ago. Well, the question is, David, what did you upgrade to? Is it side-by-side in the chicane? Neatly done by these two. They're still side-by-side going through into the next right-hander at Turlarman, through into turn 8. They're still side-by-side. Now, this is with Scuderia racing with Raceface. Now, this is not a battle for position, and a Mazda decides to stick its neck out in the middle.
Didn't want to be left out of proceeding, that's all. So
No.
He's realised the camera's pointing at him, and he wants his moment of the sun. Why not?
Or the floodlights, or the headlights, whichever you want to call it at this time of night.
Yeah.
Right, okay. Car 7 has just paid £5 for its penalty. That was just issued, so some don't want to do their awful dad jokes or sing the national anthem. And Raf van der Linden has paid £5 for the penalty by car 88 on Luke Bennett, who is now leading by 15.5 seconds in the Team Jawline car. And again, these closing speeds here, Chris, even if it is the Kia Optima and then the supercars, you can just see how mind-boggling it is. It's just like it's like an LMP1 trying to get past the GTE in World Endurance Championship. Oh, now is that a safety car? Is that a safety car period that I think I've just spotted, because the yellow flags are out circuit wide?
Is that Ash's ever powerful commentary powers, or extra commentary powers, you could say, coming into force? And I would say so. Or Luke Bennett's decided to just take a leisurely stroll in the darkness, and there it is, the safety truck out once more to bunch the field up once again. That's once again hampers the jawline progress. They keep building a lead, and then it is taken away from them for one reason or another.
Well, at least the good thing is our race director, Oscar Hardwick, has said, "My protests are clear," in the chat. May the chaos commence.
Yeah, absolutely. So, interesting point actually about driving, what wheels people are using. Something I've said before is you don't necessarily have to have the latest and greatest racing machinery to be quick. Does it help? Yes, it does. But if you're kind of learning the craft, getting the gear but no idea is not going to help you. Start small and build up. And I still have. I don't really use it anymore because I don't sim race an awful lot. A Driving Force GT. I'm actually on my second one. I killed the first one, and I'm just about killing this one. But I don't do a lot of sim racing these days. So, and before that, I can't even remember what the terrible brand was when we were speaking to Jimmy earlier on. He was mentioning the £15.
The T-Racer steering wheel.
Yes,
the T-Racer. Which was as boggo bargain basement as you could get.
I had something similar. It wasn't that particular model, but it was some horrible less than 40 quid wheel that I had as a very first steering wheel. It could only do from center, it could only do 90 degrees left and 90 degrees right. It had no force feedback in it, and it was weighted back to the center. So if you let go of it, you just saw it go tick, 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 tick to actually get back to the middle. It was awful. It was absolutely awful.
Well, folks, we are £850 away from hitting the magic 30k. Have to give a shout out to Double Dash. Double Dash's very own Andrew Mather, who has donated a tenner. Ashley Blakehood on the Just Giving page has just donated 30 quid. We're 583% of the target, and nearly 1,600 people or supporters have so far donated. And one of the things about Jimmy's stream, do you recognise the countdown timer?
I missed it. So
there you go. Not too dissimilar from Virtual Le Mans, wouldn't you say?
I'd not thought of that, and now I can't unsee it. So, interesting observation.
Yes. But yeah, so, Jimmy's now got, well, as you can see on Jimmy's stream, which is slightly delayed, but there is a raft of, well, how many cars do you want in pit lane?
Wow!
We've got about 20 plus. I mean, that includes the overall race leaders. Well, actually, the top three in the supercars. We've got the Kia Optima leaders, LMP boys for Fabian, Pepesna Mandem, DRS Uganda Shrip Sport are in the pit lane for the Mazda Cup side of things. And there are more contributions coming in. So, yeah, I mean, it's one of those things, and we'll be informed when the lights are out on the pace truck, which is quite a novelty in comparison with what we normally see on iRacing, guys. We normally see a Porsche 911 pace car, don't we?
Well, lest we forget that at the Nürburgring in July, the Prototype Cup Germany featured a proper American-style cabin truck, sans trailer, I should say, doing the pace laps for the LMP3 cars because it was on the truck racing weekend, the Truck Grand Prix at the Nürburgring. So you had this wonderful sight of something that could pull probably an 18-wheel flatbed, taking the LMP3 cars around a lap of the circuit. And I must say the driver was pushing on as well. I was a little bit worried at times.
Oh, was that on the same weekend as the FIA European Truck Racing Championship that our very good friend, Mr. Chaz Draycott, has been commentating on for the last couple of years?
Yes, and he commentated on Prototype Cup Germany that weekend as well, since he was in the vicinity. And I got a text, I think probably minutes after the race ended, saying, look at what was doing our pace lap. Safety car lights are out.
So very shortly we'll be back under green flag racing here at Circuit Zolder. More contributions coming in from what we can see, where people are yes to motorsports. This is brilliant. The comments we're getting in the contributions corner, which we can see from penalties being paid off, is from Team Y2M for bonking the V8. That is an obscure term for saying yes, we've yeeted them into the shadow realm.
There has been a few occasions of car tennis going on.
Car pinball, more like.
Well, yes. There's the race now starting to wind up and get back underway. Well, it certainly is in some areas. Some others are starting to, or will be getting back under green flag shortly.
Yes, a safety car in this lap. And the funny thing is that how can the safety truck driver see with no frigging headlights?
I said this earlier.
Why?
He's probably Bert Langin. Bert's done probably 20,000 laps of this circuit. He doesn't need the lights to get around.
Yeah, he knows how many blades of grass there are in each corner.
Genuinely. Won another Zolder 24 Hours this year with PK Car Sport in their Audi R8 GT2, and that truck moment there gave me a little bit of a heart attack, but of course we forget the truck is only there in spirit. It can't be touched, it can only be seen.
Yes. And I was going to say, did our mutual good friend who was running the Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux run at the 24 Hours of Zolder, Mr. Glenn Van Parijs, if I remember correctly?
I could not tell you, to be honest with you.
But you are a bit of a nerd when it comes to things about all things Zolder, mate. I would have thought you might have known.
No. I'm into what happens to the cars themselves. I follow cars, chassis ownership trains as the years goes on, try and figure out where certain cars have ended up 10 years later. But I'm not great at who was driving what and when a lot of the time.
Well, I'll have to look on his social media profile to see if I can find out that information.
Wouldn't surprise me, but I don't know.
You don't really know.
Don't know, lad. I don't know.
Yeah.
He's speaking Yao language there. I was waiting to be told off by Mike Yao there, but he didn't say that. Just Yorkshire.
The leading car, Team Jawline, takes the green flag then as we get back underway. 4.9 seconds clear of the Pure Sims entry. So Luke Bennett really hasn't lost much there, actually, because it was about 5 seconds pre-safety car. It's now 6.5. If anything, I think he may have slightly profited.
There's a lesser spotted Mazda at the end. It's reversing into the wall. Whoops. And Glenn did actually get a last-minute call-up, you'll be happy to know, Adam, for NGT Racing. He was not only coaching and supporting, but like literally last-minute.ultracom, he got thrown in at the deep end. He was actually... He did 2 laps during night practice and they were looking quite okay, but he ended up being the reserve driver. We're going to go to a little bit of a replay now. This is Ben Edwards in the number 40 car. 3 wide, gets a little bit of a tag, and pirouettes. And
wow.
That was a bit old biff in the rear end there, going into the wall. And that car, was that Crashed Racing, I think? I'm not 100% sure. The number 40. That had no front end earlier on. And that might be crabbing a little bit after that impact.
So they've done the front and now they've done the tail. Just the doors to go now.
The only thing that will be left at the end of the race is a section of the tubing and the roll cage.
Just the driver sat there in a seat, nothing else.
Yeah, David Futcher says big hit with an exclamation point afterwards, and that car was definitely crabbing because there was a lot of right hand down. As Ben Edwards has been trying to get that car back to the pit lane. But
I'm going to tell a very quick story regarding the Zolder circuit and one driver by the name of Loris Hazeman's, a 2-time Euro NASCAR champion who raced in select events at the NASCAR Cup Series in the US this year. He arrived to Zolder earlier this year for a day of coaching. Would have been good if it wasn't meant to be at Zandvoort.
Oh dear.
Yes. Not even the right country.
I'm going to say, how far can you accidentally swing at things and completely miss? Whoops. But it is, it starts with a Z. And the mistake.
Bear in mind, he's Dutch as well, so I think he lives in the Netherlands. No. So he had to leave the Netherlands to show up to the wrong track.
Steve Cleaver.
Ouch.
A load of crab emojis on the chat as a result. So and it's good to see my co-commentator from the Sim Racing Expo still with us. Good evening, Mr. Paul Glover, aka @GlovePup on Twitter. Yes, I have just checked his handle on there as well, just for good measure. But yeah. I think, was Hazeman's in action in October, wasn't he, at the NASCAR Wheel and Euro Series, Adam, I think?
That was Liam Hazeman's, his younger brother, who took the Euro NASCAR 2 Championship at Croatia on the 29th and 30th of October.
Mm-hmm.
And, Liam following in the footsteps of Loris and their much older brother, Mike Hazeman, as well as father, Twan, who raced factory Alfa Romeos in the early 1970s, so a proper racers family there among the Hazemans clan.
Yep, and one of the supercars, the Holden Racing Team Tribute Band, trying to make its way through, 3 wide, coming out of the Clan Chicana, and then makes just like literally goodbye, and Afterburners engaged on the rocket ship.
It throws me off ever so slightly that isn't the car with Holden in its team name, given it's wearing the factory HRT colours. It is, of course, the Pure Sims Esports 116 car with the 2005 era Mark Scaife livery. Thankfully, we haven't got a Marcus Ambrose equivalent, so there won't be that collision at any point between Holden and Ford today.
Well, as long as there's... Well, thank goodness we haven't got a good old Better Aquatics livery from back in the day in the mid-2000s when Lounsey was running against Scafie in the V8 supercars.
Better Aquatics?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there we are. And that was when... well, Better... Okay, well, you know what, it's late. But Roland Dane was part of that, when Triple Eight went over to Australia.
Mm-hmm.
With the Derek Warwick was a big part of that. So was Ian Harrison, and then and everyone was like thinking, yeah, Roland Dane's going to come over here and do nothing. And one of the most dominant teams in modern supercar history, the Shane Van Gisbergen, now really the leader of the pack, so to speak.
Yes, didn't win many friends when they deviated from Ford to Holden in the midst of their Vodafone-backed era, but a great team that had some serious success in the world of supercars, and great to see this Holden tribute livery. As much as these Gen 3 cars they're debuting next year in the Australian Supercars Championship look very, very exciting, it's going to be a huge shame that Holden is no longer a part of the racing scene outside of the Super 2 and Super 3 support series.
Well, I think we have to bid farewell for the moment to our good friend Mr. Buxton. Chris, thank you very much for joining us for your first stint. We know you're going to be back tomorrow morning.
I shall indeed.
The early shift after the graveyard has been completed.
Yes, it's been a huge honour and privilege and pleasure to be in the box with you fine gentlemen for this fine cause. And I shall return in about 8-ish hours' time. Until then, good night.
Thank you very much to Mr. Chris Buxton. So it's back with the opening duo that started this. Myself, Alex Goldschmidt, and Adam Weller. And Adam, again, these cars, we can't see much of the liveries, but when we see the floodlights, we get to see a little bit more, don't we?
Yeah, we do. These are very special machines, and even if they've gone for the alternative route to livery design, everyone has put quite a bit of effort in to making their cars look the part. We greatly appreciate that everyone really takes on the spirit of the race, be it in the form of a tribute livery such as this Pure Sims esports car, or some of the more visually intriguing machinery, let's say, more abstract liveries out there. It is a wonderful effort that everyone puts in, and one of the cars there, one of the Kias getting onto the grass, did very well to keep that in something resembling a straight line, and just diving up the inside of one of the Kias goes the Pure Sims esports car of Jordan Johnson, but thankfully everyone survived that one.
I think that was the No Limit sim racing car, but folks, we are just under £400 away for Jimmy to get the whole kit and caboodle and get into his race gear at the sim, at his domicile, very, very soon. So we'll keep you updated. Just over 1,600 supporters so far that have also made this contribution, and what was it, £46,500 approximately to hit the 200k mark over the past 4 years, Adam?
£46,466 is the £200,000 threshold.
Ooh. Right, so folks, we still have quite a lot of this race still to go. There's Jimmy himself. As you can see, one of the Mustangs just go like, whee, right on by. And there's more donations coming in. But yeah, I think it was quite interesting, the chat when Jimmy was in the box earlier on. And I think, was it Chris that asked saying that, or was it you that asked saying, was that your first set of laps the other evening in the GR86? And he just flatly went, yes.
Yeah, that was me. I thought he'd said it during the stream that he was trying all three cars for the first time. And yes, indeed, he confirmed his first laps in the GR86 took place at Lime Rock yesterday night, so he's been acquainted with the car for a little over 24 hours at this point. He's despaired and I think slowly got to grips with the car now. He seems to be a lot more in control of it than he was in the first couple of hours, and Jimmy is pressing on wonderfully at the moment in the 53 car.
Yep, and there's the Team iRacing GR86 leading the way by about 28.5 seconds. Mike Berg behind the wheel. don't forget, if you haven't put in your at least a £5 donation without gift aid, you'll be put into the prize draw for all of the prizes that we mentioned several times, from Hoisinckveld, from F33L, Casio G-Shock watches, some Jimmy's iced coffee, and some Giga Chad that is by the name of Tony Kanan, as quoted by Jimmy on his Instagram story, which I was having a look at a little bit earlier on, has signed 10 caps that we will give away as part of the prize draw. But I mean, that's really, really good that Jimmy has been able to sort that all out. Abruzzi's going to be coming on board with custom boots, and of course the race suit that he has actually worn himself. Now I'm wondering, is one of the GR86s has just gone off? And
I think just avoided the Armco, most importantly.
Yes, that was definitely Code Brown, brakes on full, eek, in that order.
Yes, be glad that it hasn't rained recently. But
dear.
It can.
Yes, of course, the Limburg region, not too far north of the iconic Ardennes forest, does sometimes have its fair share of weather microclimates, folks.
Yes, well, I actively want to move into another weather microclimate, that being the Eifel region. I've been firmly romanced and swept off my feet by Germany as a nation over the course of working the GT Masters this year, and it's not the most convenient place in the world to live, but the properties are so cheap and it's so close to the Nürburgring, and I can't stop myself.
Well, I mean, being as it is my second home with my bloodline anyway, I always have a love for going back to Germany. I mean, the thing is, from where I am in the southeast, I'm not currently in the southeast, I'm in the Midlands in Northamptonshire at the moment as we speak, not too far from Wilton Mill, but I think for me to get to, say, just on the outskirts of Dusseldorf is probably about a 7-hour trip via car from my house via the Eurotunnel through France, through into Belgium, and it's a lovely part of the world.
Definitely, of course, if you're living near the Nürburgring, you're also, by proxy, about an hour away from Spa as well, and that very much scratches an itch all of its own.
It does indeed, especially with the iconic Nürburgring. Folks, less than £300 to go until we hit 30k. And I think Jimmy's chat might be thinking, hang on a second, not that far away from him putting everything on, and that includes everything. We mean as in the race helmet as well. And you know what? One of the things that I was really, really pleased that Jimmy in his second season of car racing in the Praga Cup with Gordy Much, you know, for them to take the title this year was I think was just something so wonderful, wasn't it?
Yeah, and I mean, they could have had a much more comfortable time of it than they eventually did. Everyone, I think, in the Pragas had an issue at some point during the season, as Jimmy gives a wave. I reckon that might be at the behest of producer Mike, but Jimmy, winning with Gordy, and of course at Silverstone at the national circuit. You had this really unfortunate situation where Gordy started the car, handed it over to Jimmy in the lead. Gordy spoke to me for circuit commentary. He spoke to the TV crew for BARC TV. And during that second interview, Jimmy pulled up because the car had cried enough. So that was a really unfortunate turn of events. Gordy was talking up their chances of taking the win as we watched Jimmy kind of climb out of the car, scratching his head. It was not a good time. But they bounced back nonetheless. They had a great season, as Chris Buxton alluded to earlier on. Jimmy's performance at Donington, doing a full Ayrton Senna and going from 5th to 1st in one lap, much like the 1993 European Grand Prix, was great. And little moments like that at the Villeneuve chicane, just catching the slide, invaluable for his chances of keeping the car in one piece for the remainder of this race.
Yeah, we've got donations flying in hand over fist, and we spoke with Callum McIntyre from Singing in the Pit Lane, and I love the fact that they've actually used the official type font from Circuit Zolder for the 23 Hours of Zolder, or that might be from the banner that has been created with the Belgian flag, but it's not too dissimilar from their marketing and PR strategy, and not too dissimilar from the text actually, the type font used from the VNL karting series as well. Folks, £29,807 have now been raised. Car 37 has just paid a £5 penalty for its minor indiscretion as Callum McIntyre sends it through the chicane. Does a bit of a Knight Rider ski mode there on the left-hand side, neatly keeping the car back onto all four wheels there, Adam.
And if you want to make a donation and shout out anybody in the process, I still think the person you need to give plaudits to is David Whitehouse, our one and only solo driver for going solo. He's just put in the YouTube comments section for this stream, 16 minutes of required repairs. I will finish this. Unfortunately, he's already used all of his fast repairs, so when things go wrong, they require him to stop for a cup of tea, which might be a strategy.
Yes, and a sandwich if you need some kind of sustenance.
Yes.
But yeah, I mean, the good thing is singing in the rain. I hopefully they haven't been singing any national anthems or done a Frank Sinatra at some point.
I think you'll find
yeah.
that's singing in the pit lane, my good friend.
Yes, well, if we were in the rain here in Zolder, then they would be singing in the rain. They'd have to change their team name just to be on the safe side, but SDK Timing would not pick that up, I think.
Everyone needs to get some roofs on the cars in the Mazda class if such thing did happen. It's always interesting, isn't it, in the UK scene to see the massive grids of Mark 1s that we've got throughout the country, and seeing them in the rain is very funny sometimes, because you see the drivers get out after the 20 minutes looking like a damp dog, looking like they'd want to be nowhere else, but then as soon as they get maybe 5 minutes to recover R&R, they suddenly find their passion again and are like, right, when's race 2? They're a hardy bunch if they race without a roof, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, one of the good things was that during my time away from commentary, I managed to have a look at the first roll, which was provided by Dan Terry from the SGP meme team, and literally had a massive tank slapper, went into the barriers and had no steering at all, and then just properly got launched. So the Mazdas were the first one, not the GR86s, as a lot of us in the commentary thought might transpire. But we are coming up to the 7 hour and 40 minute mark completed. We're on lap number 279 of this circuit. I'm just waiting for when Oscar decides to unleash the next safety car, because he said he's going to try and do that probably within the next, I think the last time I checked was 2 hours and 20 minutes, which was, give or take, probably about an hour or so ago. But yeah, that front end on that singing in the pit lane 82 Mazda looking a bit dented. And Paul Glover has just said, going solo is impressive or madness? Question mark. Or perhaps a bit of both. Haha.
Well, as I mentioned earlier on, I don't think you were in the box at the time, Alex. A driver I know by the name of Charles Grout did 24 hours in a GT3 at Spa in VR solo.
I think you did. Yeah, you did mention that
while you were here. Okay.
Yeah.
And
yeah, that. And David Whitehouse has just said, "Release the safety car now" in capital letters, so I lose less time.
Very good.
Don't ask us. We're just the people in the commentary box, and there is David stuck in pit lane, and the number 49 going solo car. Right.
I like his thinking. I'm just not sure it's going to become reality.
Yeah, sleep well, Mr. Paul Glover. Hope to catch you on the other side, as in when you wake up, depending on when that might be on Sunday morning.
Just want to shout out Team Jawline. Our race leaders at the moment have built a stunning advantage over the last 40 minutes or so. The gap is out to 23.4 seconds for Luke Bennett over the 116 of Jordan Johnson, as we see a moment there, a properly sideways moment for the 46 car, and did eventually get caught. I thought for a moment he'd managed to avoid the worst of the oncoming storm. Unfortunately, Ryan Ware did get collected just a bit
by a fellow Mazda, and that was going through the Kleiner Chicane through turn 5. Here's Jesse Graham from Sham Racing Rejects, currently sitting P6 at the moment. and is not too far behind, funny enough, our 5th place car of Singing in the Pit Lane. So battle for P5 in the class, and getting differing time zones in the chat.
Team iRacing into the pits in the GR86 class, out of the race lead. They've only been in the pits for about 25 seconds. They've already dropped to 3rd, which is a good illustration of just how close the battle is in the GR86 category. I am going to very quickly depart microphone for about 90 seconds, Alex, because, well, I'll be completely honest. I snuck some chicken into the commentary box at the start of this stint. I'm not getting through it very quickly, and I really don't want it to turn.
No, that's fair enough. So we carry on into the depths of night here at Circuit Zolder. As we run with Jesse Graham in the number 9 Sham Racing Rejects car. Has got a GR86, looks to be the Prismatic Motorsports car. Still being piloted by Alicia Pelletier-Sharp. Stephen Lichotta for Scuderia Racing McRaceface leads the way in the GR86 class at the moment. And we are still... And, oh, it's time. Jimmy's got to put on the kit and caboodle. There you go. The suggestion was made earlier on in commentary. And now, Jimmy has got to do this, what the suggestion was, which was put on a full set of race gear, including the race helmet. So and still the donations are coming in thick and fast, and that's also in sense of people. And Casey Kilwan from Kachu Inc. has just been said this was purchased by someone in my chat for a drive-through for the Mazda leaders. Oh well, it is indeed. And a blue shell has been has been put the way of Rainer Arts in the number 44 car. That is the Mazda class leader. So the Mazda class leader has had two things. As that was one of the supercars literally flying past Jimmy, who's just been given a slowdown penalty, which he's just served.
That was an intense moment there. Car came out of nowhere. Have we noted, Alex, while I've been away, that we've crossed that £30,000 marker?
Oh yes, I've already been made aware because Mr. Yao in my ears said to me, "We've hit the 30k." So Jimmy,
wow.
You've got to be you're a man of your word, as we all know. That he will have to put on the full racing get-up very, very soon.
That's going to be a fun pit stop. I'm sure he'll turn webcam off.
Or just go out of shot. That's easy enough.
Well, that's also an option, yeah. But James Egan there in the 69 car, running 6th place. Lights briefly disappeared there. That was a little bit of a moment for me. But running in 6th place, only 25 seconds behind Panda Racing GSR. I feel that the 69 car has largely been a little bit anonymous so far in this race. We've never really talked it up as a podium contender or anything like that. It's not been at the sharp end that often, but they're consistently circulating, and they're still very much in the hunt. Neil de Backer in the car for the second time at Taylor Mills Racing, the 41 car, having a little bit of a moment there on the way to the Jochen Rindt box. Oh, and the replays keep on coming.
Yep, in the middle of the night, and that is not meant to be a musical reference there because it is, visibility is at a premium.
Certainly is. You've got these kind of patches of cars around the circuit that keep everything illuminated. Of course, there are certain corners covered by lights as well, as we get a replay here of Jimmy Broadbent evading the fate of being taken out by the Garage 69 supercar of James Egan.
Oh, and there's been a massive moment just actually in shot as we went to a replay. That's the Garage 59 car on the brakes, and the front end gets a little love tap with the Armco. But there was one car that we just saw going into shot that just had a massive, massive moment. All four wheels up into the air. So James Egan in the number 69 Garage 69 car, very, very lucky to get away with that one. But somebody else did not get away with anything just a second ago. I'm sure we'll probably get a replay in due course for that one. So we're going to see, hopefully, well, this is Luke Hayden with Trackstars, and oh look, synchronized spinning going through the chicane. Oh, that's close.
What a fun place to be parked.
Can't park there, mate.
Of course, Hayden in for the first time in this race after Pat Trappett, his teammate, did an incredible 6-hour opening stint, so his teammate could sleep, which is very benevolent. One of the MX-5s had a bit of an off there just in the foreground of shot, but not sure quite whom that was from roll cage alone. But the mistakes do look to be creeping in now that we're very much into the witching hours here at Zolder.
Yep, and another replay. This is Tyler Thomas and Texas Speed Sim Racing Blue having an off-track excursion on the left-hand side, getting a bit of a battering, I'm afraid, in the number 50.
So great that we've smashed that £30,000 barrier, and we wait with bated breath to see when Jimmy performs his next forfeit, which is doing 5 laps in his full racing regalia, suit and helmet. We've already gone £333 over the 30k mark since we smashed that barrier about 5 minutes ago. If you are continuing to donate, if you're just joining us and donating, thank you so much for doing so. The Race for Mental Health 4, of course, run by Jimmy Broadbent and his friends. A great event in its 4th iteration, an event that could and may well go over the £200,000 mark in terms of money raised for Mind over the last 4 years and 4 races, and that would really be a fabulous milestone. It's a milestone that Jimmy is passionate about hitting. Of course, we've got some fabulous raffle prizes on offer that you can see the full list of on his Just Giving page for this event, which is pinned to the top of the comments on this live stream. But it has been sensational so far just how the community has bandied around this event, and we are just under £16,000 away from hitting that £200,000 cumulative mark across the 4 events.
David Whitehouse going for a spin in the Going Solo 49 Mazda, keeps it out of the barriers, so happy days for him, and manages to pirouette again whilst trying to rejoin the circuit for good measure.
In what may have been his outlap after some fairly hefty engine damage needed repairing.
Yeah, 16 minutes worth, of course. Eek.
Got to respect the fact that he's trying, having entered minutes before the race, and great to see David Whitehouse pressing on. He's said it already in our live stream, I will finish this race. We're all willing him on to do so.
Yeah, and we'll see how he gets on over the next, what will be very, very close to 16 hours still to go of this race. But we are still waiting for the moment as Kachu Inc. now has the race lead as Pepez de Mandem now 7.5 tenths of a second behind. Daniel Murad, very, very well known within the sim racing community, but also one of the many real life drivers, does a lot of racing in Mercedes AMGs. And what is going on with that car? I'm not 100% sure, but it looked like it was sashaying from left to right.
Perhaps a little bit of testing after a collision, perhaps, making sure the handling is still doing what he wants it to do. But nonetheless, the Kachu Racing guys back up to the sharp end of the order by less than a second in that MX-5 class. There is Perpezda Mandem behind in the green froggy livery of that crew, with Rainer Arts at the moment at the wheel. And let's see if he can challenge. Certainly, it looks like the pace advantage with the 44 car.
Yeah, getting a very, very close indeed. That gap has been, well, at one point was nearly halved as they make their way towards the Jackie X chicane here at the circuit. Opened back in June of 1963. And just under 2.5 miles in length, just over 4 kilometres. Prismatic Motorsports Dionysus, 4th now in the Kia Optima class. I was going to say, what is Rainer Arts doing? Is he mimicking Daniel Rad there?
Oh, you like to weave? Then watch this, my friend.
If he did that and said, hold my beer, and then just completely lost it, I think we would both be rolling around with laughter right about now.
I mean, if he wants to try and pull a 360, it would certainly make things entertaining.
Well, if he did a 1080, then Tony Hawk would be impressed.
Yes, indeed. Of course, Tony Hawk, part of the 2000s kind of extreme sports revolution out in the US, something that one Travis Pastrana was also a huge part of, popularising freestyle motocross and trying just about everything involving a motor over the years. Of course, he's now inherited the Gymkhana series from Ken Block.
Yep.
Pastrana is now the star of those Gymkhana films, and he has also, of course, tried his hand at rallycross, rallying. He has had a go at trucks. He's had a go at NASCAR nationwide competition, as it was at the time, now known as the Xfinity Series. It's amazing seeing how versatile some of those athletes in extreme sports are. Sometimes they're not necessarily thought of in as high of a regard as regular athletes, quote unquote, but they are every bit as impressive.
And the first man to ever land a double backflip in motocross.
Yep, I remember watching that. I think I watched it, if not live, then very soon after it happened, as Mark Robertson there leaned on one of his fellow Mazda MX-5s at the Villeneuve chicane, and, well, let's just say Robertson got the best of that situation. The other car ended up spun around on the grass. Naughty, naughty.
Yeah, it looks like the back end of the number 46 has managed to reverse itself into some kind of post or inanimate object, the way that it's caved in. Yeah, these damage models look quite entertaining. We've also had people talking about the England game tonight. Not at all surprised, but Steve Cleaver has come out with a belter of a comment. I wonder if Emily will get into the seat whilst Jimmy goes and gets his suit and helmet on, and then she jumps out while Jimmy jumps back in. The only thing is, as Jimmy said earlier on, he said the karting dad in me just sort of like took over. It's like, oh, you gotta do this. It would be a case of Jimmy trying to muffly shout through his race helmet whilst telling Emily what to do. Don't think that probably would have gone down well, Steve, if that was the case, if that was going to happen.
Yeah, absolutely right. That would not have been fabulous stuff. He did say during our interview with him earlier on that any trying of his luck to any extreme degree would have probably resulted in a breakup on the spot. So I'm glad that the karting dad didn't come out too much during the stint. It was great to see Emily at the wheel of the car. Great for her to have a go. Jimmy referenced it himself that she's not necessarily the most keen on being on camera, but she took part and she looked like she was having a lot of fun doing it as well. So that was really great to see.
Oh, definitely. There was a big old smile on her face as well whilst she was having a little bit of a play, finding, but then just getting coached quite a bit by Jimmy. And now I'm going to check on YouTube to see if Jimmy has actually, well, I think he's still circulating on the track, isn't he, at the moment?
Yes, he is still at the wheel, I believe.
Okay, so I'm going to have a look, see if he is still in the... That's the one thing about YouTube I can't stand when you're not on premium. You have to wait for the adverts to get through. So very, very shortly, we will see that Mr. Broadbent has start. Well, as per his live stream at the moment, no is the answer, Mr. Weller.
Ah, okay, right. Apologies, I was guesstimating, it must be said. I didn't have the information in front of me, but I thought he was still in the car. But so the 53 has been taken. Oh, or did you say he was still in the car or he wasn't? Because I still haven't listed.
He is still in the car.
Oh, sorry, I thought you said he wasn't. Okay, cool.
No, he hasn't done the he hasn't started the 5 laps yet.
Ah, no, I don't think he'll do that until the next stop at minimum.
So at least we definitely know he's gonna do that. But yeah, I'm just looking forward to seeing how the race sort of unfolds over the next few hours, because myself and Adam are going to be. Well, I think. Well, we should hopefully have Jimmy in a little bit later on, aren't we? I think it was silly o'clock in the morning or something like that.
Yeah, no, he said he'll be checking in on us intermittently, and we look forward to hearing from him as the race goes on, as the stints wear on. It's been a remarkable reoccurring theme so far that when he's in our box, his car gets taken off circuit by somebody, so hopefully third time lucky in that regard.
Well, especially when you modified the sentence that I said, well, when Pavlos might have put a wang on this earlier on in the broadcast, and I was just like, I had head in my hands and silence emanating from my mouth.
I assure you it's not in the bottom 10 of cringy things that have been said in this broadcast.
No, and I was going to say, I think Ash was trying to keep a check on how many Christmas puns, because since I've come back, we haven't said anything really at all, have we?
Well, holly hell, we better change that.
Ding. Another one for Weller. Oh, dearie me. And Jimmy has just had... I'm just going to have a look, because I think he's just been... he's just had another punt. Yeah. Because now going to go to his stream, which is actually slightly ahead of the YouTube stream that I'm looking at the moment. And, well, he's got... probably got someone behind him. Might be a very fast closing car. Yeah, well, that was one of the supercars that literally just sent him off the circuit in the Doug Henson Racing red car.
At least that was, if anything, a momentary loss of time. Didn't look like the car was too badly wounded from that. So let's hope that all things remain okay for Jimmy. They've been hovering around that 31st place marker in the overall classification pretty much all race, as we get to look at Jesse Graham in the Sham Racing Rejects Mazda MX-5. A little bit of a questionable pit entry, but I guess using the arm code to slow the car down is always good.
It is indeed. Aaron Brozio calling us out, saying the commentator's curse is real. And Mr. Daniel Costello, one of our production crew, has just jumped into the YouTube chat saying, almost 8 hours in, exclamation mark. Thank you for reminding us. Well, we have crossed the 8-hour mark, folk, and I think it's time for a rundown, isn't it, Adam?
Yes, and I will let you do this one.
Thank you very much indeed, because I nearly got thrown out of the frying pan and into the fire on the previous one. Inadvertently, but with a bit of sarcasm there on that one. So at the moment, it is Team Jawline that continues to lead the overall classification by nearly 28.3 seconds, with Luke Bennett behind the wheel. Pure Sim Esports 116V8 Supercars, the Holden Racing Team Tribute Band, or the Scafey Tribute Band, as I'm now going to start calling it. The very, very brightly coloured, bonnetless, sideways by Dylan Scrivens there in the Holden Helmets Racing car in third place. Fourth, it's the Jardier Community Team, the 149, with another familiar name, George Boothby, behind the wheel in fourth position. And then Samuel Williams in the number 22 Panda Racing GSR, which has... I'll be completely honest with you, I like the fact there's, we do have representation within the LGBTQ plus community, and they have got the pride flag on the end plates of the rear wing, which is a very, very nice touch. Garage 16, currently sitting in the pits at the moment, the Ford Mustang, now showing with James Egan behind the wheel, currently P6. Then we go back to the Kia Optima class. LMP boys for Fabian, with Linus Technau behind the wheel of the number 19 car, is leading, with No Limits Sim Racing sitting in second position at the moment in the class, with the 25 meme team. Skylar Atkinson behind the wheel of the 222. It's Forrest McCormack behind the wheel of the number 21 car. 2S meme team, not 25. Saying, shall I leave the wireframe on the right hand side? Nick Anderson for the Premature Acceleration Charity Edition number 48 rounds out the top 4, and completing the top 5, it's the number 83 of Brie Vidner from Prismatic Motorsports Dionysus, rounding out the top 5. Then we go to the GR86, and it is NSS Racing with Simon Zierker behind the wheel of the number 78. Team iRacing is 12.2 seconds behind, with Brandon Dean. Well, that was Christian Abbott behind the wheel. And then we've got Brandon Dean behind the wheel of the number 28 Scuderia Racing McRaceface, rounding out the top 3. Team Y2M, aka Yes to Motorsport, complete the top 4 positions in the Toyota GR86 class. It's got. Then we head over to Slipstream Racing with Andrew Ewing behind the wheel. Lopez de Mandem leading the way, with Reina Arts behind the wheel of the number 44. Kachu Inc., the number 95 car, currently sitting in second position as Daniel Murad now brings the car back onto the circuit, exiting pit lane, with DRS Uganda with Theo Schroeder behind the wheel of that car in the 420, running out the top 3. Anti-Stall Racing in 4th place. A little bit further behind of the 420, and there is the number 61 of Thor Tullo behind the wheel, and then the Texaco Racing by TK with Victor Stune behind the wheel. The car entered by IndyCar legend Tony Kanaan, and that really rounds out the top 5 overall in the respective classes there, Adam.
What's that you say? Tangent o'clock? Yes, gratefully. Just
Tangent
thinking.
o'clock.
Tangent o'clock, my friend. We obviously have spoken in praising tones about the Zolder circuit all throughout this broadcast. Is a fun little track. However, I must say, it also marked the end for one of my favourite race cars of all time, and so I do hold a little bit of a grudge. As a result of that, it was Cor Oizer's mighty Marcos Mantara LM600. He was testing ahead of the 2012 Supercar Challenge season. Unfortunately, the brakes let go coming down to the section of circuit we're coming towards now, so coming into the Jochen Rindt box. Unfortunately, the car cried enough, would not stop. And well, I've heard he's been rebuilding it, but it's been almost 11 years, so I don't know if we'll ever see it again. So that's my little personal gripe for the hour.
Bit of a consistent work in progress is probably the terminology I would use quite there right now. But we're with Hamish Cleland in the Track Limit Racing V8 Holden, the number 37 car, running out the top 9 in the supercars class. As more traffic being negotiated behind the number 37 as it makes its way into the first corner. And another blue shell penalty. Blue shell being thrown towards the number 78, which I'm just trying to find out where that car is, because there's quite a few cars. We actually had 56, 57 cars starting the race just over 8 hours ago. And there's a minor penalty for car number 37, so will they go with the £5 penalty fee to be paid, or will it be a very bad dad joke?
Remains to be seen. I have to report some bad news if you're following the 52 car, the Trackstars Racing Holden Commodore, they have fallen behind the top two within the Kia class. So they've fallen down as far as 14th place now, behind our top two cars in the Kia category. Luke Hayden struggling a little bit at the wheel of this car.
Yeah, good point made by Aaron Brozio saying, is it a bug that the front brake rotors on the supercars don't glow? Actually, that's something I've noticed, because you can see the rear ones sort of slightly glowing, but we have seen them glowing under the braking zone. As you can see, they're bright orange right now. But the front ones, yeah, I haven't really seen much of a glow from the brake rotors at all, or the brake discs.
Yeah, no, that is very true. I don't know the answer, but I am intrigued to see if anybody else does. Let's wait and see as we have crossed over the 8 hours, of course, complete mark in this race. How exciting is that we are already the way there, and Luke Hayden, oh dear, that is not good. Steve Cleaver noting that 52 has also been warned that unless they start driving better, Oscar will be putting them in the pits for a break to cool down.
Well, there's nearly 3 wide going through this part of the circuit. That was a bit hairy with multi-class ahoy. A couple of Kia Optimas. That's Tyler Thomas for the Texas Speed Sim Racing blue car, the number 50. Currently sitting at 12 at the 12th at the moment. They've got one of the MX-5s pulling alongside into the next right-hander. Thomas mounts the curbs with the right-hand side wheels slightly pitching skyward, but not too much like we do see in the Kleine Chicane at turn 5. Oh, and that was the singing in the pit lane car that's just literally gone past them. Going through the Kleine Chicane over the crest into Butte at turn 6. And this is a nice little part of the circuit. I mean, when I was walking back from the paddock area from, which is right on the inside of like turns 1, 2, 3 and 4, it's quite a long old walk, and you get this wonderful view of the Kleine Chicane, and then you get an understanding of the elevation change going through turn 5 and into turn 6, because you cannot see turn 6 no matter your vantage point at all.
Yeah, no, it's a circuit that does have, I think, a little more undulation in the back part of the circuit than perhaps some of us give it credit for. It's very flat for about 2/3 of the lap, and then not at all flat for that middle sector. It is a lovely little circuit. Of course, plenty of chicanes these days, which does make it a little less flowing than it once was, but for good safety reasons. And yeah, it's obviously always going to be, unfortunately, Belgium's second circuit, so long as Spa still has its gates open. But it is a very nice track, and of course, a hotbed of Belgian motorsport. There's not a day that goes by where you've not got someone testing for a program ahead of the new year. It's a really popular venue for all of the motorsport industry in Belgium.
Well, Justin Jacobs has said, "What's for supper, lads?" Oh, I don't know, because it's getting close to midnight.
I have a series of sugary things here in the box with me that I'm seemingly not touching, ranging from some German toffees to some golden blonde chocolate, but none of it has been touched just yet.
From your travels throughout the HyAcey GT Masters season this year, mate, eh?
In the case of the former, yes. The latter is from a supermarket.
It happens to be Aldi or Lidl, would it be, by any chance?
No, happens to be Sainsbury's.
Oh, going up in the world. Sorry,
well,
I digress.
It's the closest one to my flat, mate. I tend to go on foot, and as such, I go to the closest one.
Right then, updates on the amount of money donated. We are at £30,816. And this is one of the things I like about it when you get people like Jimmy streaming, because you've not just got his, seeing him on camera, but then the foot cam You can actually see the throttle and the brake inputs as well, and that's what a lot of streamers tend to do these days.
It's so impressive when he's doing something like a dirt rally or something like that. He's really got the heel and toe and the technique down to an admirable level. It's being overtaken there by the 22 car. So that's his good friends from Panda Racing GSR, and they are still running in, well, I was going to say 5th. It's now 4th place. Samuel P. Williams has just moved up into 4th because Samir Fock has just taken over the 149 Jardier car.
Yeah, and quite a few of the drivers from the Jardier car were in action for the HyAcey Sim Racing Expo Professional Trophy finale, and some of them even decided to go double up and do the digital GT 500 the day after. But yeah, well, Pure Sim Esports and Holden Helmets have now jumped into the pit lane. The 666 has just been in for what will be its 15th pit stop, and pit stop number 10 for Holden Helmets, I believe, for the 116 of Pure Sim Esports. As there we see the Panda Racing GSR making its way through.
When a lunch to the inside there, I think that might have been for one of the Kias. No, I don't think that was one of the other supercars. Yes,
it was. So Kia's trying to give the supercars something to think about in the middle of the night.
Well, you know, it's also a saloon. It's, I believe, also just about from the Southern Hemisphere. I'm running out of comparisons.
Yeah, one of the many Korean manufacturers we now see these days. Also was a staple of the US racing scene, which was actually quite a dominant car. I think, if I remember correctly, the Pirelli World Challenge at times as well, wasn't it?
Yep. No, yeah, that was a car from the I think the TCA class at the time, in Pirelli World Challenge in the mid 2010s. Very, very decorated machine, as you say. The pre-GT3 era of Pirelli World Challenge really was a sight to behold, from the Cadillac ATS that we had racing in this, or CTS, sorry, that we had racing in this last year, to the Volvos from K-Pax. Of course, Acura were heavily involved as well. You had a litany of Dodge Viper competition coupes, Corvette C6s, of course. And then slowly but surely the GT3s started to seep in before it became a full-on GT3 formula. But there were some mighty cars racing during that pre-GT3 era, looking at from the kind of mid-2000s up until 2014 or so. I remember the Mercedes SLR 722 GT, the track day only car that McLaren and Mercedes collaborated on at the end of the SLR's life. A dealer raced one of those cars, I believe, in like a one-off appearance at Road Atlanta, or maybe Road America. My memory fails me. But I believe that was the one and only racing appearance of that SLR GT machine. Other than that, it was all track days and, well, the single-make kind of unofficial series that Mercedes ran for wealthy playboys.
Yeah, K-Pax having a long association with Volvo, especially through the C30 and the S60. With the S60 GTs being very much, you know, flame-spitting, all-wheel drive, inline 5-cylinder turbos. You know, and one of the other interesting things about K-Pax was that people were able to get the kits, you know, of components that have been tested through Pirelli World Challenge for their actual road-going cars. So body kits, wheels, rear wings, and people could convert their road-going S60 Polestar editions into what looked not too dissimilar from an S60 GT from K-Pax.
I think it's remarkable as well, the journey that the Polestar brand has been on over the last 20 years. It's kind of started up as Jan Flash Nilsson's racing team and aftermarket parts distributor out in Sweden, and gradually became more and more tied in to the Volvo manufacturer itself. And of course, over the years, has gone from a performance label, the equivalent for Volvo to the M brand for BMW, for example. It's now, of course, the electric car arm of Volvo and the wider Geely automotive organisation.
Yeah, also, in some respects, the S60 TTA was actually brought in for the 2012 regulations of the standard of the STCC. And every single car, I still remember people like say Ted Björk, Fredrik Ekblom, Robert Dahlgren, even Emma Kymäläinen was competing in that championship way back when. I think when PWR Racing were using the Cupra back in the mid 2010s. So Volvo these days, I think, what was it in the FIA World Touring Car Cup, were maybe using the Cyan 03s, also an offshoot of the Geely Corporation, which owns both Volvo and Polestar as their racing arm, still through Cyan Racing.
Of course, Geely also running or owning Lotus, and there was a tie for a little while in the early 2010s, 2011, 2012, between Lotus and one Tony Kanaan. He raced a car in Lotus livery in 2011, and then for part of a season drove the new for 2012 DW12 chassis with a Judd developed Lotus engine in the back. I want to ask him, if we do get a chance to speak to him, whether or not he was ever in talks to drive the Lotus GTE car, the Evora, that was around in 2011 and proved to be slower than anticipated, to put it gently.
Yeah, because didn't the Evora back then run with the 1.8? I think it was the supercharged Toyota engines, because
3.5 litre V6.
Oh, 3.5 litre V6. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, Yuri Kasdorp gets a bit sideways there, but manages to catch it nicely. And then has Pure Sim Esports with Jordan Johnson looking towards the inside. Johnson over the curbs. Kasdorp stays ahead. That was very, very close indeed as they go over the hill after the Kleine Chicane through Butter in towards the Gilles Villeneuve chicane. That was very, very lucky indeed for Kasdorp right there, Adam.
It was, yes. These near misses are part and parcel of this race when you've got over 50 cars out on the circuit at the same time in 4 different classes of cars with very different pace. It is somewhat inevitable. We've had a question in the live stream regarding car 52 and whether it's still in the race. Yes, it is. Luke Hayden at the wheel of the Trackstars machine, currently 13th, just behind the leading of the Kia Optima cars in that Holden V8 supercar. Alex Goldschmidt and myself been tagged by Steve Cleaver again. Jimmer is lunging through the field left, right and centre, apparently. So Broadbent's on a roll.
Yeah, well, thank goodness he's not rolling over in that car at the moment, because Johnson and Kasdorp had a very, very quick exchange. Johnson is now trying to see if he can use the back marker traffic to his advantage, because there was a move attempted. Kasdorp blocked the first attempt. Johnson got through, but then Kasdorp retook the position back. So this is an absolutely brilliant little scrap that we've got here. Whilst they're negotiating back marker traffic, gap is about 0.3 of a second. Hard on the brakes into the chicane. And this is going to be through the Kleine Chicane, over the crest again, into Butter here at turn 6. Kasdorp has started to eke out that gap a little bit more. When they get into the back marker traffic, Johnson seems to get that little bit of additional toe, a little bit of an additional slipstream. And as long as Kasdorp does not kick the tail out on the Holden Commodore, the Holden Helmets racing car will remain in P2 for the moment. And again, sideways from Kasdorp. Johnson's really, really closed on in. Now line astern going into the next part of the circuit, into the next chicane, which will be well, this will be coming out of the Jackie X bocht across the start-finish line. Gap is about 0.3 of a second between the pair. Kasdorp again takes a little bit of a wider line going through the apex into the first corner. Now into Stellenbosch into turn 2. And I have to say here, Adam, that Jordan Johnson is keeping Yuri Kasdorp very, very much on his toes.
Johnson has been in that car for quite a long time, I think. Jordan Johnson, the Pure Sims Esports 116. I feel like he's been there since before I took my break a little earlier on. He's got a very good run towards the first chicane here, the Klein chicane. He's got a nose ahead. They're side by side. Who's going to come out on top? Oh, they've ended up colliding, and both into the gravel trap. The 666 car has come off worse in that one. The Holden Helmets racing car just now grappling itself away from the wall, and Jordan Johnson is up to second place, but in some less than ideal circumstances.
Well, again, it was one of those cases with the unstoppable force versus the immovable object, and Yuri Kasdorp, unfortunately, folks, is the one that has ended up being hung out to dry, so to speak, but they still went side by side, and that's something you don't really see often at the Kleine Chicane, though, Adam.
Not successfully, no. You often see cars bouncing across the curb and the runoff area there. Very scarcely does it go perfectly to plan. Just got up in the air there, did Kasdorp in the 666, and that's what led to the collision that ultimately took both of them out and briefly locked the two cars together. Thankfully, though, I don't think either party will have collided with anything at a fast enough rate to have major damage.
No, I mean, it was a bit of an attempt by Kasdorp to pull alongside Johnson in that, and it was going to end in some form of tears, but yeah, Johnson managed to get away and now has a 6-second advantage after that tangle through the Kleine Chicane. So I think both drivers really lucky to get away with that, and also not to, as you say, take significant damage as a result of both of them slightly tagging the wall on the left hand side.
Of course, what that's done as well is played into the hands of Team Jawline and Luke A. Bennett. The gap out to 1 minute and 8 seconds now, so advantage 88 crew.
Yeah, and that gap is now, well, that's the best part of nearly a lap. 1 minute and 9 seconds is the lead as the Panda car has been turned around through the chicane. Ouch.
Never good to be facing backwards in the middle of the chicane, because invariably at the Villeneuve chicane you're going to be on an apex. There's practically no way of avoiding it if you've spun around. Jimmy Broadbent, the wheel, donations are almost at £31,400 as we continue to fundraise for children in need. Children in Need, that was my event last month. For Mind, of course, the wonderful mental health charity. And Jim is grinning like a Cheshire cat there at the moment. He got himself up on 2 wheels at the last corner, didn't he? And always done well to avoid that.
That possibly might have been the SGP ASCC meme team car that's just gone around, or the 420 possibly.
I think it might be the 240 of Richard Bradfield. Yeah, the SGP ACCS car.
Well, I got the name right. I got the number completely the wrong way round.
Yes, DRS Uganda is the 420.
Thank you very much for reminding me of that fact. Oh.
Yes, I realised halfway through that sentence that you'd said the right team name.
Yeah, and the wrong number. Okay, we're going to go to a replay now, and this is Richard Bradfield, and just loses the back end.
Not good.
And nearly.
Oh, close.
That was very, very close indeed.
That was a questionable bit of reversing.
No J-turn there, folks. You can't park there, mate.
I would have thought forward and away from the racing line would have been the solution there, personally, but
well, to each their own. To each their own, eh, Adam?
Well, there's a very good reason that I don't compete in events at this level. I was thinking actually earlier on about this, Alex. If I'm not mistaken, and I could be mistaken, the only time we've ever actually commentated before was at the Autosport show on the Dan Weldon karting event.
Yes, with Mr. Wallop straight in, Dave Goddard.
Yes, and I believe that was also me competing for about 20 very misguided minutes at the wheel and being overtaken left, right and centre by the likes of Steve Parrish and half the BTCC paddocks.
And we also had Jake Hill's dad Simon jumping on the mic for a little bit as well.
There you go. So I thought that might have been the only time. Very strange. Ships passing at the wind.
Well,
No, that's not what I
we were at Rockingham for the first ever Citroen C1 24-hour race, weren't we? You were on the circuit PA. I was working on the live stream for about the first few hours.
2018. Yeah.
Yep. And then I ended up doing the 2019 one where it's Citroen's centenary, and we had one car shy out of 100 to celebrate Citroen's centenary that weekend, and that was a crazy race. I think, who was it? Dan Blake, Scott Woodwis, and Anthony Jordan on that broadcast with Alpha Live. As someone's just had a bit of a moment. That was one of the Kia Optimas nearly doing an Mr. Cowie, and I can confirm, folks, in the number 6 Texaco Racing by TK is the man himself. Bom dia, Tony Canan. Warm welcome to the man himself.
40th overall at the moment is Tony Kanaan. Not sure where that puts him among the MX-5s. Is there a way of seeing the classes individually on my timing screen? Because if there is, it's taken me 8 hours and 8.5 hours to even try and think about it.
Well, it's P6 in the class, and Tony, a keen sim racer in his own right. Both he and Rubens Barrichello are competing in the Brazilian stock car finale at Interlagos this weekend as well.
This weekend? Goodness me.
Tony's a glutton for punishment, isn't he? What can I say?
Amazing. Tony, of course, I think one of the most interesting moments that happened over his many years driving the 711 backed car in IndyCar, or to give it its old name, the Indy Racing League, was when he was on the injury list going into the 2003 race, and they plugged in some chap called Mario Andretti, who had his last competitive outing in one of the test days during the month of May, had a very, very good day of running, and then part of the safer barrier was loose at turn 2 and sent him into a mighty barrel roll.
Yeah, and Marco Lima has just echoed what I've just said in chat as well. I've had the pleasure of both meeting both Tony and also Rubens, funnily enough, in Germany and Portugal, respectively, over the last 3 weeks, which is, if I'm completely honest with you, has been crazy. If someone was to say to me in 2022 you'd meet two of the most down-to-earth, humble personalities in Brazilian motorsports, I would never have believed you.
Yeah, I think Kanaan, I'd have been so interested to see how his 2010s would have gone if, sometimes he wasn't afforded the best machinery on the grid. I think he's owed more accolades, arguably, than he achieved during his full-time IndyCar career. And, as you say, a really nice guy in the paddock. Another very prominent personality, of course, among the Brazilian IndyCar drivers is Helio Castroneves, and it was always a fun time, I think, when Castroneves, Kanaan, and some of the other luminaries of the day ended up on the track at the same time.
Well, it's quite funny that a lot of people might not know this, but in 1996 he actually raced in an Opel Calibra when the International Touring Car Championship, aka the ITC, headed to Interlagos.
Nice.
And also Tony is going to be running at next year's Indy 500 as well. He's a former winner of the event. And he's also been doing Ironman triathlons.
Oh, wow.
Ironman races. And he even appeared in the 2001 IndyCar film Driven.
Well, you can't win them all.
Hey, well, at least if he got paid for doing it, that's fine.
So accurate. Yeah. No, I'd appear in B movies if if I was given the money.
Yeah. It looks like Jimmy might be in the pit lane. I'm not 100% sure. I'm just trying to keep an eye on what's going on with the number 53 car at the moment. Well, that has now got Alex Fake behind the wheel, so a pit stop has been done. And there is Brandon Dean for Scuderia Racing with Raceface, and look, Team Y2M is right up their exhaust pipes. and Team Y2M were looking to get through. More dramas for Jimmy though, but he's just showing a replay, and the number 43, the number 43 of 111 Racing, just literally, because Jimmy had nowhere to go, just went skywards, and Nyon did a 360 in the process.
Yeah, that was a scary little moment as we continue to watch Jimmy's stream at the moment. Back to live pictures then. So Jimmy's out of the car. I imagine that means that he will hop into his race suit for the first live laps of his next stint then.
I would imagine so, and hopefully we'll get another opportunity to catch up with Jimmy in due course. Mikalacic for Team Y2M, still trying to battle away with, well, they've got past Scuderia Racing McRaceface in the car just behind them, right behind the third place Kia Optima of No Limits Sim Racing. And that number 27 car has got no bonnet. Talk about aerodynamics not being at its optimum right now for that car.
Yeah, but what a showing they're having at the moment. They were down out of the top 10 in the first couple of hours, firmly losing time to Jimmy Broadbent as he picked his way through the MX-5s and the 86s after starting in pit lane, and they're now running third in class. Yes2 Motorsport have been very impressive.
They have indeed, and at least the good thing is from that perspective, they are about 4.2 seconds behind Not So Serious Racing, NSS Racing, who are about a lap down off of the GR86 class leaders, Team iRacing, who pretty much have stolen a march on everybody else in the class, Adam.
That's certainly true, yes. It's been a mighty performance from the LMP boys for Fabian, of course.
Safety car donation has just been made. Safety truck on standby.
Oh, here it comes. Watch out, boy, it's the safety truck.
And you know what the donation has come from? Tony Canan himself. Muito obrigado, Tony. Muito obrigado.
Handed one of the crew members from the stock car team his phone and said, make a transaction for me, would you? I want to get back into this.
He's gone, let's go, Jimmer. Yeah, that's brilliant to have such a character like Tony on board with this as well. It just goes to show that it doesn't matter, as we said earlier, inclusivity in this sim racing community is so widespread. I mean, when you think about it, Rubens Barrichello and his sons, Fefu and Dudu, they're both, they all love their sim racing. I mean, I caught up with Bruno Spengler at the Sim Racing Expo, and funnily enough, that same weekend there was also another DTM champion, Mike Rockenfeller. Nice. Adam Christodilo was there. So it's like thinking,
Christo is an awesome guy, isn't he?
Oh yes, yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I didn't have. I saw him in passing. I didn't actually meet the chap himself, but no, he's a great ambassador for Mercedes-Benz and one hell of a GT racer in his own right.
He had a great season this year in International GT Open with FIBA Motorsport, the team run by Rima Jafali, the first ever driver from the UAE, female driver from the UAE to compete at any high level. And they had a very good year in the Pro-Am class of that category. I understand the only way is up, but they haven't announced anything official for the 2023 season. Very much looking forward to seeing what they get up to. Of course, with the news that HyAcey GT Masters is kind of being submerged into DTM Endurance for the year to come, a lot of the GT Masters teams not really keen on sharing a grid with faster LMP3 cars, not really keen with not being at the sharp end of the overall order. I think we're going to have a banner year for some of the other international categories, potentially. I think the SRO umbrella of championships is going to get some very hefty grids, particularly in Sprint Cup, which of course has a very similar format to GT Masters.
Yeah, but also they're, like with the GT3 aspect, as detailed in the HyAcey press conference just this week, that they're going by the SRO BOP when it comes to GT3 because of the the fact that Stefan Rettel and his organisation have used that for quite a number of years, and it seems to work very, very well. So I think adoption over multiple different classes or multiple different organisers of a GT3 series, it's becoming a bit more widespread these days.
Yeah, of course. I mean, the SRO BOP has been in use in GT Masters for a long time now, but DTM were trying to run their own custom BOP. There were a lot of arguments at times in the DTM paddock, and it's great to see that HyAcey perhaps taking the conservative option, which when you're so heavily readjusting your championship ladder is not a bad shout. And going with the SRO BOP, of course, SRO, the originators of GT3, the category founded, at least in its current iteration, back in 2006. GT Masters around since 2007. So a lot of history between HyAcey GT Masters and the GT3 class. And a shame that it's kind of being submerged into DTM endurance, but hopefully a bright future nonetheless.
I think one of the classes that a lot of people are not 100% happy about is DTM Trophy going, which was a great championship for the last 3 years. And, you've seen a whole host of talent in that series, the likes of Moritz Lerner, who's running with Door Esports. I mean,
that was going to be the first name out of my mouth.
Yeah, Kevin
What a lovely guy.
Kevin Siggy for Team Redline had actually, through a selection process, had actually secured a drive for 2023. So, yeah, I mean, HyAcey GT4, HyAcey GT4 Germany is still going to be carrying on.
Yes.
But I think I'm hoping that, I was hoping that DTM Trophy, and then obviously there's been all the things about DTM Classica, DTM Electric. There's still a lot of things that were, I think, a bit foggy is probably the right term that I'll use, because there were still a lot of things that were asked by some of the German media, and that the HyAcey at that point in time could not answer. So we'll wait and see what happens in due course. I'm sure.
I think it's a matter, I think, if anything, of where your allegiances lie. Because if you're in the HyAcey paddock, it's very disappointing to see it kind of almost dissolved into DTM. And obviously, if you're in the DTM paddock, you'd rather things stayed as they were if the system worked for you previously. I think DTM Trophy and HyAcey GT4 Germany, different formats in terms of drivers and things like that, of course. Shared cars in GT4 Germany, as with GT Masters, but there was also a lot of crossover in terms of what teams were competing in what cars. So I think, unfortunately, in that case, one of them simply had to go. An interesting move that GT4 Germany was chosen, perhaps a way to get more drivers in, courtesy of the two driver formats.
Yep, so the jury's still out on that one, folks. There's been a lot of talk on social media and respective forums about that, so that's enough about talking about that, I think, for now. But we're coming up to 8 hours and 40 minutes in. Paul Mikulacic still behind the wheel of the third place Toyota GR86 for Team Yes2 Motorsport. And I am still keeping my eye on the decisions on what is happening. So the safety truck is still on standby. It has not been released yet. 2 safety cars.
Important to note that in about 10 minutes' time, we are going to swap to part 2 of the race on the YouTube stream. So just in the YouTube comments section now, SimSport Solutions have posted the link for part 2 of the race. Be going live there in just under 10 minutes' time for part 2 of this 23-hour race. Make sure you stay with us, particularly if your time zone is friendly to the current moment in time. I wouldn't necessarily blame you if you're based in the UK and you see midnight as the opportunity to slide out of the door. But if you're going to do so and you haven't donated yet and you're in a position to donate, please do. £32,442 raised so far for Mind as we continue the race for Mental Health 4. We are almost exactly £14,000 away from hitting the £200,000 marker across the 4 years of Jimmy Broadbent's race for mental health. And we were all willing that milestone on. I said rather jokingly earlier on that I'd like to see it happen before daybreak on Sunday, but it's not looking like the most unrealistic thing that's come out of my mouth this evening.
It's probably a good premonition there, Adam, if I'm completely honest. I mean, Andreas, who 3 minutes ago said, "Keep up the good work, Jimmer. Just want to shout out awareness of stress and anxiety amongst young academics and PhD students. It's okay to take care of yourself while pursuing your career." Very, very well put there, Andreas, who's just
Safety car.
Safety car, a safety truck has been deployed, folks.
Oh my goodness.
You know what this means? We might have a few people going 4 wide whilst under braking, and some might not be on the tarmac whilst braking thereof.
Yes, that's at the Jochen Rindt box, right?
Like you said earlier on, my friend.
Yes, it's the stack-up place around this circuit. We might well hit that 9-hour marker under this safety car, and we might well start the new green flag action under the new stream. We'll have to wait and see how long the Silverado stays out there.
Have you been nerding out again?
Nerding out?
Yeah, well, you said the Silverado, because I couldn't make out whether it was a Chevy Silverado or a Ford F-150.
It's more in keeping, in my perspective, on the grille and the headlights with a Silverado, but it is, of course, for copyright purposes, a truck.
Well, considering the fact we've been saying Ford, Holden, Kia, Toyota, and Mazda all the way through the last 8,
Yes,
close to
but
10 hours.
unlike those cars, the truck isn't officially licensed one way or the other. It's a blank GTA-style car. Probably called the Thrustfest 4000 or something like that.
Yeah, it is. It looks like a GMC, Chevrolet. Yeah, Chevy Silverado. I can tell with the grille on the front of it. But also, quite recently, when I was actually in Germany and Belgium in November of this year. I headed over to the Sunshine Museum, which is about 3 hours south of Dusseldorf, and I saw the most wonderful collection of Indy 500 Corvette safety cars, and I'm talking from the 70s, so the old Corvette Stingray Cabriolet, right the way through to I think possibly the C5 in the mid-2000s. You had them lined up alongside each other, and I just went...
Amazing.
Man moment to clean up on aisle 3, folks.
Yeah, I think first year for the C5 as a pace car would have been 97, potentially. The Corvette lineage long associated with the Indy pace car duties. There was I think a replica, I think 1979 pace car, Indy 500 pace car Corvette, leading the field at the Euro-NASCAR finale in Croatia. There are a lot of comments about that on the live stream, unsurprisingly.
Yeah.
Collect itself very nicely, no matter what fans or isolators and so on are turned on. All the windows open. Nope, it's still a sauna.